Chapter 8. The private room on the third floor of Between the Clouds and the Water was very spacious. There were 3 large tables and plenty of space. Fang Yuxian sat at a table close to the window. From the floor-to-ceiling glass, he could clearly see the houses in the distance, the snow on the houses, and the gray sky. If he wasn't the provincial governor of Yin Province, Fang Yuxian would be very willing to warm up the wine and chat with a few friends in such an environment. But obviously, he didn't dare to do so. Even thinking about it made him afraid. He came to the banquet because he was worried that something had happened to the rich merchants in Yin Province. To be precise, something had happened to the merchants in Rulin County. As the administrative center of the province, Rulin County was both the county office and the office of the provincial office. It was considered the political and economic center of Yin Province, and a place where merchants liked to gather. The county magistrate of Rulin County didn't come because his position wasn't high enough. He was very sad. He belonged to the legendary category of people who didn't do good in their previous lives. There was a saying, evil in the previous life, evil in this life, evil in the past, evil in the past, evil in the present, evil in the past, 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 evil in the provincial capital. For example, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were once city officials in the provincial capital. Originally, they should have been the most powerful in the city, but the provincial and provincial governments also had offices there. As the highest official in Yin Province, Fang Yuxian had a good life. Seeing the stern faces of the merchants today, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He thought, is there nothing to sell? While Fang Yuxian was thinking, the dishes were served. There was a plate of tofu, a plate of cold pork rind, a big pot of cabbage, stewed pork belly with vermicelli, a plate of pig intestines, a plate of bean sprouts mixed with tofu, a plate of stir-fried tenderloin with mushrooms, a plate of steamed pork knuckle, and a pile of bones with meat. Even if there were 8 dishes, there was no abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, bear paw, venison, and so on. Fang Yuxian let out a long breath. He was really afraid that if the merchants ordered those dishes, he would immediately get up and leave. Otherwise, if a provincial governor went to Between the Clouds and the Water to eat that during a disaster, he would be tired of living. Even so, Fang Yuxian was very careful when he looked at the waiter. He kept saying, "There's too much, I can't finish it. Provincial governor, you don't have to be so courteous with us. Today's dishes and wine will not be paid for by the province. In a while, there will be pork trotter's soup. 8 dishes and 1 soup. It's not much. Look, there are 12 people at the table. We can all finish it." A person sitting next to Fang Yuxian said enthusiastically. Fang Yuxian recognized him. He was the president of the Silver State Chamber of Commerce, Mi Tsang Man. It was a name that could express happiness. Other than him, there were also 2 vice presidents, Qi Miao and Du Yao, as well as a group of directors. All of them were outstanding talents in various industries in the Yin Province. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Yin Province's commodities were under their control. Fang Yuxian glanced at the snow that was still falling outside the window and swept her gaze over the steaming hot dishes on the table. She said, "I don't think wine is necessary, right?" "Of course, Lord Fang. No matter what, you have to drink with us today. It's a very important matter." Mi Tsang Man continued to persuade with a smile. The waiter brought in a container to warm the wine. The strong aroma of the white wine assailed the nostrils. Frequent drinkers could tell that this wine was at least 50% alcohol by just smelling it. Qi Miao immediately received the waiter and poured the wine into the 3-chien cup in front of Fang Yuxian. He stopped when it was full and poured it for someone else. "Lord Fang, we are very grateful that you have honored us with your presence today. Come. With such a snowy scene, let's toast." Mi Tsang Man picked up his wine and stood up to toast Fang Yuxian. Without waiting for him to speak, he raised his head and downed the entire cup. He slowly exhaled and praised, "Good wine. The others followed suit. Seeing this, Fang Yushan could only pick up the wine cup and lightly sip it. About a chien worth of wine entered his mouth. He lightly smacked his lips twice and savored the aftertaste. He nodded and admitted that it was good wine. Mi Tsang Man hurriedly filled up the wine cup for the provincial governor and recommended the dishes. Lord, please eat. I like to eat the big bones between the clouds and the water the most. It's better than the meat. I didn't know why before, but after thinking about it, maybe it's because of the hard work of the meat. As he spoke, he picked up a big bone and took a few bites, rubbing off the oil in his mouth. The others also picked up a bone and ate it, not paying attention to the other dishes. Fang Yushan wondered if the bones were really delicious. He stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a rib that looked easy to remove. He tore it with his teeth and put it into his mouth. After chewing slightly, his brows furrowed. Bones between the clouds and the water? If the bones between the clouds and the water were cooked to this taste, then it wouldn't be called between the clouds and the water. Other than salt, there seems to be nothing else, and it's not cooked yet. Look at the white foam on the bones, it probably hasn't even been heated once. Fang Yushan was very surprised. He didn't believe that the dishes between the clouds and the water would taste like this. With doubts, Fang Yushan picked up other dishes. After that, he was satisfied. The other 7 dishes tasted good, as expected of between the clouds and the water, a well-known signature dish. Fang Yushan put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine cup. He looked at Mi Tsang Man. Mi Tsang Man was gritting his teeth, looking pained. When he saw the provincial governor looking over, he showed an embarrassed look. He grabbed the wine cup with his oily hand and said, "Lord, drink." Fang Yushan drank another mouthful and began to look around. Everyone seemed to be in pain and asked, "Not good?" "Lord, it's stuff. I said before that cooking a big pot is different from cooking a small pot, but they didn't believe me. Sure enough, after cooking for a while, it's still not cooked." Vice President Du Yao complained. "Cook again." Mi Tsang Man scratched his teeth with his hand and blurted out 2 words. Fang Yushan was at a loss. He picked up the toothpick box on the table and pushed it over, asking, "You put in the salt too early, right?" "Yes." Mi Tsang Man clapped his hands and said, "It's true. It's said that you should put in the salt after cooking the bones. Moreover, the bones should be cracked open as much as possible so that the meat will rot faster." "Lord, you're amazing. I salute you." Fang Yushan picked up the wine cup and drank again. He wanted to see what this group of people wanted from him. Mi Tsang Man breathed out a mouthful of wine and smiled at Fang Yushan. "Lord, I won't hide it from you. I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you." "Well said, well said." Fang Yushan smiled in response. "Lord, I'm sure you know that it's snowing heavily in Yin province. The flat areas are almost waist-deep and the thicker areas are as tall as a person. We had a meeting last night and decided to discuss with you whether or not we don't need to open Chongping warehouse in Yin province." Mi Tsang Man filled Fang Yushan's cup with wine as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the cup and toasted again. Fang Yushan was stunned. Then, his face filled with anger and his eyes widened. But after a while, he put on a smile. It wasn't a cold smile, but a very relaxed one. He leaned back on the chair and raised the cup to his mouth. He raised his head and drank it all. He closed his eyes and savored the aftertaste. After a while, Fang Yushan opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good wine, let's all drink." "Drink, drink." Everyone obeyed. "Boss Mi, President Mi," Fang Yushan spoke to Mi Tsang Man politely. "And all the presidents and directors, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but you've gone too far. It's snowing heavily in Yin province. If you don't let the government open the warehouse, I won't say whether the troops stationed in Yin province can raid your houses. I'll just say that even if you arrange for manpower in the army, how much money do you think you can make? How long can you block the news when you're making a fortune? Then, where will you run with the money? How long will it take for Xiao Bei and the others to find out? How long will it take to catch up with you? Fang Yushan stopped talking and began to pick up the food. This time, it was the merchants' turn to be stunned. They looked at each other and smiled. Vice President Qi Miao raised the cup. Lord, I toast you. You're a good official. Fang Yushan didn't move. Qi Miao drank the wine and refilled the cup. He held it in his hand again. Lord, Xiaobei's protection team is in Yin Province. If they know that there are merchants in Rulin County who have made a fortune, they'll send a vanguard team over in 3 days at most. It's only about 260 kilometers from where they said they were stationed to Rulin County. Although the snow has sealed off the road, they will definitely arrive within 3 days. If they had sent the small group of elites to protect them, before this time tomorrow, our heads will definitely fall to the ground. Xiao Bei and the others, who have the intention to kill, will not let us live for more than 24 hours. We have never doubted that they have the ability to do so. After he finished speaking, he finished the wine. Afraid? Fang Yushan asked with a smile. He still didn't drink. Afraid? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Qi Miao was still pouring wine and holding it. Lord, you misunderstood. It's our fault that we didn't explain clearly. Yes, it's our fault. Meet Song Man followed. The others echoed. Qi Miao continued. Darren should know that there is only grain in Chongping warehouse in Yin Province, unlike in the capital. There is meat, oil, cloth, and other miscellaneous things that have been frozen for a long time. Therefore, there is not much use for you to open Chongping warehouse. As for us, although we're cheap merchants, we know that we have to do our best at crucial times. Everyone knows that the heavens are heartless. As for us in the Chamber of Commerce, we've never counted on the heavens. What does the heavens have to do with us? It's said that there's a way to go against the heavens. Therefore, we've decided to try. Lord, you know that every time there's a disaster, the people in the affected areas suffer. Our Chamber of Commerce thinks why? Because the heavens are angry? Bah. So what if the heavens are angry? The people in Kagwan County were still taken away by Xiao Bei. I don't know what's going on over there, but I believe that they'll be fine. Xiao Bei will settle them down. Normally, our Chamber of Commerce is very idle. Now that we have something to do, we'll go against the heavens. Thus we came to discuss with you. We won't open Chongping warehouse, but we'll take care of the remaining 3 counties in Yin Province. You should be able to see that most of the dishes on the table are pork. Director Ding Yi is the largest supplier of pigs in the province. Apart from Kagwan County, he has breeding bases in the other 3 counties. He's already sent a telegram for the other 2 counties to cooperate with the slaughter of pigs. Starting tomorrow morning, pork bone soup will be provided for free. At the same time, the price of each cut of pork will be reduced by 1 copper coin. Ding Yi stood up and cupped his fists at Fang Yushan. Qi Miao continued, My family sells vegetable oil. Starting tomorrow, soybean oil will be reduced by 1 copper coin. Vice President Du's family sells grain. Every bushel of rice will be reduced by 2 copper coins. A bag of 10 caddies of flour will be reduced by 3 copper coins. The President's family sells fine cotton and ready-made clothes. Starting tomorrow morning, cotton cloth will be reduced by 2 copper coins. Ready-made clothes will be given a 50% discount. As for the other industries managed by the directors, apart from luxury goods, starting tomorrow, the prices of Yin Province's 3 counties will be reduced. At the same time, starting tomorrow, until the roads are reopened, there will be free steamed buns, porridge, soup, pancakes, and other breakfasts every morning. There will be free bone soup at noon. Every night, the villagers can participate in barbecue parties and watch programs. Of course, during the day, they have to work to repair the damaged houses in the 3 counties as soon as possible and clear the snow. We'll have to trouble Milord to arrange everything. The people from the Chamber of Commerce just want to let the heavens see a festive Yin Province, let them see the cheerful faces of the children, and let them see how warm the hearts of people are in the cold snow. My lord, please. Chi Miao drank another cup of wine and praised, "It's delicious." At this time, Fang Yushan's face was full of shock. As he listened to Chi Miao, his eyes swept across the faces of the merchants. When Chi Miao finished drinking, he hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands to the people around him. He picked up the small wine pot and didn't pour it into the wine cup. He said to the crowd, "Everyone, you are all good people. This official was wrong. This official is deeply ashamed. I respect all of you. You are all loyal soldiers of the Yin province, the backbone of the great Tang. Cheers." The wine pot in front of him was 4 taels. He drank a little just now, so there was still more than 3 taels left. He drank all of it in one breath. It was much more satisfying than the small wine cup of 3 taels. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups at the same time. "My lord, eat the vegetables and suppress the wine," Mi Tsang hurriedly urged. Fang Yushan threw down his chopsticks and grabbed a pig bone. He bit into it and began to tear it off. He nodded as he ate, vaguely saying that it was delicious. In fact, the bone was not fully cooked because there was only a little salt. There was even foam on it, but Fang Yushan thought that this was the most delicious thing. He believed that from tomorrow onwards, all the people of Yin province would praise this bone. He never thought that today would be like this. He didn't even dare to think about it. He only thought that because of the heavy snow, he needed to open the Chongping warehouse to release grain to suppress the sudden surge in grain prices. As long as there was food, the people would be able to persevere. He considered that if the prices of various goods were too high, he would ask the people of the Chamber of Commerce, "Do you want to provoke Xiaobao? Do you plan to go bankrupt after making a profit?" He thought that this could scare the people of the Chamber of Commerce and keep the prices of Yin province within a certain range. It would be fine after the roads were cleared. A large amount of relief materials would flood in and the prices would not go up anymore. But from now on, Fang Yushan felt that he didn't need to think about scaring anyone with Xiaobao anymore. He just needed to go back to the Yamen and start to mobilize the people to work together. Then, he would cooperate with the people of the Chamber of Commerce to mobilize various materials. After that, he would write a letter of commendation and send it to the imperial court. He just needed to tell the truth. This was the merchant of Yin province. This was the merchant of Yin province during the snow disaster. The people of Yin province would definitely be shocked tomorrow. They would never think that during the snow disaster, not only did the prices of Yin province not go up, but they also went down. There was free food in the morning, at noon, and at night, as well as entertainment. Under the pressure of the heavens, the adults would not despair, the elderly were still kind, and the children were still so happy. No, they shouldn't think like that. It should be that the adults had more hope for the future, the elderly were more kind, and the children were happier. But the meat on the bones did not rot. Fang Yushan, who had stuffed his mouth to his teeth, used his hand to scratch a few times and said to the people around him, "You have to continue cooking. It's best to add some coriander and chopped green onions on top of the soup." "You're right, sir. We will also prepare pepper and ginger. If you need it, add it yourself to dispel the cold," Mi Tsang-man added. Fang Yushan nodded satisfactorily. "Very good, very thoughtful. When I go back, I will write a memorial and submit it to the imperial court. We have to send the news first so that the imperial court does not need to worry and can better allocate the materials. Tell me your names later." "Thank you, sir." Mi Tsang-man smiled. "We think so too. We hope that the imperial court will praise us in the newspapers." Yes. Fang Yushan was certain. Thus, the host and guests enjoyed themselves and finished all the dishes on the table. Everyone went downstairs and went back to arrange things. The protection team, who were still camping by the Yellow River, was busy. They needed to circle the airdrop location. It was a very large area and there was also an obvious thick line made by piling up tree branches. Someone was there to clear the falling snow from time to time to give the people in the sky a different visual difference from other places. Once the line was crossed, the airdrop could be dropped. There was no need to be accurate within a few dozen meters. The people of Hihijin soon got along well with the people of Kagwan County. The adults found things to do when they were not tired. The children went to rest after bathing. Even Nan Nan, who had always wanted to play with Xiao Bei, did not have the energy. She lay on the mattress, curled herself into a ball, and fell asleep very quickly. "I'm sleeping too. Wake me up when the plane arrives." Xiao Bei, who had been worried and busy the whole morning, could not take it any more. He took off his coat, wore a sweater, and got into bed. He covered his head and went to sleep. Everyone sleep, everyone sleep. Xiao Yuan was not in the mood to wait. He estimated that the plane would only arrive after a while. He learned from Xiao Bei and slept with his clothes on. Xiao Yuan and the rest did not force themselves to stay awake. One by one, they went to find a place to rest. The people of the Seedling Protection Team were still doing things according to their usual training. Some of them were completely relaxed, some of them were taking a nap, some of them were doing light work, and some of them were busy. With such adjustments, they could maintain a portion of them at their peak condition at any time and throw themselves into an emergency situation. It was the most common Level 3 combat readiness. The current heavy snow was not worth the Seedling Protection Team being in a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Therefore, they were very relaxed. The open and hidden sentries changed every hour. The kitchen provided food 24 hours a day. It was all too common for the Seedling Protection Team to repair the tents and clear the snow. However, in the eyes of the people of Kagwan County and Hihijin, the Seedling Protection Team was now in a very tense state. The people of the Seedling Protection Team were busy all the time. The hidden sentries hid themselves under the snow, the open sentries stood motionless, and the mobile sentries made squeaking sounds as they moved through the snow. There were also medical personnel checking the bodies of the people like themselves. Some people brought the children to class. The chefs who cooked would come every once in a while to ask if they were hungry and what they wanted to eat. There were also people doing fire prevention, moisture prevention, and collapse prevention check. It was really too busy. It would tire them out. Some people could not stand it anymore. They thought that the Seedling Protection Team was working so hard for them. Therefore, they found Sun Mao and discussed with him whether they should arrange more work for them so that the Seedling Protection Team would not tire themselves out. Sun Mao really went to find someone to talk to. In the end, when he came back, he was full of smiles. He waved at more than 10 people who were the most worried and led them out. The 15 people who followed Sun Mao were puzzled. They came to the outside of a tent with Sun Mao and watched as Sun Mao gently lifted the curtain of the tent and gestured for them to take a look. One by one, they gathered there like thieves. There were a total of 10 beds in the tent. Each bed had a person sleeping in a different position. There were guns at the head of the bed, and there were also folded and taken off clothes. Through the gap, there was no smell of sweat or mud, nor was there any smell of feet. Instead, there was a faint floral fragrance. It gave people the feeling that the tent was clean and tidy. The Seedling Protection Team members slept comfortably and peacefully. After the 15 people had taken a look, Sun Mao led them through the tents one by one. These were all the people who were resting. After walking through dozens of tents, Sun Mao stopped and said to the people who followed him, "See? There are still many people sleeping. Follow me and take a look." Sun Mao went through a few more rows of tents and lifted the curtain for them to take a look. The people inside were also sleeping, but they did not take off their clothes. Furthermore, they were holding guns. As if sensing that someone was looking in, the people facing the curtain opened their eyes and looked over. They smiled and narrowed their eyes again. After looking through more than a dozen tents, Sun Mao said, "They're not busy. Follow me." The 15 people continued to follow him. This time, they could already hear voices outside the tent. Some people were singing softly, some were telling jokes, and some were reciting something under their breath. Just as Sun Mao was about to open a gap, the person inside spoke. I'm going to take a walk outside and see if there's anything. When I come back, take out the chess pieces if you want to play. When the voice came, the curtain was lifted from the inside. A person holding a notebook and a pen walked out. When he saw Sun Mao and the others, he was stunned at first. Then he said, "County Magistrate's son, are you here to play chess?" "No, I'm just looking." "I'm curious," Sun Mao quickly replied. Look around, look around. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask. Everyone has nothing to do. Remember not to bring open flames into the tent. Some of them have firearms and oil. If we're not careful, we'll all be in the sky." After saying this, the person walked away. The 15 people following Sun Mao fell silent. After a while, Huangfu Yexian, the Guanjin of Hehajin, muttered to Xiaohui, who was beside him, "So they didn't take it seriously. I thought that they would be very nervous and tired in such heavy snow. Who would have thought that I was wrong? Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the fact that it's still snowing, and that we've walked so far, I would have thought that we were on a what was it again? Oh, a vacation. It looks like a vacation. But look at the intensity of their patrolling. It's even more intense than the other regular local troops we've seen before. What a contrast." Xiaohui frowned and said in puzzlement. Sun Mao, who was beside him, interjected, "What else could it be? They're strong. The low-intensity arrangement of the protection team is the high-intensity arrangement of the other local troop. Someone once told me that the people of the protection team are very efficient. The individual quality of the soldiers is strong, and the teamwork is good. Everyone in the team knows how to plan. They don't just listen to the orders of the higher-up. Each of them knows the overall goal of the team, followed by the battalion goal, and then the team goal. They will adjust when they do their own things to cooperate with the work of others. For example, when there are 10 people in a team, and 2 people suddenly leave, the other 8 people will adjust on their own and share the work of the 2 people who left. When they will return to their original positions. They don't have to wait for the leader to find out about the situation and think of a way to arrange the order. In other words, each of them knows the strategic intention and the tactical arrangement. They can assist other people at any time. They can also become the command center in an instant. If there's an emergency and the overall formation is disrupted, they will immediately form a new formation. Huangfu Yeshio finished the sentence in surprise. Doesn't that mean that each of them has the commanding ability of a battalion commander and above? Xiahou Yi was also surprised. Shouldn't they? Sun Mao asked with a smile. He continued, how dare they join the protection team if they don't have some ability? Someone told me that they are not just pure combatants. They can form the framework of a country. We all know that the protection team is the most powerful team in the Tang Empire. It's just that we haven't understood it in detail before. The people don't have the idea of knowing everything about the protection team. They only need to know that they are omnipotent, right? Xiahou Yi nodded. Yes, now that you mention it, I really feel that way. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that the protection team is actually the most familiar and the most mysterious team. Familiar because we know that the protection team is the most solid support. Mysterious because we don't know how they operate internally. Thinking about it, I feel that it's very interesting. Don't you guys wonder? Why is that so? As soon as he said that, everyone fell into deep thought. It was really like what he said. The protection team seemed to be around everyone. When children played war games, there would always be people who would rush to play the role of the protection team. However, no child had specifically thought about understanding the specific division of labor of the protection team. Every child had their own understanding of the protection team. However, no one had specifically asked about how the protection team was like. The internal operation and coordination method of the protection team was actually selectively forgotten by everyone just like that. It was unbelievable. What went wrong? When everyone was thinking about it, some people suddenly felt cold all over, as if their thoughts were being controlled by someone to make them forget some things. No, that's not right. A voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Everyone was startled and could not help but turn around to look. Su Ilong was here. He could not sleep. Coincidentally, there were a few questions that he did not know how to answer. He planned to come over and learn from the person who came up with the strategy in the protection team, so he strolled over here. The person who could come up with strategies in the protection team was not bad at all. Sun Mao heaved a sigh of relief and introduced. He's Su Ilong. His grandfather has a very high position in Jixian courtyard. He told me a lot of things before. He's a few years older than Xiaobei and the rest. He follows Xiaobei and the rest, accompanying them to play and learning at the same time. Everyone expressed that they understood. Su Ilong was not in a hurry to find someone to ask questions. Instead, he said to everyone, "Your perspective is wrong. The protection team has never been mysterious. It's just that many people are not willing to waste time to understand it. In everyone's eyes, the protection team is not a combat team. It's a sublimated stability and happiness. It's an umbrella in the rain and snow, a shade under the scorching sun. Wherever the protection team appears, everyone can sleep in peace, eat in peace, and not be afraid of anything. Think about it carefully. What is this? This is home and this is parent. It can be said that most people are familiar with their own father or mother. However, how many people specifically conduct a rational analysis of their parents' psychology and behavior? Many children imitate their parents when they play house, but who can completely reflect their parents' actions and psychology? Everyone, think about it carefully. Do you really understand your parents? Anyway, I can't. Every time I want to make a record, fill in the form of my father's or mother's behavior, and then apply behavioral psychology, I feel very awkward. It makes me feel unfamiliar with my parent. I feel disgusted and resist it from the bottom of my heart. It's the same for the protection team. It's not that everyone can't understand, but they're not willing to. Subconsciously, they make us refuse to analyze and dissect the details of the protection team. We're more willing to think that the protection team is the closest to us. It's the strongest. It's my support and my shelter. Others can't scold the protection team, and others can't belittle the protection team. Otherwise, it's insulting me, just like who scolds my parents. Understand? It's a very simple principle. You guys continue with your work. I'm going to ask a few questions. Su Ilong analyzed, waved at Sun Mao and the rest, and went into the tent. Sun Mao and the rest looked at each other. He's indeed knowledgeable. Huang Fu Yeshio sighed. He's right. After thinking about it, it's really like that. Haha. Xiahou Yi no longer felt afraid. So the protection team has always been in this position in my heart? Sun Mao rubbed his hands. The rest nodded. It seemed that it was really simple. When facing the protection team, they already treated themselves as children. However, this was not shameful. The protection team was very good as a parent and had never disappointed them. It was just like how they did not feel the slightest bit of fear even though the snow was still falling. Do you still want to continue watching? Sun Mao asked. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. There was nothing to watch. It was fine as long as they knew that the protection team was not tired. Why don't we go to the kitchen and take a look? What are we eating tonight? Xiahou Yi suggested. Sun Mao agreed. That works too. It'll be good if we can have braised pork ribs. The last time we had braised pork ribs was a month ago. How can what you eat be the same as what the protection team eats? Huang Fu Yeshio teased. A person from Kagwang County laughed and said, It's the same. The Zhang family and Wang family sent people to our county to help us get rich. There's a chef among them. What do you think? Why don't I have one? Huang Fu Yeshio asked enviously. Because you didn't send a telegram, another person from Kagwang County replied with a smile. Huang Fu Yeshio looked at Sun Mao and asked, They'll come if we send a telegram? Of course. How can parents not care when their children are saved? At that time, I sent a telegram at the end of the first year. They came at the beginning of the second year. It looked like they were going to have a good life. However, a heavy snow came and all the livestock and poultry were brought here. We'll just give them to the protection team. When we come back, we'll be familiar with them. It's simple. Sun Mao seemed to be comforting himself, but also seemed to be saying it for the people from Kagwang County to hear. The people from Kagwang County felt that it was a pity. However, when they thought about how they were alive and already knew how to raise livestock, it was fine to spend a little more effort. Everyone went around in circles as they talked. They were almost confused. After asking a few people on guard duty, they finally found a place to cook. There were more than 20 big stoves. There were a few fires that were not extinguished. There were pots on them. Some were boiling water, while others were boiling soup. At the side, there were a few people dissecting freshly slaughtered pigs. A few cooks sat at the table under the shed and ate. It looked like there was wine too. Sun Mao and the others arrived. Before they could say anything, a cook at the table stood up and greeted them warmly. County Magistrate's son, you're here? I was just about to send someone to look for you. Come over here and sign the contract. As he spoke, the cook pulled Sun Mao to the table. A stack of papers was placed on the table. Sun Mao did not look at them. He asked in confusion, What contract? A sales contract. Kagwang County brought a lot of live poultry and livestock. We'll buy them. There are two parts. One is the adult livestock and poultry. We'll pay directly. The other part is the cubs. I don't think they can be brought back alive. We'll kill them too. When the snow stops, we'll give you more cubs. You can continue to raise them. Just treat it as selling a batch of poultry and livestock. As the cook spoke, he passed a pen to Sun Mao for him to sign. There was also ink for his fingerprint or the county magistrate's seal. Sun Mao tried to hide. No. I'm not selling. I'm giving it to the protection team. How can I take this money? How are you trying to trap me? The other people from Kagwang County nodded vigorously in support of the county magistrate. Huang Fu Yetsue and Xiahou Yi also felt that they should not take money. They ate and stayed in the other party's tent. Furthermore, the other party was the one who saved them. How could they accept money? They would be criticized behind their back. What? The cook glared at Sun Mao. It's not us who bought it. According to the imperial court's policy, the losses of the people in the affected areas are borne by the imperial court. After the disaster, the people there can continue to develop. Compared to the compensation paid by the Tang Empire, the people who can continue to develop steadily will create more wealth. It's not pity, it's to better maintain the speed of economic growth. Another cook chimed in. Your Kagwang County suffered a disaster. If there was no rescue, people would have died. Now, it's the livestock and poultry that were lost. If we compensate you with money, you can buy daily necessities and compensate your cubs and poultry seedlings. You won't have idle labor to waste. Our protection team is eating for free because this portion of livestock and poultry is calculated according to the loss, and not according to the loss. It's our own account. Huang Fu Yetsue seemed to understand. He asked, Are you saying that the protection team is falsifying the accounts to cheat the imperial court? How is it false? It's really impossible to bring the livestock and poultry out alive. Even if the snow stops, the roads are difficult to get through. When the people of Kagwang County go back, they have to rebuild their houses. How can they take care of them? Therefore, losses are inevitable. It's just that we eat them, not throw them into the snow to freeze. For example, if we didn't bring the livestock and poultry out and left them in the county, wouldn't they all freeze to death now? We should compensate them, right? When we go back, won't the people in the county take out the frozen ones to eat? The cook explained. Huang Fuyetsue felt that it made sense. He replied, now that you mention it, it seems to be true. That's right. We even took advantage of them. Otherwise, the Kagwang County would eat the food themselves. Then, they would get a subsidy. The cook explained further. Is it the same? Xiaohui felt that something was wrong. Sun Mao also felt the same. After thinking for a while, he said, didn't we eat at your place too? And you even treat us. County Magistrate Sun, you haven't changed your mind. Seeing a doctor has always been free, right? The cook asked. Sun Mao nodded. The cook continued, look, seeing a doctor is the policy of the Tang Empire. It's not that we have to pay extra. Next is the food. Normally, when we pass by Kagwang County, you take out the food for us to eat. Then, we will leave something for you. Usually, the value of the food is higher than what you give us. This is the normal behavior of the Seedling Protection Team, right? That's true. The people of the Tang Empire all know that when you pass by, the people treat you to food and you leave something behind. Everyone will treat it as a gathering and then take advantage of you. But, the livestock are not given to you by us. It's the country's subsidy. Now you are giving it to us for free. Sun Mao emphasized. How is it for free? If the livestock are not brought out, they will freeze to death. Then, you can eat them when you go back. What we are eating now is what you should eat. Aren't the frozen livestock given to us by you? Will the imperial court accept your frozen livestock? The cook argued back and forth. Sun Mao frowned. But if the imperial court doesn't accept the frozen livestock, they will definitely give us a discount and then deduct it from the subsidy. That's because we eat meat to improve our standard of living. The imperial court was like this in the past. But your livestock were eaten by us. You didn't eat it yourself. Of course, the imperial court will subsidize you. The cook said. Huang Fuyetsue added, doesn't that mean that the Seedling Protection Team is taking advantage of you? The imperial court fully subsidizes, but you ate the food. Kagwang County didn't lose anything. What about you? Didn't we also provide food to the people of Kagwang County? It's the same as before. How are we taking advantage of you? The cook explained. No, there's something wrong here. I keep feeling that something is missing. Let me think, what's missing? Huang Fuyetsue was in pain. He pulled at his hair and thought hard. At this time, Su Yilong wandered over. She was hungry and wanted to bake a pastry with chili sauce. Coincidentally, she wandered into this kitchen and didn't go to other kitchens. It was a coincidence. He also happened to hear what Huang Fuyetsue and the cook were talking about. He smiled and helped. Don't count. The Seedling Protection Team actually ate the Imperial Court's food. It's not a big deal because the Seedling Protection Team paid for it. Many officials know that the Imperial Court won't give a single cent to the Zhang family and Wang family, no matter how much money Zhang family and Wang family paid. They make their own official robes, give their own salaries, and supplement their own benefit. They can even make their own official seals. That's why Xiaobei's clothes are always overdone. Of course, the prefectural soldiers are even more overdone. It's just that no one cares. Then my Kagwang County can't take money. Sun Mao couldn't accept it. The cook said, Are you stupid? This money isn't from my family, it's from the Imperial Court. Although the Imperial Court doesn't give my family money, a part of my family's money belongs to the Imperial Court. To be precise, it's 2 parts. One part is provided by Xiaobei and the rest for the Tang dynasty's children, in exchange for tax benefits. The other part is provided by my family for the other citizens, in exchange for the rights to manage the tourist sites given by the Imperial Court. My family won't use this money. It's for you. If you don't take it from us, we'll hand it over to the Imperial Court and the Imperial Court will give it to you. What's the point? Is there? Huang Fuyetsue, Xiaohui, and Sun Mao asked Su Yilong together. Su Yilong proved, Yes, but Zhang family and Wang family always suffer losses when they exchange with the imperial court. They always take out a portion of their money to subsidize the citizens. In the past, it was in the name of the imperial court, but now it doesn't matter. Don't think about this. Just use it. Cultivate well and speed up the county's economic development. Let every family live a good life. With more money, more taxes will be paid. Brother Xiao Bao and Sister Cuckoo don't care about that bit of money. There are other people who donate. They take care of it and don't give the imperial court any income. Alright. Sun Mao was very touched. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really lost a lot. They also got it. Not everyone can make every family in the Tang dynasty set up a longevity tablet. No one dares to think so, Su Yilong said enviously. Of course. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't be lost, Sun Mao said. Sign. The chef pushed the contract over. It was the imperial court's disaster subsidy. It's too expensive. Sun Mao objected once he saw it. It's not expensive. There's also the cost of building houses and road. It's a premium. We won't give you any other subsidies, the chef explained. Sun Mao said and picked up the pen to sign. He took out an official seal from his chest and stamped it. He took a stack of notes. When he returned, he would distribute them from family to family. He didn't dare to keep any for himself. Su Yilong got a flatbread. She spread chili sauce on it and roasted it on the fire. Chapter 9. 16 planes came, dropped some fuel, turned around, and flew away. The next trip would be easier than this one. The pilot had already memorized the general route. As long as it didn't snow too heavily, even without the guidance of Shui Yun's family, the planes could easily find the location. After all, there were so many tents and people wearing brightly colored clothes. At night there was no moon and no stars. When the east was slightly bright and the fine snow was still dancing, the guardians of Lin County opened the door and told the children not to go out. Naturally, there was no need to go to school. No one thought that school would still be open on a snowy day. The adults put money in their arms, grabbed rice bags, flour bags, or baskets on their arms, and worriedly walked out of the door. They didn't care about sweeping the snow that was more than their calves, and they didn't care about the snow that was pressing down on the roof beams. The people came out worriedly and hurried to the grain store, the butcher shop, and the vegetable oil shop. Walking in the snow, they saw traces of other people's footsteps. They became more and more anxious, afraid that they wouldn't be able to catch up. Sun Laowu lived near the east gate of the county. Although it was called the gate, it was actually only a doorway. The door had long been lost, and the function of the gate was almost lost. If it wasn't so difficult to tear down the wall, it might have been dug up and left there as a hindrance. Sun Laowu had 2 children at home. His parents didn't live together, and he was with his younger brother. He said that he would bring them back after the new year. He also had a wife who worked as hard as the men, but she fell ill because of the snow. He thought that the school wouldn't be open, so he left the 2 children to take care of his mother. He had to buy noodles and go home to make shredded meat noodles for his wife. He remembered that some time ago, he heard that the doctor said that one shouldn't eat eggs when feverish. It was best to eat noodles, which was easy to digest. There was soup and shredded meat, so the nutrition could keep up. After drinking half a bowl of soup, one would sweat and help to expel the heat. Sun Laowu had a deep impression of this, but the last bit of noodles at home had been eaten yesterday. The wind blew with the snow, and he couldn't go out at night. It wasn't clear in the morning, but at least the wind and snow had subsided. He had to buy noodles and go to the clinic to get medicine. He wasn't worried about the medicine. The Great Tang had free medical care. When one went to a place and said that one was sick, there would be a doctor who would give them medicine. When one returned home, they would take the medicine according to the doctor's instructions. If one was seriously ill, they could even invite the doctor to their home or find someone nearby to break down the door and carry their wife back. What he was worried about was the price of rice and flour in the county town. The heavy snow had caused the disaster. Whenever there was a disaster, the price would increase by several times. The more severe the disaster, the longer the time, the more the price of things would increase. There had never been a difference. If I hadn't sold that old horse last month, I might have been able to exchange it for more food. What a pity, what a pity! Soon Laowu waded through the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. As he walked forward, he saw more and more footprints. His chest was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. At home, there was a horse that had been discarded from the army. It had been 3 years. Normally, it was used for farming and plowing in dry field. When it was discarded, the horse was already old. After 3 years of hard work, it seemed that its body could not hold on any longer. When he said that he would wait for the horse to die and bury it, he really couldn't bear to part with the money. When he said that he would kill it for meat, he couldn't bear to use the knife. He had no choice but to sell it last month. If he didn't sell it when the weather turned cold, he wouldn't be able to afford to raise it. Who would be willing to use good materials to raise a horse that wouldn't be able to work next year? If he sold it for meat, he would get 500 copper coins. Now that he thought about it, it was a loss. If he had kept it until now, even if he had to sacrifice some of the materials, he would be able to get at least 1,200 copper coins. Soon Laowu rubbed his nose that was red from the cold, and then used his hand to wipe off the snow that had melted into water on his face. He then rubbed it against the inside of his collar to prevent it from being blown by the wind. Even so, when the wind swept the snow on his face, he still felt a burning pain. It was as if a small knife was slicing his face. But Sun Laowu couldn't care less. He used all his strength to push himself forward. He could feel that his sweat had soaked his shoes. He didn't dare to stop. If he stopped, his feet would be frostbitten. Moreover, he still had to line up at the shop that sold noodles. He still remembered that 10 years ago, during the flood at the beginning of spring, the price of the rice in the grain shop changed every day. Later on, the price changed every day. The first time he bought a caddy of rice, it was 3 copper coins. The next time he bought it, it was 4 copper coins. It was unreasonable. There were people waiting to buy it. If he dared to make trouble, there would be people guarding the door with sticks ready to beat him. This time, it was snowing heavily. Even if the line in front of the grain shop was not full, there would still be a tail. If he was late, he might be able to get a higher price. After huffing and puffing for half an hour, he turned a corner and looked up. Sure enough, there were many people lining up. Looking at them, they knew that the price would increase, but they didn't know how much it would increase today. God, please don't increase the price of the Du family's shop too much. Thinking about this, Sun Laowu took a deep breath and coughed twice. He nervously walked over. When he saw the expression of the people in the line, he was puzzled. The people in the line who wanted to buy rice did not have anxious expressions on their faces. It was as if they were celebrating a festival and were chatting in the snow. Taking a closer look, he recognized the 2 people at the back. He hurriedly walked over and asked the 2 people who were happily chatting, "Uncle Chi, Donkey Dan, what's the price?" The Uncle Chi he was talking about did not have the surname Chi. It was just that every day he would carry a chessboard and look for people to play chess with. He had many children and lived a rich life. As for Donkey Dan, he was younger than him by half a year. He had called him Donkey Dan since he was young. He had forgotten his full name. After all, everyone was used to calling him Donkey Dan. "Oh, it's Laowu. Is everything okay at home? Did your 2 naughty buns go to school?" Uncle Chi smiled and greeted Sun Laowu when he saw him. "My wife is sick. The 2 good-for-nothings are guarding the house. It's snowing and the school is not open." Sun Laowu replied. Before he could ask again, Donkey Dan opened his mouth. "Fifth brother, who said that the school is not open? This morning, my family was passing by the school. When I went to take a look, I saw that many children had gone to sweep the snow in the courtyard. The cook who teaches biology at the school had made a big pot of chili soup for the children to eat after they finished their chores. When I went home, I chased my 2 wastrels out and went to school too. It's open? Then in a while, I will go home to take care of my wife. Let Lauda and Lao Er go too. If they stay at home, they will get sick. I say, how much is the shop selling today? Sun Laowu finished talking about the children's school and asked about the price. At this time, the Du family's shop shouted, "Don't buy too much. I don't know all of you, go home and get your household registration. Buy according to the population. Half a bushel of rice per mouth, 13 copper coins per bushel. 1 bag of noodles per mouth, 21 copper coins per bushel. If you buy too much, you will buy after you eat." Old Ho's 3rd son scrammed to the side. "What do you want?" Hearing the shout, Sun Laowu was stunned. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. His forehead was cold. He then placed his hand on his neck. His hand was cold. He muttered, "Am I sick?" "5th brother, where are you feeling unwell?" Donkey Dan asked with concern. He thought that if his 5th brother was sick, there would be a sick person at home. His life would be difficult. "My ears? Why do I hear 13 copper coins per bushel of rice? I bought it 2 days ago. It was 15 copper coins. Also, when I asked, it was 24 copper coins per bushel." Sun Laowu was puzzled. "Sigh. I was wondering what was going on. I didn't hear you wrong. It's gone down. Isn't this a snow disaster? All the merchants in the province are plotting something against the heavens. You came out too late. Just now, people from other places were talking about how, in the entire Rulin County, apart from luxury goods, all other goods have been reduced in price. Rice is 2 copper coins per bushel. No matter what kind of rice it is, flour is 3 copper coins per bushel. No matter what kind of flour it is, oil is 1 copper coin per bushel. That's nothing. Cotton cloth is 2 copper coins per bushel, and ready-made clothes are half the price." Donkey Dan beamed with joy as he spoke to Sun Laowu. The more he spoke, the happier he became. He even pointed a finger at the sky. Sun Laowu blinked and raised his hand to touch Donkey Dan's forehead. His hand was slapped away by the other party. "5th brother, I'm not sick. Don't touch my head." Beside him, Uncle Chi chuckled and said to Sun Laowu, "This old man heard from others that when you buy meat, they charge you 1 copper coin per bushel. A bushel the width of 2 fingers is half the length of a piece of meat. Don't expect meat as thick as a pinky finger to be reduced by 1 copper coin per bushel. Also, you can't make it. You have a wife to take care of at home. Go home and get a jar and a bowl of bone broth. Tell the person who scoops the broth that there's a patient at home and can bring you some minced meat. There's also free buns, porridge, soup, and biscuit. You can't eat them. If you want to eat, you have to work. There's bone broth at noon, and you have to work as well. At night, there's a barbecue party, and you have to take care of people. You can't eat them. You're so sick that you can't eat them." As he spoke to Uncle Chi, he shook his head regretfully. However, this caused Sun Laowu to be stunned once again. He turned in a circle and looked around. It was Rulin County. He pinched his legs, but it didn't hurt. He pinched his face, but it still didn't hurt. He was cold and numb. Sun Laowu rubbed his neck. "This is strange. What are they trying to do? They can make money, but they don't want it. They just have to lower the price and sell it at the original price. We've already received their kindness, but they just have to lower the price. It's strange." Sun Laowu really couldn't understand. Other merchants would wait until there was a disaster to raise the price and sell for more money. Even if they were secretly cursed at for being black-hearted, they would still get the money. Why did the people from the Chamber of Commerce in the prefecture insist on lowering the price? Could it be that they were sick? In front of the three was a man dressed like a scholar. He also had a small bag of flour in his hand. After listening to the conversation of the three for a while, he turned his head and smiled contentedly. "Don't you understand? They're just bored and want to find some other entertainment in the market. How can I not hear what it is? Speak properly. Why are you pretending to be a scholar? Look at you, you're mixing words like literary and literary. Chibo's eyes widened. In any case, he had studied for 2 years. The thing he couldn't stand the most was to hear people say such things in front of him. If he had the ability, he would write a memorial and send it to the palace. Oh, I know, Chibo. It's like this. Those merchants usually don't have any pressure when it comes to business. Isn't this close to the river? It's convenient to transport things, and the overall price of things is taken care of. Xiaobao and Cuckoo don't let the prices of things be too messy. Now that it's snowing, they can't find anything else to do. They're going against the heavens. Who doesn't know that the prices of things in a disaster area will increase? They insist on lowering the prices. Isn't this going against the heavens? They say that when there's a disaster, the lives of the common people will not be good. They take out free food and have us help each other do the work. They repair the houses, clear the snow, and eat barbecue at night. It's lively and lively. They don't want to live in a desolate environment. There's another thing. I found out. They want to be in the newspapers. While it's snowing, they want to do good deeds. They want the capital's newspapers to write about them. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo see it, they'll be satisfied. When the emperor sees it, won't he be happy as well? Being praised by either the emperor or Xiaobao and Cuckoo is worth it. More importantly, they don't dare to raise the prices. They have Chongpingtsang in the prefecture. Once the prices change, Chongpingtsang will open. Chongpingtsang is full. It's not like in the past, when there was a warehouse open. When it was opened, it was either missing more than half of the food or it was completely rotten. There was even sand mixed in. Now, who would dare to touch Chongpingtsang? 100 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. Once Chongpingtsang is open, would they dare to spend a lot of money to buy it all out? Xiaobei's team is less than 300 miles away. Once they know, they'll turn around and enter the city to start killing people. As for the charges, such as hoarding, inflating prices, and so on, there's no need. Do Xiaobei and the others need to be charged for killing people? Do they? Sun Laowu, do you think so? Sun Laowu shook his head. No, there's no need. If they want to kill, then kill. At this time, many people nearby were listening and nodding their heads. Indeed, if Xiaobei and the others acted together, they would immediately become the Tang Empire's patrol officers. They could kill corrupt officials and bully kings. Anyone who was caught by them would be punished with 5 rank. That's right. They're afraid of Xiaobei and the others. Since that's the case, why don't we curry favor with them? We know that they're benevolent and righteous. The people in the capital also know that they're good businessmen. If they lose money, they'll feel better. The cultured person concluded. Another person suddenly said, If that's the case, we don't have to be grateful to them? Bah! Do you believe that if they hear this, the prices of everything will increase tomorrow? Who cares what they think? It's true that you've benefited. Touch your chest and see if you still have a conscience. If you're not grateful, then you deserve to starve or freeze to death. Uncle Chi spat a mouthful of phlegm on the shoes of the other person. After he finished speaking, the phlegm froze and some snow frothed on the shoes. The person who was scolded moved his feet in the shoes to get rid of the frozen phlegm. Seeing that there was still a mark on the shoes, he said with a bitter face, I believe. I was wrong. These are new shoes. I've only worn them twice. After he finished speaking, he squatted down and rubbed a handful of snow, wetting that area. After that, he froze again, and no trace of phlegm could be seen. Let's go forward. There's no one in front. When we get home, we still have to make shredded pork noodles for our wives. Oh right, I'll get some bone soup. Sun Laowu urged. The crowd moved forward again, and there were only 6 people left in front of him. When it was his turn, he gave the same 10-jin bag of noodles to the waiter. After paying the bill, he carried the bag of noodles and walked home excitedly. For a moment, he felt that the wind was not so cold, and the snow was not so cold. The snow on the roof and on the tree branches reflected the whole world in a silvery white, and he felt that it was bright and clear. It wasn't only one county in the entire state that was like this. 2 other counties were doing the same. The people in these 3 counties felt that the weather had changed. Those who didn't have extra food at home were no longer anxious. The rush to buy food that was supposed to happen after the disaster didn't happen at all. The commoners lived their lives as usual, or even better than usual. During the day, they would eat free food and then be organized to work. At night, they would gather together and set up a stage. They would watch the performances of people who knew some music and dance, as well as crosstalk and storytelling. At the same time, they would eat free roasted meat. It was clearly a disaster, but their lives were better. The people in the trading company breathed a sigh of relief. They were also afraid that the villagers would line up every day to buy cheap goods. If they continued to buy like that, the warehouse would be empty in a few days. Now they were buying when they needed it. They could easily wait for the goods to come from elsewhere. They understood that when the snow disaster passed and everything returned to normal, the same goods at the same price would be bought by the villagers. Even if they had to walk 2 more steps, they would still buy from them. On the contrary, the merchants in the state took advantage of the situation to raise their prices. Later on, when they were unlucky, not only did they not sell the goods they raised, but they were also sent a telegram by the provincial governor, Fang Zhishan, to the capital. He didn't deliberately complain. He only said that some merchants were selling goods at a low price to calm the disaster and to reassure the people. There were also some merchants who wanted to raise their prices, but no one bought them. He only said a few merchants. He believed that the emperor in the capital wouldn't care. The Tang Bank would send people to investigate. This involved the stability and credibility of the state. In addition, between the clouds and the water was also in the state. They would also submit detailed information. The merchants who raised their prices wouldn't be punished, but it would be difficult for them to get a loan from the bank in the future. Not only would they need to use collateral, but the collateral would also be further valued. The loan amount would also be limited, and the interest would increase accordingly. They couldn't even question them. The bank would tell them that their credit rating had been lowered. They knew why. If they didn't want to get a loan from the bank, they would have to go to the loan sharks. At the same time, their lives in the state wouldn't be good. The merchants would boycott them. The people wouldn't buy from them at the same price. If they didn't lower their prices, they wouldn't be able to sell their goods. If they lowered their prices, the merchants would also lower their prices. Even if they lost money, the merchants could easily get low interest or even interest-free loans from the bank. What would they use to support themselves? Even if they left the state and went to other places to do business, they would have to register with the local government. The local government would ask the Tang Bank about their credit limit. When the time came, they would have to extend the examination time. The tax officials would check the account books every few days. They couldn't reason with them. They didn't need to say anything else. They just had to mention that they raised their prices because of the snow disaster. At this time, morality and credibility were very important. Even at the time of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, merchants without credit couldn't survive. As long as there was a credit crisis, whether it was buying or selling goods in the future, they would be affected. When buying goods, they would have to pay in full first. When selling goods, they would have to wait for the goods to arrive first. After the inspection, they would have to find a bank for a loan. The bank would repeatedly check their application. For the same house, if someone else lent you 10 million yuan, you would get 7 million yuan. Someone else would get 30% of the profit, you would get 50% of the profit. The incident in the state of Yin caused a sensation. The news was published in newspapers everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan personally praised them. They praised their actions, but told them to act according to their abilities. They said that they were trustworthy merchants with a conscience and thought for the country and the people. With this evaluation, they made a profit. Countless people were envious. They were even looking forward to their own places being affected. When the time came, they could learn how to do it. If it really didn't work, they could open branches in areas that were prone to disasters. Xiaobei and the others also received the news that the telegram was working. They didn't know why it didn't work before, but they could only attribute it to the weather. The snow has lessened. After a while, the road will be clear. We can continue to move forward. My potatoes, if we go any later, they will sprout. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the contents of the telegram about Rulin County. She wasn't thinking about the situation there, but about the potatoes. She wanted to see how the potatoes looked like when they were harvested. There would be many people with picks and rakes digging in the ground. After digging once, they would feel the soil with their hand. They would still be able to find the potatoes. They would need to do it a few times before they could roughly dig out the potatoes, but there would definitely be some that they missed. Big potatoes could be used to make many things. The best were small potatoes. They couldn't be fried, and they couldn't be left to sprout. They could only be boiled with salt. After they were boiled, there would be a layer of salt frost on the outside, and they would be peeled and eaten as snacks. If they were late, the people there would dig out the potatoes. They couldn't wait for her to go over to watch, even if the emperor went over. Otherwise, they would sprout directly in the ground. Xiaobei was looking forward to being able to move faster, but Xiao Yuan dampened his enthusiasm. I think it will take at least a month. How can the road be cleared after the snow stops? Have you forgotten what the county records? After a heavy snowfall, some places can't contact the outside world for 9 months. The snow we encountered isn't light either. Unless the sun shines hard, look at the sky. The day is gray, and there are no stars at night. Let's wait. Xiao Yuan, don't you think you should be looking forward to it with me? And not thinking of the worst. Xiaobei stared at Xiao Yuan with his eyes wide open. If I always agree with you, you will easily take the wrong path. I'm doing this for your own good. Of course, I also wish to leave as soon as possible. It's best if my brother and sister send someone to take over our work. Xiao Yuan felt goosebumps all over from being stared at, so he finally compromised. Xiao Yuan, you are the best, Xiaobei said. Xiao Yuan chuckled. Thank you. I think so too. That's why I'll give you all the snacks from the airdrop next time. You carry them and even say that I'm taking the wrong path. You are dragging me down. Did I take the wrong path? I can't walk anymore. Xiaobei glared at Xiao Yuan, turned around, and entered the tent. He looked at the map to see which path he could take when advancing. Xiao Yuan sat alone outside and looked at the snow-covered river. He muttered to himself, "We should build a plane that can fly farther. When it's heavy, it can fly straight to the destination. Traveling on land is just too time-consuming. Perhaps they will leave behind a moo of potatoes for Xiaobei to play with? I think I should send a telegram to get them to leave it behind. Even half a moo is fine. Potatoes and meat are best eaten when stewed together." There was another morning court session in the capital. Li Longji was sitting at the front, listening to the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, talk about the expenditure of the imperial treasury. Ever since deflation occurred, the banks had lowered their reserve funds and interest rate. The national treasury had also spent a lot of money. They had repaired roads, plazas, canals, sea dikes, etc. Didn't Li Longji renovate the palace? He had also renovated the various yamen. They had spent a lot of money and the prices had finally started to rise. Now Wang Bei needed to tell everyone where the money was spent and how it was spent. After that, there would be an audit of the account. Although the expenditure had been reviewed, there were fluctuations in the prices of goods. Cutting corners was impossible. There would be people watching. The main problem was that the prices of goods in the supply areas were different, resulting in the local authorities making false reports, and false reports. Yes, it looked very interesting. These three situations could lead to greed. Furthermore, the contractors and suppliers did not suffer any losses. The government's accounts did not seem to have any problems at first glance. This was requested by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Bei originally thought that there was nothing for him to do, but he asked him to report the general situation. The others were also puzzled. They felt that they had learned enough economics and could easily understand that deflation and inflation were wrong. The problem was, why did they still need to audit the accounts after they had been reviewed? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally also participated in the morning court session. They wore casual clothes. When they went out in the morning, Zhang Zhong specially came to take a look at his son and daughter-in-law. He warned the two of them not to wear official robes. It was very scary. If the two of them wore official robes and rode horses all the way to the palace, wouldn't the people in the capital be scared to death if they saw them? They thought that something big had happened, forcing Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to wear official robes. Therefore, the two of them wore casual clothes. When the people saw them, they waved their hands and greeted them. They were not afraid. The officials who were qualified to attend the court session were also at ease. They mainly saw that the two of them looked awkward in official robes. They did not know why. Perhaps it was because the two of them clearly did not have high positions, but they had too much power. The estimated construction period is to end in April next year. The Yellow River near Luoyang is directly facing the north bank. An iron cable suspension bridge is to be built. The application is for 6,000 strings of coins, and the actual amount is 3,100 strings of coins. 4 Luoyang officials are to be investigated. Oh, this is not under my control. This is to be allocated. It is estimated that the construction will be completed in February next year. Work will need to be rushed in winter. Oh, this is also not under my control. The Hunan province's Yuzhou port is to be strengthened. The submission of the report request is 45,210 strings of coins and 122 coins. I scolded them. They don't even know how to cheat. They actually gave such specific figures. Are they gods? Can they calculate? The actual amount allocated is 33,500 strings of coins. The Hunan province's Day Lake area requests to increase aquaculture project. The initial investment is estimated to be 50,000 strings of coins. This is a fake estimate that did not include a few coins, but I directly rejected it. This year, the aquaculture merchants or individuals around Day Lake paid 30,000 strings of coins intact. At the same time, the net cage industry in Yunzhou paid 16,440 strings of coins intact. The people around them raised them themselves, and they formed an industrial chain. Is there a need for the local government to take the initiative to raise them? They really take me for a fool. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel should investigate and see how many local officials eat fish, prawns, and crabs without spending money. Luzhou's Chao Lake requests the court to allocate funds to build a large number of viewing platforms at the entrance of Chao Lake to attract more tourists to spend money. They asked me to give them 3,000 strings of coins, saying that it will solve all the problems and provide more than 15,000 jobs. I have already sent people from the Ministry of Revenue to investigate. Because 3,000 strings of coins is not enough, they should be looking for merchants to invest. They use the land to calculate the money. I have to send people to look at the place and then collect taxes. They want to cheat me of 3,000 strings of coins? Dream on. Jiangnan's East Road. Wang Bei said one by one. Everyone listened as if they were listening to a joke. At the same time, they felt sad for the local government. They used all kinds of methods to try to cheat the court to allocate funds, but in the end they were all targeted by Wang Bei. For example, the Day Lake government. How could they have thought that the Minister of Revenue would judge the form of the industry based on the local tax situation? Also, Chao Lake, can't you say more? Why do they have to ask for 3,000 strings of coins? Don't the officials there learn accounting? The ratio of output to investment is obviously wrong. How can 15,000 jobs be settled with 3 million coins? 200 coins for a job? Then how much is the monthly wage of these 15,000 people? The local officials are gods. Chapter 10. Wang Bei read them one by one. Most of the time, he was looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Every time he read something he was proud of, he would shake his head. In this regard, the civil and military officials in the court understood him. As the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei was truly responsible. Every time he did something, he was worried about making mistakes. He was afraid of being picked on. As long as he made a mistake, the first thing people would think of was what would happen if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here. Wang Bei was under too much pressure. If he did his job well, he would not be praised. Even if he did things perfectly, the glory would still go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. On the other hand, if he made a mistake, he had to bear the responsibility. He had been suppressing it for a long time. Today, when he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear, he felt that it was time to show his face. He wanted to show the two that even without them, he could do it himself. He was the Minister of Revenue. When it came to money, he was not worse than anyone, especially not the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened quietly and nodded from time to time. They did not want to suppress anyone. Everyone could do their job well, so why should they worry? It was tiring. The two of them did not care, but Wang Bei was competing in his heart. Seeing that the two of them only listened and did not speak, he became more and more proud. He turned a page in the book in his hand and read, Jiangnan East Road, Suzhou Prefecture, Haiyan County, expansion of the docks requires 90,000 and 3,000 strings of coins. However, due to the cooperation with Kunshan Flawless Mining, only 76,000 strings of coins is allocated. Reporting the facts, no mistakes, and, Minister Wang, please wait a moment. Finally, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and interrupted Wang Bei. Oh? Commander Zhang, what can you teach me? Wang Bei was excited. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The opportunity to counterattack and prove that he was stronger than Zhang Xiaobao had arrived. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and asked, how big is the docks to be expanded in Haiyan County? Do they need to take out 76,000 strings of coins? Reporting the facts? Before the expansion, the annual throughput was 1.25 million tons. After the expansion, the annual throughput will be 1.75 million tons. Wang Bei didn't even look at the notebook this time. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the increase of 50,000 tons. He could not expect the current Great Tang's docks to handle as much as they would in the future. Besides, sea salt's small docks were not big, and they were usually used for short-distance operations. Large quantities of goods were unloaded at other docks, such as Luzhou's port and Quanzhou's port. But there was a problem. How could the expansion of 50,000 tons of sea salt require 76,000 strings of coins, which is equivalent to 1,520 copper coins per ton? Although the specific design was different, it was obviously larger than the other ports. He asked, how is the original calculated? Wang Ku replied, Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company is located in Kunshan. The transportation costs for the port are higher than other places. Sea salt is mainly used for farming, sea salt production, and manufacturing. Mining resources are insufficient. Wang Bei was standing closer to Li Longji, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were standing at the bottom. They weren't wearing their official robes, so they ran to the bottom. He looked down as if he was looking down on them. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about the other party's attitude at all. He smiled and said, does Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company have to mine from Kunshan to expand Sea Salt County's port? Of course. Is there a better place around here? Wang Bei asked. Sea salt is across Hangzhou Bay. Opposite Hangzhou Bay is Yuyao, which is rich in granite and kaolin. One is directly used for construction, and the other is used for cement firing. The distance between Hangzhou Bay and Hangzhou Bay is very short. Sea Salt is building a cement factory there, and instead of using Yuyao's resources, they went to Kunshan to transport raw materials. Minister Wang, do you believe it? Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company is a classic example of making false claims or colluding with the local government. Where did the extra money go? Zhang Xiaobao did not need to look at the map at all. Hangzhou was so famous. As a swindler, how could he not know about the resources of various places? Wang Bei was stunned by the question. He blinked and thought that it made sense. According to the map, Kunshan was closer to sea salt than Yuyao. However, considering the speed and convenience of transportation, as well as the mineral content, Yuyao was worried about Kunshan in all aspects. Zhang Xiaobao said, "The most important thing is that Yuyao has a lot of skilled workers. Did they not borrow workers from Yuyao to build the docks, hire manpower, and process the stones?" This. Wang Bei was stumped. The civil and military officials looked at him together. Sweat dripped down his forehead. "Ha ha!" Li Longji laughed. He did not care about this small problem. How could the people under him be so clean? Hearing the emperor's words, Wang Bei gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, you lied to me and you want to transport by land? Investigate." Wang Bei did not refute that the people from Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company did not know about the situation. If they did not know, then the local government in sea salt also did not know. They were clearly setting up a trap to gain more profit. This was how the national treasury's money flowed out. If one looked at the government's accounts, they would not find any problems. They had to look at Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company and the local Kunshan's accounts. Wang Bei knew how to look. Didn't Flawless Mining Company mine from Kunshan? Then the local revenue tax would include this. If they could not take it out, then it would be a problem. If they could take it out, then the local government would have to pay the tax themselves. There was also the logistics account. Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company did not have logistics, so they could not afford it. This would increase the cost, unless they built a logistics company to not only transport their own goods, but also take on other people's work. Finally, they had to investigate the revenue of Yuyao's yamen. They also needed political achievements. Could it be that Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company had bribed all the officials in 3 places? How much would it cost to bribe officials across the state? Wang Bei was angry. He was angry at himself for not finding the problem. He was angry at the local government in sea salt. They tricked him. Finally, he was angry at himself for not being able to compete with Zhang Xiaobao. What was Zhang Xiaobao doing all day? Wasn't he keeping an eye on the new medicine research and industrial research? Looking at Wang Bei's awkward expression, Zhang Zhong could not bear it. He felt that Wang Bei was very unlucky. Why did he always run into his son? His spirit was praiseworthy, but his behavior could not be encouraged. If he kept losing, it would affect his work. Xiaobao, since you know, then what about the money? Zhang Zhong helped Wang Bei ask. How would I know? Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands and answered. Yu Wenrong asked, You have always been in charge of the Great Tang Bank. The government's accounts all go through the Great Tang Bank. How could you not know? The Great Tang Bank covers a lot of areas and has a lot of business. The daily entry and exit quota is more than 100 million strings of coins. I can't keep an eye on a small place like sea salt, right? Besides, the 70,000 strings of coins was not a one-time expenditure. According to the progress of the project, I estimate that most of the money is still in the Sea Salt County government's account. Zhang Xiaobao spoke the truth. 70,000 strings of coins was indeed very small. He also didn't try to trip Wang Bei up by saying that the money was gone. Wang Bei clapped his hands vigorously and said, Good, right, according to the progress of the project, most of the money is still in the account. Seal their accounts for me, including that Kunshan Flawless Mining Company. Seal their accounts for me as well. I want to see the data and see who they gave the money to. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently, Send the documents. Once the documents are sent, the bank will be sealed. If there is a problem, the person who sent the documents will bear the responsibility. As for checking the Kunshan Flawless Mining Company's accounts, He won't be able to find anything by just checking. He can give the money to a logistics company, or he can give the money to some mine in Kunshan. When the time comes, he can just transfer the money. As for the logistics company, it depends on which government office they are registered with and how big their network is. If it is big enough, they will settle the account. Then give me a seal too. I will send people. Xiao Bao, the Ministry of Revenue will send people again, wasting money and manpower. In the end, you can do something, okay? Wang Bei's attitude changed. He realized that it was too difficult to send people directly from the capital. Not only was the journey long, but the local people would also resist. If he really wanted to find something, he didn't know how long it would take. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan controlled spies all over the country, not only in the country but also abroad. They were practically everywhere. If the other party was willing to help, all he had to do was say something. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and refused. No, where can I go? Just as Wang Bei was getting angry, Zhang Xiaobao said, Minister Wang can report this matter to the Tang dynasty's 9 patrolling inspectors. They have the responsibility of patrolling the area. Wang Bei was happy. Yes, he couldn't just let Zhang Xiaobao do it. Even if he knew that his family's spy system was powerful, he would be roasting him on the fire. Without a name or status, who would dare to directly have a spy? The other party was a business person who only collected business intelligence for his family and supervised his own industry. He didn't target the government or the bank. If it was Xiaobei and the others, it would be different. Xiaobei and the others were working for the imperial court, so it was legitimate for them to use the spy system. Many thanks. Wang Bei clasped his hands toward Zhang Xiaobao. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao took out a large stack of papers from his bag. He didn't hand it over to the eunuch and walked up to Li Longji's side. He placed the papers on the table and said, with the rapid development of Great Tang's economy, all sorts of things will happen. In the past few days, Cuckoo and I have checked the laws of Great Tang. It's pretty good, and we've added in quite a few regulations. However, there are still some lacking. The two of us took some time to come up with a few outlines for the current situation. We'll have to trouble our colleagues in the Bureau of Rights. Apart from that, there are also some administrative regulations. This is especially so for the government's investment in construction and procurement. In order to be more transparent, there are also requirements for one's aptitude and funding. However, this will also increase the authority of the Great Tang Bank. We also need to strengthen the manpower of the bank's supervision department, as well as its administrative supervision. The things that Cuckoo and I have provided aren't perfect, so we can only manage the current situation. As production technology and productivity increase, the economic development model will become more diverse, so we'll have to continue to supplement it. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao strolled off. Li Longji wasn't looking at the papers on the table, but at Zhang Xiaobao's back. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing their best not to participate in the affairs of the imperial court, but when they saw a problem and didn't want the officials of the imperial court to take the wrong path, they had no choice but to take action. The original plan was to make them princes and give them a piece of land, but the two of them didn't agree. They said that in the future, the Great Tang would be a single entity, including the overseas territories. In the future, everything would be part of the Great Tang's territory and not just in name. At the same time, they would take back all the fiefs, both in name and in reality. Only this way could they reduce the potential for division in the future. So how should they be rewarded? There was nothing to be rewarded. According to the history books, if there was nothing to be rewarded, they should be killed. The problem was that they couldn't be killed, unless the Great Tang was thrown into turmoil, causing the people to lose their support and the flames of war to rise. So be it. They could do whatever they wanted. In any case, they didn't want the throne. Li Longji watched as Zhang Xiaobao left. He didn't mention the matter of reward, much less praise. The officials also silently watched as Zhang Xiaobao left. They understood history and knew that the current situation was very complicated. Of course, it was also very simple. There had never been an existence like these two in history. They could clearly command the world, but they were concerned with other matters. Their achievements intimidated the emperor, but the emperor wasn't willing to kill them, nor could he kill them. Even those officials who had been stripped of their status as nobles and great clans knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't just useful to the imperial court. They were also a sort of faith for the people. Just look at how the people of all regions had to offer incense to the tablets of these two people every day. This was even better than the worship of that so-called religion that was about to enter the great Tang. If something were to happen to the two of them, the sky would collapse for the people. Thus, the current situation was very good. The two of them were still young and could maintain this state for many years. Let's talk about the future in the future. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay for long. After delivering the items, they turned around and left. First, they had to go to the research base of the Ministry of Works to see the progress of the various research areas. For example, the steam engine used on ships, as well as multiple sets of diesel engines for ship. The two of them didn't want to change the development model of ship. From human power to sail power to steam power, diesel power, steam power, and finally nuclear power. Xiaobao, we still have to increase taxes, Wang Wan said as she looked at the pedestrians on the street. Increasing property tax and inheritance tax won't do. It doesn't match the current cultural traditions of the people, Zhang Xiaobao said. He knew that the faster the economy developed, the more obvious the trend of the flow of money would be. Even with free medical care, free education, and free job training, the polarization would increase. Thus, they could only continue to narrow the gap through administrative and legal means. Since the first tax increase, there had been 3 tax rate adjustments. However, the people who had paid for the tax increase still accepted it and didn't show any strong opposition. This showed that this was the golden period of their industry's development. They knew how easy it was to earn money. After the golden period of some industries passed, new support and compensation plans would be needed. Yes, many people like to buy houses now. After buying them, they just leave them there. When other people come over and don't have a house to live in, they can only expand. Many economic crises start with housing. We can't wait until we can't control it and then regret it. Wang Wan followed. She knew what had happened in that era too well. It seemed that in those 100 years, all economic development and economic crises revolved around real estate. Who asked it to be able to drive all industries? When the weather is warm, let's go traveling. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to consider so many problems now and changed the topic. When Xiaobei and the rest come back, let's go overseas. There are warm places outside. Enjoy life and don't always stay in Beijing. When we come back, we'll ask Li Longji to go around the country. He's quite pitiful. Wang Wan's eyes lit up when she heard that they were going to travel. Many places still had their original scenery. They formed a fleet and went to America for a stroll or to Australia. Some businessmen had already gone to Australia and brought back koalas to raise them. When they were outside, they could see the scenery, see the animals, eat good food, and bring back some gemstones. Africa was a good place. There was also the Nile River and the Rhine River. She believed that they had their own unique scenery. We also have to go to the Mediterranean Sea to experience the climate there. Zhang Xiaobao was also filled with yearning. He didn't want to play around in Great Tang. The world was so big, and he wanted to see the world. The two talked as they walked, comparing their knowledge from time to time. Xiaobei's side finally set off. The snow had stopped, and the road wasn't easy to walk on. However, they couldn't stay here forever and wait for the snow to melt. The speed of the group was very slow, but they were also very determined. Time quietly passed while everyone was busy with various things. In many places where the weather wasn't very cold, and there was no frozen ground, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were building an airport, a simple airport. The performance of the plane was not good, and its endurance was poor. They also needed the plane to fly to various places in a timely manner. Thus, there was only one way left. They had to build more airports, train maintenance personnel, and transport parts and fuel. When there was a need, no matter where the plane took off, it would be able to quickly reach the destination after a transfer. Now, there was a shortage of workers. Great Tang urgently needed more people. Besides giving birth and slowly raising them, the only way was to bring people from other places. An urgent order was passed down, requesting that the fleet carrying out ocean trade bring back more people. They had to work hard in places where there was conflict. There were those who knew that the locals knew how powerful you were and wouldn't fight you. They could only tempt you with money and benefit. But sometimes there were people who liked to cause trouble. Even if they knew that they couldn't stop Great Tang's development, they still insisted on causing trouble for Great Tang in various aspects. When they couldn't attack Great Tang or attack the Great Tang fleet or merchants in other places, they would lobby the locals, especially those who had formed a religion or a country. They liked to target such people. The method of lobbying was simple. They would constantly tell the other party how good Great Tang was, how happy the people there were, what things were cheap to buy, and what they usually ate. After saying all this, when the locals were full of ambition, they would tell the locals how expensive the local things were in Great Tang, and how the Great Tang merchants would lower the price. In this way, the locals would feel that they were losing out when trading with each other. Chapter 11. Trade was profitable to begin with. The size of the profit depended on the cost and the buyer's demand. The cost included many things. Simply put, it was the cost of production technology, the cost of production materials, the cost of labor, the cost of publicity, the cost of transportation, and the cost of taxation. Was the cost of goods sold by Tang merchants to other places high? Naturally, it was not high. If one really wanted to talk about it, it was high in technical research and transportation. However, the profit earned was not small. This was because the buyer did not have the corresponding technology and wanted to have it. In such a situation, those who did not raise the price were not merchants but philanthropists. After being promoted by some people, those who could afford it did not care. The watches produced by Tang were luxury good. They wanted to buy cheap ones, but they did not want to buy them locally. In a situation where they could not personally go to Tang to buy, they instead hoped that the price of the goods would gradually increase, especially the goods they already had. Even a person who did not understand economics and social ideology knew that owning luxury goods was equivalent to owning status. If the watch bought today required 100 sheep to be exchanged, the same watch tomorrow would be 80 sheep, and the day after tomorrow would be 60 sheep. In the end, this kind of watch could not be sold. No one bought it, even if it could tell the time, even if it was beautiful. However, it was depreciating. Not only was the number of sheep reduced, but also the identity and status of the owner. Those who could not afford Tang's goods thought the opposite. They could not compare to those with money and status through their own efforts, so they hoped to use other methods to make those with money and status lose. It was a common thought of social individuals, regardless of system. It was a very complicated social relationship and a very simple social psychology. The people behind the scenes would also find the latter and tell them the truth. They could not afford it, but they would criticize and criticize like consumers who were about to spend. They would criticize Tang merchants for selling cheap things to them at expensive prices and making them pay more. They would protest and ask for Tang merchants to lower the price. Tang merchants could not lower the price. They had to protect the interests of the rich and status people who bought the products and also maintain their own profit. Therefore, those who wanted to sabotage continued to promote, letting those who could not afford to buy things accumulate emotions and prepare for the moment of explosion. Even if the people who wanted to sabotage Tang clearly knew how powerful Tang's military strength was, even if they knew that people who were exploited would be severely punished for attacking Tang people, they still did it to make things difficult for Tang. Among them, the Japanese were the worst. Silla had already been dealt with to the point that it did not have the slightest bit of strength left. Moreover, because of the border and frequent land and sea connections, many natives had already migrated to the Great Tang. Naturally, there were also people from the Great Tang who had colonized the Great Tang. The Great Tang did not casually colonize other countries. It was not that they did not have the ability, but that they were afraid that they would become independent in the future. The Great Tang's military strength was still lacking, and this was primarily reflected in its lack of ability to engage in long-range attacks for a short period of time. Thus, it was not allowed to casually colonize. Even if the colonized areas could have military strength, they were not allowed to have military equipment and technology. There were colonists in Japan, and there were also officials sent by China to govern Japan together with the Japanese. Many Japanese had already accepted their fate, or perhaps they liked their current life very much. They felt that if they cooperated well with the Great Tang officials, their lives would be better than before. But Japan was close to the Great Tang, and its culture had been passed down quite well. It wasn't so barbaric that it couldn't even have its own language. As the Great Tang developed, it began to trade with Japan, especially in its first few years of hibernation. Japan sent people to the Great Tang to study, and trade was frequent. With culture came ideas. When they saw the Great Tang rapidly improving, they also wanted to learn and take advantage of it. As they studied, they realized that the Great Tang had begun to invade them, an invasion even more frightening than a military invasion. At first, they didn't understand the new invasion method, but by the time those with insight discovered it, the Great Tang's economy and culture had basically stabilized. Those in power had been corrupted, and many of the common people had been brainwashed. Those with insight were unwilling to accept this, and they launched many revolts, but they were all crushed. As they watched Japan fall into the hands of the Great Tang day by day, these people began to change themselves for the sake of revenge. They no longer held revolts or rebelled. They did everything they could to come to the Great Tang, working as coolies, small traders, and even women. They earned money and studied. In truth, what they wanted to do the most was to kill Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao was their number one target. They knew that Wang Wan was also very formidable, but that was only in terms of military command and basic education. Zhang Xiaobao was the true leader and planner of this new invasion. Some of them worked near the ports, and they saw with their own eyes that every time Zhang Xiaobao ordered the Great Tang ports to ship grain to Japan or restrict grain shipments, Japan would lose a large chunk of its currency. It seemed that what was being lost was currency, but the Great Tang didn't want Japanese money. It wasn't that ordinary merchants didn't want it. They would use money to buy things back. Every loss was inevitably an outflow of resources. Those with insight in Japan had concluded that when goods were outflowed, the greatest damage was to the ruling class and the culture of the people. Any action personally ordered by Zhang Xiaobao was bound to cause the Japanese people to be dissatisfied with the ruling class. At the same time, they would be even more loyal to the Great Tang because of the basic survival resources provided by the Great Tang. What a frightening action, what a deserving Zhang Xiaobao. Half a year ago, several people in this organization had persuaded a powerful quasi-ruler in Kobe to establish a bank on the same level as the Great Tang Bank to take in the local currency. They wanted to find an opportunity to trade with the Great Tang and exchange currency with the Great Tang. When the bank was established, they received a large sum of money. More importantly, the Great Tang had also used goods as collateral to lend money at a low price. The interest was very high. A month's interest was 2%, a year's interest was 24%, and it was even higher in leap months. But a month later, the Great Tang's grain shipments to Japan began to decrease. Most of the grain shipments were from Kobe, and at the time, there hadn't been any problems. Later on, some people began to buy grain at high prices around Kobe. Last month, the people living in Kobe were forced to raise the price to buy from others. At this time, the Great Tang's grain shipments stopped. A month later, the Great Tang's main wheat region in Jiangnan would have a harvest, but the Great Tang said that it didn't have enough grain. Half a month ago, someone suddenly ran to the Kobe Bank and used the Great Tang's wheat harvest in half a month's time as collateral to borrow a large amount of money from the Kobe Bank. Before they could figure out what was going on, the quasi-ruling clan of Kobe had lent a large amount of money to the Great Tang. In the end, the Great Tang began to buy grain from Japan while using Japanese money to exchange for Great Tang reserve. And then they said that the purchasing power of 100 copper coins in Japan had become 30 copper coins. This was called devaluation, and internally it was called inflation. And when the Great Tang people who had borrowed from them did not return the money due, the other people began to run on them, and the Kobe Bank went bankrupt. The Great Tang began to lower the credit rating of the Japanese currency. Fortunately, they had been smart enough to transfer the loan to their own government before they went bankrupt. The money the Great Tang had borrowed would still have to be returned when the time came. But yesterday, the day before the wheat was due, they returned the money. Including the interest, the money they returned was 1/3 of the actual purchasing power of the loan. In other words, 2/3 of the money was earned by the Great Tang. And this was not the end. Today, the Great Tang announced that it would raise the export tariff of its new wheat exports by 10%. The reason was not that they could just raise the tariff as they wished. No, it was that the Great Tang's currency had begun to inflate, and its purchasing power had decreased. Thus, if the Japanese wanted to use the Great Tang's money to buy things, they had to adjust the tariff accordingly. The problem was that the Great Tang's statement was based on your previous deflation. But why didn't the Great Tang lower the export tariff during the deflation? Could it be that the Great Tang put a portion of the losses from the deflation on us? And all of this was because of Zhang Xiaobao. When he heard that Zhang Xiaobao was looking at the new breed of pigs at the Sanongxi temple, he casually said these words. Wang Wan added a few words from the side, and thus the current situation was created. How could such a person be allowed to live? One was a trade and the other was a currency. We need to think and think before we can understand the principles behind it. The two of them seemed to have known the process and the result long ago. They were very familiar with their method. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao's actions were never so simple. Now, he had just crushed a bank and earned 2/3 of the money. He could also earn another 10% of the grain export. However, those who knew him well knew that he would always use a series of schemes. The matter was definitely not over yet. This was only the beginning. So what they had done before was right. They had to continue doing it. They could not let themselves be beaten and not fight back. It was just that they did not do it properly last time, and the Great Tang seemed to have taken advantage of it. But there would be a time when they would do it properly. The insightful people among the Japanese continued to walk forward in a dilemma. 2 days had passed since the increase in the export tax. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to the Ministry of Works and the Research Institute today. The weather was warm. The capital was still occasionally cold, but Jiangnan was already in summer. In a few more days, the lotus flowers in West Lake will bloom. Xiaobei and the rest are not in a hurry to come back. Come back quickly. We still have to bring them to Hangzhou to play. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about the trip. Xiaobei and the rest had said that the potato harvest was good, so they were processing chips there. How long had it been? Could they still be processed? If they are willing to ride horses there, then let them play. You still want to go out? I heard that many people want your life. Wang Wan smiled and asked. There are many people who want my life. They have to have the ability to do so. I am not going out incognito anymore. I am going out with a large group of people. I still want their lives. Don't think that I don't know who instigated the attack on our merchants in Sumatra. If they succeed, I will admit that they are powerful. In the end, those hundreds of people failed, and they gave us an excuse to further intervene with military force and ask for compensation from their country. They also ceded land for us to train and station. If they have the ability, they can continue. Whoever dares to do it, I will cede their country's land. If they dare not, I will destroy them. They still want us to sell the goods at a lower price? If we sell them at a lower price, the first to oppose us will be their comrades. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said. Wang Wan added, let's not talk about that annoying matter. Today the Research Institute said that they will give us a surprise. Let's see what is going on. Chapter 12. The drizzle continues, and the passers-by cross paths with the swallow. The cold light festival, and the hazy early summer. Singing and studying lightly, and lying down in the mountains. The chest is warm, and the clouds are intertwined, brushing against the warm glow. Zhang Xiaobao said that he was not going to visit the Research Institute incognito, so he definitely would not sneak into the Research Institute. After he and Wang Wan left the house, there were 500 members of the Seedling Protection Team around them. Each of them held a submachine gun and vigilantly looked at everyone around them. The drizzle continued to fall from the sky. When the passers-by who were in a hurry saw the Seedling Protection Team in their formation, they immediately hid to the side. The shop assistants at the roadside hurriedly pulled the people standing at the entrance into the shop and did not allow the people in the shop to come out. The shop assistants on the second or third floor rushed up and stood at the window with their backs to the outside. People who wanted to eat were not allowed to see the rain outside. The people all knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going out. As residents, they would consciously minimize the possible danger. Then, they would secretly look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's clothes and expressions. First of all, they had to confirm whether they were wearing official uniforms. When the two of them wore official uniforms, it was usually when they encountered an important matter. The people would wonder, what was the matter? If they were not wearing official uniforms and were walking around in casual clothes, it was obvious that they were relaxing. If the two of them were not wearing official uniforms and were still in a hurry, it was guaranteed that they had encountered an urgent matter. The people would be very anxious. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were wearing jackets, jeans, sneakers, and an armed belt around their waist. A row of knives, pistols, and magazines could be easily seen on the armed belt. There was also a revolver on their right thighs. The two of them did not have umbrellas, so they chatted as they walked. They were not walking fast, and their expressions were natural. The people were relieved that nothing was wrong. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were out to play normally. After the procession passed by, the shops returned to their original state. The pedestrians continued on their way, discussing where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going to play today. No one felt that the two of them were arrogant, and no one said that they were afraid of death. If the two of them did not bring guards, the common people would be angry. They would feel that the two of them were not responsible for themselves and the great Tang. They would feel that the two of them were making the common people panic, that there was a problem with their morals, that their character was bad, and that they were selfish. When the team was about to leave Vermilion Bird Avenue, a person who was cleaning up the mud on the side of the road straightened up. When he saw a group of people with guns, he wiped the sweat mixed with rain on his forehead with his arm and greeted them warmly. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, are you busy? Take an umbrella, be careful of the cold. Zhang Xiaobao did not know the other party, but he still responded warmly, It's nothing, little you. There's no need to rush. The Research Institute said that there's something good, so I'm going over to take a look. When you're done with your work, go to Savant's restaurant to take a hot bath and warm up some wine. You're on my tab. You're too polite. You stink, and I'm afraid that people will be annoyed. The person who greeted them declined, but he was in a particularly good mood. He felt more energetic when he worked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked like this, greeting people along the way. The streets were very lively, and the rain did not dampen the enthusiasm of the common people. If there was something that was lacking, it was naturally the children. Today was not a holiday. The children under 5 were in kindergarten, the children above 5 were in school, and the younger ones could not be carried out for a bath. The team walked for an hour and a half before entering the mountainous area where the research institute was located. The cement road extended all the way in, and there were watchtowers on both sides. The soldiers on the watchtowers were patrolling with guns, and some people were using binoculars to observe further. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear, they hurriedly picked up the phone to inform the people inside. The team entered without any hindrance. No one asked for a password, and no one ran down to check their IDs. They continued to walk along the road. After walking for 2 kilometers and passing by several hidden sentry posts, a teaching area appeared in front of them. There were many tall buildings inside. Due to confidentiality, students who were qualified to participate in the study were not allowed to leave the school at will. There were also strict restrictions. If one's family was far away from the capital, then they had to move. After leaving, there might be people secretly following them. One was responsible for protection, while the other was responsible for surveillance. The students could understand, so they did not object. Many times when they missed their family, they would ask them to visit. The school had specially prepared rooms for visiting family members. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked to see how others looked when they were studying in class. In the past, when they came here, they would always stay outside one of the classrooms to listen. Today was no exception. Someone was playing basketball on the field in the rain. Playing basketball was not a problem, but what interested the two of them was that the person dribbled the ball while reciting the periodic table of elements. In addition to the older children in their teens, there were 4 children who could be seen in order of age. They were 4 little girls. They wore the same clothes and had the same hairstyle. They looked like they were the same person at different times. The 4 little girls did not pay attention to the game on the basketball court. They were staying under the canopy, holding a few batteries and light bulbs, and assembling a video player. A large roll of film was placed next to them. The 4 oldest girls, who looked to be around 8 years old, were seriously assembling the video player according to the words written on a piece of paper. The other girls, who should be her younger sisters, looked with eager eyes and occasionally asked a question. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other, revealing a comfortable smile. This was an era of learning. This was an era where children knew how to work hard. Most children were willing to go to school. A small number of children who did not want to study, attracted by the school's benefits and various handicraft courses, endured the boredom of studying and went to school. The benefits were naturally the Treasure Candy House series amusement park ride. The better the grades, the more free rides they would get. If they did not go to school and had no money, they could only play ordinary free rides. Like electric trojans and small trains, if they wanted to play, they had to pay. If they did not have money, they still wanted to play. If they went to school, they had to eat free cake and ice cream. If they had good grades, they would get it. This learning was not only about mathematics and language, but also other aspects. If you could make a small motor and small plane by yourself, you could be considered to have good grades. It felt quite simple, but for children, if they wanted to make it, they still had to learn mathematics and language because they needed to measure the size and understand the introduction text. Now that the 4 little girls were taking the initiative to learn, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were even happier. The 2 of them quietly came around the 4 children, which was behind the older children. The 2 of them moved little by little while maintaining the same posture, looking at the basketball court. When they were far away, the 2 little girls actually saw them, but because they were too far away, they did not pay attention and continued to watch the movements of their sisters' hands. They waited and slowly moved over. Because of the psychological inertia, the 2 girls did not feel that anything was wrong and continued to watch the movements of their sisters' hands. What is wrong? When the positive and negative electrodes are connected, the light bulb will light up and shine on the film, and the image will be displayed on the screen in front of us. But why doesn't the light bulb light up? The oldest girl was very distressed. She fiddled with the battery and the light bulb, but the light bulb did not light up. She had already tried to connect it back and forth. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stuck their heads out to observe, and then found the problem. The filament in the light bulb was broken. When the two of them got closer, they were finally noticed by the older child. When she turned her head, she was first shocked, then she shouted happily, "Brother Xiaobao, Sister Cuckoo, we are here to see brother. Okay, come often." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and nodded. Then, Brother Xiaobao, can you tell me why the light bulb doesn't light up? The girl was still thinking about this. Zhang Xiaobao naturally had to answer to the studious child. He took the light bulb and said to the four children, "First of all, we have to understand the principle of the light bulb. The current light bulb is when an electric current passes through an object, and then there is an obstruction to the current. We call it resistance. Then, under the obstruction, it will heat up and light up. In the absence of oxygen, the loss of the light bulb is very small. Then, the premise is that there is resistance, and there must be an electric current passing through. Like a river, if the resistance is small, the water will continue to flow, but if the resistance is too big, the water will be cut off. The premise is that the river has to be smooth. If the river itself is cut off, can there still be water flowing? Obviously not. The same goes for electric current. Look, the filament is broken, the current cannot pass through, and the light bulb does not light up." Zhang Xiaobao explained patiently. Then, he gently adjusted the light bulb in his hand and shook it a little. Because the broken filament was long, he shook it a little and it clumped together. At this time, the resistance was higher, and the filament would be burned again, but it could hold on. Wang Wan had connected a few batteries into a battery pack and used a wire stopper to hold it. She passed 2 wires to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao wrapped one wire around the butt of the light bulb, and the other wire pointed to the center of the light bulb. Shwa! The light bulb lit up. Wow! The 4 little girls shouted happily and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration. Wang Wan smiled and said, "Learning is learning this way of thinking. First, know why, then solve it. What I know is called knowing why, but I also need to know why." The older child used the knowledge she had learned. Then, Brother Xiaobao, Sister Cuckoo, after learning this knowledge, can we solve any problem? A younger girl asked. Of course, if we can't solve it, it's because we haven't learned it well enough. Wang Wan could not deny, but she did not say that. There were many things that could not be solved. Then, can we make the sky clear? I hate rain. The little girl frowned and looked at the sky outside. Yes, as long as we know why it is raining, we can think of a way to make the sky clear. Although Wang Wan could not blow away the clouds now, she still left this idea to the children. However, just as she finished speaking, the rain stopped. Then, a crack appeared in the dark clouds in the sky, and a ray of sunlight shone down, slanting on her body. Wow, you are really a god! The 4 little girls stared at Wang Wan. Sigh. Wang Wan sighed. She said in her heart that she wanted them to have the motivation and interest to learn, not to let them believe in the existence of God. But the heavens did not help and deliberately made trouble. Chapter 13. Who does the cliff belong to? Time comes to urge me. Singing to the end of the sea, I follow you for life. The sunset is intoxicating, the sunset is adorned, fishing for the sky. It is the green waves and bright moon returning with a flute. When the sun came out, the broken filament was temporarily reconnected. The 4 little beauties of different ages continued to study their movie. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quietly bid farewell. After the rain stopped, there were more and more people on the sports field. Some played badminton and let the ball get wet and hit their opponent. Some kicked the shuttlecock until the ground was covered in mud. Some played soccer and aimed at the glass. Some stuffed stones into the ant hole to help make it waterproof. This was a group of happy students. a group of lively and kind-hearted students. A person who was said to be the vice president of the research institute was sweeping the leaves that had been knocked down by the rain. The students strolled around him, and no one disturbed his work. "I am the vice president. Can't you see that I am working? You people who don't have a high enough status should know to be respectful." The person who was said to be the vice president swept for a while, and was covered in mud by the broom. He straightened up and looked at the three students, who were not even 20 years old, and said unhappily. The three students first looked at the mud marks left by the broom and said something funny to each other before turning around and leaving. Maybe it was because he realized that sweeping the leaves was a very stupid thing to do. The vice president helplessly shook his head and muttered, "My status is much higher than theirs. They actually don't care about me. Sigh. People's hearts are not what they used to be." "He's new, right?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person who was leaving and asked the assistant beside him. "Yes, he took office 6 days ago. He is the last-ranked vice president. He is very rigid. He used to be the county magistrate of Wuzhou's Yiwu County. Because the economic development of the county was too slow, he was transferred to the capital. Later, because of his rigid personality, he was sent here to manage the warehouse." The assistant introduced the situation of the vice president. "Very good, make the best use of people." Wang Wan felt that this arrangement was not bad. She turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you see? When one's status reaches a certain level, those with a lower status are like those at the top of the mountain and those at the bottom of the mountain. They look at each other and are both so insignificant. No one will care about you." Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan with a big smile and said, "Then I would also like to be on top, because I can spit, pee and blow my nose from the top, and the people below can't spit up. Don't be so disgusting. This is the Research Institute, a sacred place." Wang Wan stepped aside, as if she was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would spit at her. "All right, I won't spit in a sacred place. Let's change it. I'll prove that 2 iron balls landed on the ground at the same time, while others ponder about gravity below. When I throw the iron balls down with force. Stop, he's not Newton, and he's not researching gravitation. He's a Nobel Prize and he's researching, I know. I'll agree to let him go up the mountain. He can come up, okay? Was there a need to blow up the mountain? When he comes up, we won't be throwing iron balls down together. However, not everyone is qualified to go up the mountain, and they have to pay something." At the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao was still joking, but towards the end, his eyes became deep. Wang Wan knew that he was thinking about his past. He used to be at the bottom of the mountain, and if he didn't pay the price, how could he be on par with the heavens? And it was the same here. From the original small village master to the current big village master, the road was full of thorns. Let's go and see what kind of surprise they will give us. If they can develop satellites and space rockets, I will discuss with Old Li and give them the Paradise Island in the South Pacific Ocean. Zhang Xiaobao continued to pull Wang Wan inside as he spoke. Wang Wan carefully recalled the place that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned and finally remembered where it was. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Are you saying that they should not do research in the future and focus on selling bird feces?" "No, what I mean is that no matter how advanced our technology is, no matter how much money our country has, we can't use welfare to make the people develop the habit of being lazy and hate work." Zhang Xiaobao's tone was low, and it was obvious that he was feeling sad for others. Wang Wan shook her head and didn't say anything. She knew that Tang Empire couldn't be like Japan, because the people of Tang Empire always wanted to obtain a higher social status, and there was competition. The people of Tang Empire competed for almost everything. They competed for who could carry more wood, who could cook better food, who could eat more, who could produce better crops, who could have better houses, and who could even compete for their children. They competed for learning and sports. The welfare of the people of Tang Empire was already very good. free education, old age, medical care, and after disasters there were subsidies. Other than housing that had to be built or bought by oneself, there was basically everything that one could need. However, she had never heard of anyone waiting for relief every day. This wasn't the era that she and Xiao Bao were in. Many people were shameless, and in this era, if anyone were to take relief, they would be looked down upon. The people of Tang Empire were relatively simple. If there was no work to be done locally, the government would ask if they needed relief, and they would reject it. Then, they would travel long distances to other paths to look for work. Along the way, they would enter the yamen and take out their household register to eat free food. This was fine, and those who went to look for work would think that they were temporarily lacking money. They would work hard, and it was right for the court to take care of them. However, taking relief was another matter altogether. That was laziness. Thus, things like the situation in Paradise Island where people just sit and eat won't happen. The group looked at the internal buildings and facilities of the research institute and came to a place with a cliff at the back. Usually, if there was any new research, it would be placed in a circular building here for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to see. This was to prevent any news from leaking out. The scenery of the cliff wasn't bad. There was a river at the bottom, and the upper reaches of the river were wide. The river itself wasn't wide, only around 20 meters. However, after a few hundred meters of flowing past the cliff, the river widened and became a small lake. At the other end of the lake, there was a dam, and the entire structure looked like a gourd. The river was man-made. In the past, there might have been a river here, which was why there was a cliff. However, it became a dry cliff later on, and now, the water was diverted from another river. One reason was to prevent those who were interested in Tang Empire's technology from climbing up easily. The other reason was to test the experimental subjects in the water. More importantly, it could be used as a trap. If someone tried to sneak in, they would know that their choice was wrong. Standing in front of the circular building at the back, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very satisfied. Along the way, many students only nodded at them when they saw them. No one bowed down to them, and no one tried to flatter them. The two of them knew that if there was danger, the students would use their bodies to block it for them. However, they wouldn't try to curry favor with them just because of their high status. People in the research institute had to have this kind of temperament. If the enemy had a knife on their neck, they had to say to the enemy, "Wait until I finish this experiment." The two of them happily waited in front of the entrance of the building, waiting for someone to pick them up. They couldn't just go in directly. What if someone was researching something and was disturbed by their footsteps and the experiment failed? Who would bear the responsibility? After waiting for a while, someone came out and said to the two of them, "Go to the platform at the entrance of the cave in the middle of the cliff first." After saying that, the person went in. Seeing that he was in a hurry, it was obvious that he still had something to do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the other party's attitude. They called a few people and went in through a hole. Following the stairs, they finally came to a platform that extended out slightly from the cliff about 5 meters above the water. This was man-made. Then, the two of them saw a person they didn't want to see for the time being. This person was fishing there. In addition to fishing tools, there was also a chopping board, a knife holder, a stove, and a liquefied petroleum gas tank on the platform. There was also a pile of boxes that looked like musical instruments. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you're here?" The fisherman heard the footsteps and greeted them without turning his head. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and took a deep breath at the same time. Then, they said in unison, "Grandpa Bai, are you fishing?" "Haha, yes, fishing." Since the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan changed by Go's fate of death, now he was more energetic and his body was strong enough. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't like to see him fishing. God knows why he came here today. Zhang Xiaobao moved forward and looked at the bucket next to him. There was not a single fish in it. He asked, "Grandpa Bai, how long have you been fishing?" Not long, 2 hours. I've been waiting for you too. In a while, it will be noon. We can eat fish. The tools and ingredients are all prepared for you. Bai Go looked leisurely and pointed at the things on the platform. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the edge of the platform again to see if there was a rope below. If there was, there might be a net for fish. Usually, in order to keep the fish fresh, people would put the fishes in the net and then let them flow into the water. However, there was no rope. Grandpa Bai, Cuckoo and I will get a net and come back to catch the fish for you. Let's go, madam, Zhang Xiaobao said sincerely to Bai Go. He pulled Wang Wan and was about to leave. Stop. Bai Go still didn't turn around. He said, there is no need for a net. The current method is very good. I'm afraid that you two will not come back if you get the net. Impossible. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to turn back. They looked at Bai Go's small pole and then at the rapid flowing water below. They were very distressed. Not to mention the pole was 5 meters high. With the speed of the flowing water, how could they hope to catch the fish by accident? Bai Go retracted the hook and looked at the empty top. He put the bait again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teeth turned cold. The bait was definitely not bitten by the fish. It was washed away by the water. Why use bait? Just use the hook and pull in the water. Whichever fish is caught by the hook will be unlucky. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what we eat for lunch depends on you two. Work hard. Don't be afraid of difficulties. Be bold. Bai Go looked like he believed in them. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, as if he had accepted his fate. Okay. Grandpa Bai, do you have any more hooks? Can you lend me some? No, only this one. Bai Go was very honest. Only one? Zhang Xiaobao took a closer look. Sure enough, there was only one hook under the line of the hand pole. According to this calculation, the probability of catching a fish was too low. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao took the pole. He did not use the bait and directly threw it down. Seeing that the line was slanted, he rushed forward. Grandpa Bai, let's talk about fish. Wang Wan decided to take the initiative to bring it up. She wanted to leave after the conversation was over. She had to have lunch. Haha, there's no hurry. Let's wait until we catch some fish. As Bai Go spoke, he took out a thick book from his bosom, on which were written the words Dictionary of the Great Tang. Wang Wan knew it. It was a dictionary specially compiled for people to learn. At the same time, it also compiled a dictionary and a dictionary of idioms. Now that they didn't learn Arya, they all used pinyin instead of Chinese characters. In the past, the Chinese characters that were spelled out were cut off and replaced with letters. It was easier to remember. For example, a certain rhyming word go, how to use Chinese characters to express it. Just write chu yu cut. That is, use two characters to spell each other. If you change it to pinyin, it would be chu yu. Now you know how to pronounce the word go. It was spelled out by two characters. But how to pronounce chu and yu? Continue to use other Chinese characters to spell. In the end, they found a problem. A certain word needs to be spelled with the word go to pronounce it. Then how to pronounce go? Refer to the above. Yes, it had come back after going one round. It was very confusing. It was much easier to change to pinyin. You just need to remember the 26 letters. Of course, this dictionary was not the dictionary of the later generations. There were many pronunciations in this dictionary, such as Biang, Pia, Duong, etc. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not agree with the simplified Chinese characters and pinyin of the later generations. Because there were some inadequacies and mistakes in the dictionary, no one corrected them. They had been using it all along. Occasionally, someone would change a few places, as if they had done a great deed. The credit could be given, but you should continue to change it. You change a small place every year just to sell a new dictionary? Now, Bai Go was holding the dictionary and looking at it. He was shaking his head and even kept making sounds for different pronunciations of certain words. It gave people the feeling that he was not looking at a dictionary, but a musical score. He was very engrossed in it and looked very beautiful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teeth hurt again. It was a kind of nerve pain. The two of them did not object to someone memorizing the dictionary. They had memorized area before, but they could not stand someone repeating the pronunciation of a word dozens of times. When Bai Go read the same word, his rhythm was different. Normally, if you read it in 4 or 4 beats with a quarter note as a beat, there were 4 beats in every bar. You would read it in 4 or 8 note. Even if it was faster like the 16th notes, it was acceptable. The repetitive rhythm and tone would be automatically ignored as one listened to, and would become background music. But why did you have to change the rhythm as you read? Sometimes you would add points, sometimes you would cut them, and sometimes you would use triplets. There was also a weak start and empty beat. The other people's mind had to follow you. What did it sound like? Telegram. That's right. That's it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again. The two of them suspected that they had overlooked something, so Old Man Pai was unhappy and used this method to torture them. Zhang Xiaobao used the hook to paddle in the water for a while. Then he turned his head and listened to the background music. He mouthed to Wang Wan, "Should we find an excuse to leave?" "I don't think so. Old Man Pai is very smart. Besides, he won't let us leave. Unless there is something really important, we can't force ourselves to leave." Wang Wan replied, "That's right. We are in such a high position, but we are still suppressed by others. Why?" As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he took out a small telescope and looked into the water below. He wanted to see if there were any fish. Wang Wan patted him and signaled for him to look at her mouth. Then she said, "It means that we are following the rules. The old man who volunteered to sweep the streets for free asked us to help. How can we not go?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, we have to sweep. It has nothing to do with status. It is a matter of human nature. If a kid needs us to help draw hopscotch, we have to help too." "That's right. That's why we live to the fullest. I guess we didn't consider it carefully somewhere. Old Man Pai likes to play this kind of game. Since we have nothing to do today, let's play with him. Is that respectful?" Wang Wan said. "Yes, right? Did you bring snacks? I'm not Xiaobei. I carry a bag all day like a treasure bag. I even asked Xiao Yuan to help me carry a big bag with all kinds of things in it." "That's right. It's hard on Xiao Yuan to have such a lively and opinionated wife. Why are you staring at me like that? I don't mean anything else. I just want to say..." A fish took the bait. "Look, what kind of fish is it?" "Sigh. It's just a false joy. Maybe there was a tree branch just now. Look at Tian. It's really interesting. That. What's wrong with having an opinionated wife? Well, at critical moments when you're not around, the wife can handle things. You don't have to worry about her. She's like a firefighter. Today, this wife is in trouble, and the husband rushed over. Tomorrow, that wife is in trouble, and the husband. How many wives? 1. Of course, 1. What I meant was, today my wife is in trouble. Tomorrow, my wife is in trouble. The order of the words is not arranged properly. As for lip reading, it's difficult." "Ha ha ha ha." Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. What did this have to do with lip reading and difficulty? As she laughed, she hammered Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder with her fist. She was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's honest expression as he corrected the wrong words. Zhang Xiaobao continued to draw the retractor seriously. Bai Go looked up in surprise. "What are you laughing at? Did I read it wrong?" "Woo!" Wang Wan covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. Then, she poked Zhang Xiaobao with her finger. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and said to Old Man Pai with the same sincere expression, "I'm not laughing at you. There was a fish just now. It was so big. It hit its head against the wall. Then, in a daze, it was washed away by the water. The moment it disappeared, it actually turned around and threw a wink. It scared the other fish behind it so much that it also hit the wall." Woo! Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's sincere words, Wang Wan covered her mouth with one hand and hammered his shoulder with the other. Old Man Pai obviously wasn't stupid, so no matter how sincere Zhang Xiaobao's expression and tone were, he didn't believe it. However, he didn't say anything. He just took it as it's true, and continued to read the dictionary with emotion. Time passed slowly. If one stood outside, the sun was already above their heads. The shadow under their feet was guaranteed to be a small ball. Not a single fish was caught. Old Man Pai stopped singing and flipped over there. Occasionally, he closed his eyes and pretended to think. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also pretended to sleep. It was just a meal. It was nothing. They believed that when Old Man Pai couldn't take it anymore, he would say what he needed to say. It was a pity that Bebe wasn't here. Otherwise, she would have found food in her bag. Noon passed, and no one had eaten. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that Wang Wan was hungry, so he gently nudged Wang Wan, who was resting with her eyes closed, and asked, "Are you hungry? What do you think?" Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Actually, there is food. It's just that we've been too comfortable and didn't realize it. If you were carrying out a special mission, and I was hiding in the forest to avoid being hunted, we would have been full long ago. What do you want to eat? The noodles are good noodles. There's sesame oil inside. It's such a big lump." Change the quantifier. "Oh. It's such a big lump. Do you want to eat it?" "Wait a moment. Grandpa Bai hasn't eaten yet. He can't eat this. When did he suffer like we did?" Sigh. "Everyone says that I can fly over roofs and vault over walls. Who knows how many times I broke bones and sprained tendons when I was practicing? It's really handsome." "Thank you. You're welcome. Then let's sleep for a while more." "Okay." The two of them continued to sit there and sleep after a while. The sun began to move westward. It moved, and 4 hours later, it was gone by the sun. "It's time for lunch, right?" Bai Go's stomach rumbled a few times. He opened his eyes and asked the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping comfortably when they were awakened by the sound. They looked at each other and Zhang Xiaobao said, "It's night. We haven't caught any fish yet." When Bai Go heard this answer, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in disbelief. Zhang Xiaobao clearly saw a message in Old Man Pai's eyes that said, "How can you two not catch any fish?" It seemed that it was wrong to not be able to catch any fish with a hand pole at a height of more than 5 meters. They would be criticized by the whole Tang Empire. They should be ashamed of themselves. Wang Wan was still covering her mouth and laughing. She couldn't stop. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was being looked down upon. He was angry, speechless, and sullen. But he was a good young man who knew how to respect the old and care for the young. So he pointed at the utensils on the stove and said, "Grandpa Bai, how about I tie a utensil with a fishing line? You can drink a bowl of water from your hometown first." "No, I want to eat the fish from my hometown," Bai Go insisted. It seemed that he had to eat fish today. "Later, we'll change the director of the research institute. How dare you set us up with Old Man Pai?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and moved his mouth. Wang Wan continued to laugh. "I'm hungry." Bai Go rubbed his stomach with both hands. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Okay, it's just fish. I'm fishing. You forced me to show my skills." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a dagger from his waist. To be precise, it was a dagger. Bai Go stepped back and said, "Are you going to use a flying dagger? Flying dagger in the water at this height and this speed? I'll be crazy," Zhang Xiaobao said. He opened a hole on the handle of the dagger and pulled out a fishing line and a needle. Wang Wan stopped laughing at this time. She carefully cut a piece of cloth from her lapel with the knife Zhang Xiaobao took out. Then she sewed a fish-shaped object with a needle and thread. She left a hole, stuffed the bait into it, and buried the hook of the fishing rod. Then she picked up a stone and tied it with a line. She hung it on the fishing rod together with the fake fish. She shook her hand and threw it down, dragging it back and forth against the current. Wang Wan took out the knife she was carrying, tied the line, and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were serious. For them, there was no reason to survive in the wild. They had to use everything they could to get food. Wang Wan used to be in the army, and the requirement was to survive in a specific range and environment with the things in the standard tactical backpack. For Zhang Xiaobao, even if he was naked, he had to survive in any kind of environment. It was a kind of happiness to have a dagger. A single-edged serrated knife could solve all problems. In comparison, Wang Wan's courses were worse than Zhang Xiaobao's. However, Wang Wan knew theoretical knowledge, and over the years, she had learned a lot from Zhang Xiaobao. So under Bai Gou's incredulous gaze, a big fish bit the fake fish. Wang Wan suddenly lifted the fishing rod, and Zhang Xiaobao threw the dagger with a string behind it. The big fish only struggled in the air for a moment before the dagger stabbed into its head, and it lost all signs of life. Black fish, more than 7 kilograms. It's enough for the 3 of us to eat. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the fish, and said to Old Man Pai with a smile. Bai Gou. He was really speechless. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was a strong individual, and he specialized in survival in the wild. He still remembered how he jumped on roofs and ran on walls during the sword competition in Mount Hua. But his purpose today was to starve the 2 of them. For this reason, he ate 4 boiled eggs in the morning. When he first arrived at the platform, he also ate half a kilogram of beef jerky, the kind that was air-dried. How could Zhang Xiaobao be so strong? It seemed that even without their own fishing rod, they could still catch fish if they wanted to. Wang Wan should also have a knife with needle and thread in it. Zhang Xiaobao began to get busy. In fact, he did have something to eat, because in addition to tools, Bai Gou also brought some supplementary ingredients, such as chili, cucumber, flour, eggs, and so on. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to eat the smashed cucumber or scrambled eggs. The 2 of them deliberately dawdled until this moment to show their true skills. They wanted to play the game with Old Man Bai. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao turned on 3 stoves and started to get busy. It would be too lame to stew 7 kilograms of black fish directly. The fish head was chopped to make steamed fish head with chili peppers. The bones were shaved to make soup. The skin was peeled to make a salad. The meat was cut into sashimi, and the rest was made into caramel. The tail was taken out and braised. 5 dishes, 1 soup and 1 fish were ready. Except for the sashimi and the skin, the rest of the dishes made by Bai Gou. Grandpa Bai, try it. Xiaobao hasn't cooked for several days. I don't know if his cooking skills have deteriorated. Wang Wan found a 2-caddy bottle of wine with 56 degrees Celsius. After boiling it, she poured a small cup of wine for Bai Shu. It was a 5 yuan cup, so 2 cups were equivalent to 1 tael of wine. The 4 eggs and half kilograms of beef jerky in the morning had been digested by now. He picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. As for the taste, he didn't need to think about it. It was Xiaobao's food. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate. Each of them drank a small bowl of soup first, and then chewed the food slowly. This way of eating could be digested faster. If they swallowed a piece of meat directly, the stomach acid needed to corrode the inside of the meat bit by bit from the outside. Now that the food was chewed into a paste, they could enter the next step as soon as the stomach acid touched it. Bai Gou ate until he was 30% full before he slowed down. He sipped the wine and said, "Why don't I say that the sashimi in my hometown is still the best? I ate the sashimi in the Japanese restaurant in Beijing a few days ago. The taste is much better, right?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded quickly to show their support, but they felt helpless. Although sashimi and raw meat were eaten in China a long time ago, the most authentic sashimi was made in Japan. The current practice was also made in Japan. It was a system. The reason was that the people's livelihood couldn't keep up. Eating sashimi had high requirements for seasonings. People didn't have a good life. They could eat raw fish, but they couldn't get seasonings. Even if it was salt, how many people were willing to eat sashimi with salt? Fortunately, they didn't have to worry about it now. The most authentic sashimi was naturally from Tang Dynasty. The most authentic steak was also from Tang Dynasty. The most authentic curry rice was also from Tang Dynasty. The caviar, foie gras, pizza, kimchi, toast, and so on were all from Tang Dynasty. It couldn't be helped. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked to make all kinds of strange things for their younger siblings to eat. Even in their era, no matter what they ate, it would make them look like aristocrats. It was impossible for anyone to show off in front of them with two-headed abalone. Had anyone ever seen a dried abalone that weighed 2.5 kilograms? Xiaobei had it. He got it from Japan, fairly. Had anyone ever eaten a 500-year-old ginseng dipping sauce? They hadn't eaten it before, right? Xiaobei and the others hadn't eaten it before and didn't dare to eat it. But Tang Dynasty had this ginseng. Therefore, the people of Tang Dynasty were proud, especially in terms of food. They definitely led the world. Baigo liked this kind of lead very much, even if it was just for a meal. Then he started to talk about the problem of fish. Xiaobao, cuckoo, it's not good to have too many fish in the same river. It's messy and the competition increases. The danger also increases. Those who didn't eat fish are forced to eat fish. There are also some who see other fish eating too much. Even if they can't beat the other fish, they still have to take a bite. It's not good to be bitten too much, don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. Recently, many Tang Dynasty merchants had been attacked. Although there were no reports of casualties, it was inevitable that people would feel uneasy. But the two of them didn't know what Old Man Pai meant. Should they stop expanding or slow down? Should they continue to increase the military protection, or should they directly attack the enemies that might bring danger to Tang Dynasty merchants? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively, Grandpa Bai, how should we deal with the other fish? Why should we deal with the other fish? Wouldn't it be better if all the fish stayed in their own river? If you let a foreign fish go and accidentally die, how sad will the other fish in its family be? Baigo expressed his idea. Don't expand crazily anymore. It will bring harm to others and put yourself in danger. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan said, but the fish in this place are too powerful. Even if we carefully hide it, it will be slowly learned by other fish. If we don't take the opportunity to occupy the river now, we will have to pay a higher price in the future. What if we don't occupy it? Baigo didn't want to see his own people die, and he didn't want to see the miserable appearance of people in other places when they were attacked. Don't occupy it? This is Jianghu. Where can we hide if we don't occupy it? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Baigo was old, or maybe it was because Tang Dynasty was developing too fast, giving people a feeling that it would be invincible in the future. So Baigo meant that everyone should live in peace. But how could that be? There were quarrels between neighbors, squabbles between family members, and quarrels between husband and wife. Of course, he and Wang Wan had never quarreled, nor did they have a Cold War. It was because their status was high enough in the past, and they had the same secret and goal. But this was different, and there was no universality. Even so, you don't want to occupy it? You don't want to fight, so you don't want to fight? It was purely a dream. Baigo still wanted to persuade and said, It's Jianghu. Why don't you just fly to the sky? You can enter or leave Jianghu. Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao sighed softly and said, The wind and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter Jianghu, time passes quickly. The ambition of hegemony is no better than a drunken life. Holding the sword, riding the horse, and waving the ghost rein, white bones like the mountain birds fly away. The mortal world is like the tide, and people are like the water. Only a few people in Jianghu can return. Do you have to be so sad? Baigo listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and shivered. Then he asked with a smile, Why not be more bold in life? The tide rises and falls, the flowers bloom and wither, and the clouds move and disperse. Why not stay in peace? Sad? This is clearly the profundity, Zhang Xiaobao argued. I don't see it. Bai Go put down his chopsticks, tired from eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stopped eating. They couldn't eat too much because Li Longji said that he would treat them to supper, the kind to admire the moon. The new moon. The two of them planned to eat and drink at night and sing to Li Longji. In the distant night sky, there is a crescent moon. Otherwise, they would reminisce about the past with the new moon in the sky. So the two of them planned to eat some meat and drink soup to fill their stomach. They didn't know how much trouble they would have to deal with tonight. This old man Pai really came at the wrong time. Thinking of singing to the moon and missing home, the two of them looked at the pile of musical instrument boxes and asked Bai Go together, "Grandpa Bai, why did you bring musical instruments here?" "Haha, it's a secret." Old man Pai narrowed his eyes, looking like he wouldn't say anything even if he was beaten to death. "Shall I sing a song? You accompany me," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. He didn't ask further. It was up to him whether he wanted to say it or not. Okay. Wang Wan already knew what song Zhang Xiaobao was going to sing. She brought over a flute. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, brought a Chinese zither with 21 strings. Originally, he didn't have one. Later on, under Wang Wan's description, someone made it. This way, it would be more convenient to play flowing water. Wang Wan first played La Duo 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 La Duo. Then Zhang Xiaobao used the zither to play the song. Duo Lai Mi Sola Duo Lai Sol Lai Sol Lai Sol Lai Sol Lai Sol Lai Sol Lai Sol. The blue ocean laughs, waves, waves, both sides floats, sinks along waves, only remembers today heavens, laughs both world tides, who loses, who wins, only heaven knows, because there were only two musical instruments. Wang Wan's flute followed along. Especially when she sang Heaven Laughs, the sound of the flute suddenly became louder. Lala Samalai Do immediately sucked Bai Go's attention. When she finished singing Heaven Knows, Wang Wan's flute sounded again. Lala Samalai Do, Lala Samalai. Zhang Xiaobao just happened to sing Rivers and Mountains Laughs. Bai Go was stunned. The lyrics were simple, so was the song. But why was it so special when they were together? When Wang Wan played the solo flute, Bai Go's body couldn't help but move with the rhythm of the music. When Zhang Xiaobao had already stopped, he was still humming. After a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and savored the aftertaste of the song. He said, "You can actually combine heroism and desolation together. This reminds me of another song, Cuckoo's Laughing at the Red Dust. That song combines a woman's weakness and strength. Both songs are equally beautiful, and they give people the feeling that they should be together. Men and women intertwined together." Jianghu. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they gave Old Man Pai a big thumbs up. They could feel it so much. Come, come, come. Let's do it one more time. Take advantage of the flowing water and the setting sun. Bai Go sang enthusiastically and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to do it again. Blue ocean laughs, waves, 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 la la la. P.S. If anyone sees this outer chapter, you can tell me what the lyrics in this outer chapter and the first 12 chapters are. Leave a comment in the book review section. If you guess correctly, I'll write another outer chapter. Remember not to ask online. Asking others doesn't count. Chapter 14. The crowd gradually quieted down, the invitation banquet, by the branches of the new moon. Clay stove, charcoal fire, crepe myrtle, the monarch's words forget the banquet, I see everything with my own eyes. Also warm and turbid before the banquet, the waves on both sides are turbulent, the light chirping night birds are turbulent, thousands of soldiers are on the boat. Bai Go, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, was very happy, especially after drinking a few glasses of 56% white wine. The word excited could no longer describe him, It should be excited. Not only was his face red, but the most important thing was that he gave people the feeling that he was 30 years old, or that he was 30 years younger. Anyway, he looked very powerful now. His white beard and white hair fluttered together, making people think that he had finished singing The Ocean's Laughter. Not only did he remember the lyrics, but he also mastered the absorbing stars technique, which was at least 60 years of power. Good, come, Xiao Bao, play the prelude. Bai Go was very happy. He took a piece of cloth and wiped his beard and the fish juice on his mouth, and let Zhang Xiaobao do it again. That was originally the flute. You should use your sleeve. Wang Wan reminded him. Sleeve? How can I wipe my mouth with my sleeve? Look at my sleeve, how is it? Bai Go waved his sleeve, and sure enough, there was a whistling sound. Zhang Xiaobao did not think that the absorbing stars technique was very powerful. He hated the person who built the platform on the mouth of the gourd. Not only was the water in a hurry, but the wind was also strong. If old man Pai caught a cold again, his father would scold him when they go back. Feeding someone medicine now was obviously a waste of the scenery, especially the antipyretic and analgesic paracetamol that was just developed by the medical school 4 months ago. If he stuffed 7 or 8 tablets into someone's mouth and drank it with wine, looking at the old man's age, it would probably be considered murder. If he did not die, it would be considered attempted murder. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao still chose to let old man Pai sing. Then, he gave his wife a look. Wang Wan got up. She wanted to use the leftover fish maw and ginger to make a soup to help Grandpa Bai. Cuckoo, don't move. You still have the accompaniment of the flute. Without the flute, you won't be able to enjoy yourself. Bai Shu stopped Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao stopped playing the prelude and said, Grandpa Bai, let's change to another song. If you really like this one, I can make it into a music box and put it at your bedside as an alarm clock. Bai Su was stunned. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, You are so bad. You want to make people feel sick when they hear this song in the future, right? Then choose another song for me to listen to. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Wan could finally go and make soup. Zhang Xiaobao's hands were playing the piano. He did not know what song to sing. He thought about it and said, Grandpa Bai, where is your personal medical staff? They are doing physical examinations for the students in the school. Now, they should be at the crossroads where you came from. A group of us always say that it is a waste to assign medical staff to every one of us. There are many places in Tang that do not have enough doctors. When we read the newspapers about which places where people fell sick and did not manage to save them, we are all like sinners. Bai Shu was in a bad mood when he talked about this. In the past, he was also concerned about the people's livelihood, but he was more concerned about power. Not only him, but also all the officials, including the people from the big families, were the same. It was a habit. He could not control everyone. Of course, the big families wished that all the ordinary people could not develop. It would be better if they could not even read. Bai Shu was not very bad. At least he had been the provincial governor of many places and had experience. He could not always stay in the mansion. When he went out, no matter how clean the streets were, he could still see what he should see. But it was like walking on the streets of a refugee camp. All he could see were the poor. Some people's skin was festering and they were sitting there dying. It was not just one of them. If it was a lively and happy place, someone would feel uncomfortable when they found a person's skin was festering and his eyes were helpless. They would ask what was wrong and find a doctor. Or it could be said that when walking on a muddy road there was phlegm and they would spit. If it was a waxed marble floor, they could only take out a tissue and spit directly on the marble. Would it not be stressful? Bai Shu and the others encountered the same situation. In the past, it was fine if the people died of illness. Not to mention the people, many people in the palace died. Even the emperor's son died. But it was different now. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to die of a minor illness. The death rate of childbirth was also very low. There were too many people who died of dystocia. After the child was born to 5 or 6 years old, it was in the critical period. So, it was named so that God would not be jealous. At present, if there was a dystocia, there was no need to worry about a cesarean. Even if there was not enough blood, there would be a group of people rushing to donate blood. If you did not donate blood, people would not do it. They all wanted to save a life. So, there would be special situations outside the medical hall. There would always be people who came to check the blood type and whether the blood was poisonous. There was not much conventional blood in the blood bank of the medical hall. When there was a need, they would send someone to call. As a result, when they saw in the newspaper that there were not enough doctors and ordinary people died of minor illnesses, Baishu and a group of retired old men who had professional medical staff close to them felt sad. He just said that he wanted the medical staff to accumulate experience, which was to go outside to treat and check the body of others. Zhang Xiaobao, who was very happy, fell silent and stopped what he was doing. He did not have the noble sentiment of worrying about the world first and enjoying the world last. He and Wang Wan just felt that they could reflect their own value in life as much as possible and reflect it through others. When he heard Bai Go mention this, he didn't have a good idea. Medical skills were not something that could be grasped by just reading a book. Medical science was a huge system, including theory and practice. Only the development of society as a whole could promote its development. If the industry could not keep up, there would be no good instruments. If the planting and breeding could not keep up, there would be no foundation of life science. If the economic development was not fast, there would be no money to invest. There were many other things. It was never easy to kill people than to save people. Tomorrow, ask the literati to write more poems and songs that praise the medical staff. From birth to death, no one will specially write popular songs to praise them, but people still value birth and death the most, right, madam? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. Wang Wan had already cut the food and put it in the pot. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she turned around and said, "You mean to praise the delivery room and praise the paper shop? The former is easy, but the latter is difficult. You two, come here and pick up the instruments. Continue to sing the sea's laughter." Baishu did not want to talk about sad topics. Today, he wanted to be happy. "Grandpa Bai, you should sing more in the future and record it. You can earn money." Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. He still did not want Baishu to shout. "Yes, that's a good idea. In 2 days, I will organize a group and call my little grandson who has not found a wife yet. Bring more young men and women. Then, you too can accompany him. It's a reward for you. You should know that many people want to accompany him, but he doesn't want to. At that time, he will sing the sea's laughter, and the girls will sing the world's laughter. Aya, this song is so good. I will find someone to recite the song beside him." Baishu must have drunk too much and mistook Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for someone else. Both of them looked at each other and said happily, "Really, it's our honor." The two of them admired the person who wrote this song. Did they think of having a man and a woman singing, and then have a poem to accompany it? Okay. Prelude that. La 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 la, up. Report. As soon as Baishu finished speaking, a voice louder than singing la 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 came from outside. This was definitely the top male high school. If he was trained well, he could make money for the glass factory. Beijing East City. How many glasses would he break if he shouted from one end to the other? If there was no other way, they could get a loudspeaker and a microphone. Baishu covered his chest and gasped for air. Zhang Xiaobao searched for the first aid medicine on him and finally found it. Baishu swallowed his saliva and said, "Aya, what a good voice. Xiaobao, is this the person you brought?" "Definitely not." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "The ones in my family are all medium tones. This one is too high. The coloratura can go up an octave." If he mastered the technique of overtones and used it in interrogation, He could drive people crazy. Okay, call him in. Let me see who it is. Bai Shu felt that he could not have such a person in his team. Without needing him to call, a eunuch ran in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this eunuch. This eunuch's name was Lan Lan. He was born castrated. In the past, he only had one name, Rotten. He did not even have a surname. When he entered the palace, he followed the eunuch's instructions and changed his name to Lan Lan. He finally knew why his voice was so unique. There was a kind of castrated singer who was born castrated. That kind of person's voice was better than a woman's. But this Lan Lan was born castrated. His voice still had a baby's voice. It had amazing penetrating power. If he shouted beside you for 5 seconds, you would faint. Lan Lan, why are you here? Wang Wan used a small plate to pick up a few pieces of charred fish and handed it over with chopstick. Lan Lan was very sensible. He was 1 year younger than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Before, he had been doing manual labor at home and was not allowed to go to school. No one was willing to contact him. Some rich people wanted to sell him, but his father did not want to lose face. Later, he took the initiative to go to the telegraph office and sent a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them were not free. The inner courtyard knew what to do, so they arranged for Lan Lan to go to the palace. Lan Lan liked to learn close-range reflex movement and long-range sniping. He said that he had to be ready to block bullets for people at any time to repay the kindness of the emperor and Zhang Xiaobao. She did not expect that he would come today. Lan Lan was not polite. He picked up a piece of meat and quickly chewed and swallowed it. His eyes kept moving, and his body changed positions with Wang Wan. Because the place where Wang Wan was standing just now was diagonally to the mountain, there was an angle for sniping. The people on the other side are my people. You don't need to. Of course, Wang Wan knew what Lan Lan's reaction was about. She pulled him back and asked, "Who sent you?" Only then did Lan Lan breathe a sigh of relief. He straightened his chest and said, "Xiao Xiaobao, cuckoo, listen." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly remembered that Li Longji was still waiting for them to admire the moon. At the same time, they turned their heads and looked outside. There was a crescent moon on the top of a tree. No matter what kind of tree it was higher than the top of the tree. The crescent moon was there. As for what to admire about the crescent moon, it was not important. What was important was whether Li Longji was waiting for it. Say it. Zhang Xiaobao urged. Lan Lan was brewing her emotions. She smacked her lips. The fish tasted so good. She quickly put on a serious face and said, "Do you think it's a good idea? What happened to admiring the moon? Do you want to spend the night at the research institute? I heard that you even went to the mouth of the gourd. You think it's hot and windy? I'm telling you, this is not the end. Just wait. It's over. You two are finished. Wait for your father's scolding. You dare to make Her Majesty wait. Ha! I really admire you." Bai Go was gloating at the side. Oh, adding insult to injury. Just now, he should have poured half a liter of wine and fed him at least 50 tablets of acetaminophen. Let's go and see Her Majesty and see the crescent moon. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't do anything. After all, no matter who the other party was, he didn't do what he promised. He was very sorry. As for Old Man Pai, you can howl at the opposite side of the mountain. Next time I won't play with you. You are such a scammer. Wang Wan also reacted and shouted, "Someone, spread the news. Tell the family and the palace to send our newly developed remote control helicopter. Tell Her Majesty that this thing can throw bombs. If she wants to throw it accurately from a long distance, she will be able to do it after we develop the technology. Let Her Majesty play with it first. Remember to put a red flower on the helicopter to make it look more festive." Lan Lan was anxious and said, No, there's no need. Because, what do you mean there's no need? It's a must. Although the Research Institute said that there's something important today, no matter how important it is, How can it be compared to Her Majesty? Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Lan Lan and said with self-blame. Wang Wan at the side echoed, Isn't that so? It's not easy for Her Majesty to take some time out to talk to us, but in the end it was delayed. I wish I could just fly over and let Her Majesty see the helicopter first. In the future, we can use that thing to fly whenever we want. But, Lan Lan still wanted to say. Lan Lan, don't say any more. They know that I'm here. You still need to practice your skills. No matter how light your footsteps are, you should be able to hear them. The two of them are very capable. They specifically said this to me to express their apology, emphasize the importance of the research institute's work, and talk about the helicopter that hasn't been developed yet. Lan Lan, I'm telling you, it's not easy to be a bodyguard. Not only do you have to react quickly, you have to familiarize yourself with the environment quickly, and you also have to understand psychology. In the future, you should learn more from them. I dare not say that they will teach you bad things, but at least they can make bad people think that they are good people when they see you. Following the voice, Li Longji walked in with his hands behind his back. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Bai Go hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty, didn't you ask me and Cuckoo to go to your place to look at the moon? Why did you come here personally? I'm so rude. Zhang Xiaobao nodded at Gao Lishur, who was behind Li Longji, and said with a smile. Li Longji glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, I feel that the palace and this place are in the same time zone. Looking at them from the mouth of the gourd is the same. Turning his head, Li Longji said to Bai Go, When I was walking over, I heard that you were still smiling foolishly. Good. Life should be so bold. That's my song, Zhang Xiaobao muttered. You? You should be singing the song that you insisted on teaching your child. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. When you have a cold, you still have snot hanging from your nose. Li Longji didn't give him any face. After learning a few lines of the pig song, he asked, What did the Research Institute produce? Nothing much. Just sonar and a standard military submarine, Bai Go replied. Someone said that CI Pai's promise for this month's update was complete, so they could sleep in peace. Thank you for your attention and support. Chapter 15. The crescent moon is light, and the wind carries the water. Like a sea dragon snake, it hides and fleets. Submerged shooting, it builds a towering figure. Bai Go was very happy today. He looked down at the turbulent water. His gaze was so deep that he seemed to see the magnificent sea. Oh no, below was a valley. He saw the straits. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes flickered as he studied them closely. Vaguely, 3 words appeared in his eyes. Malacca, his eyes moved again. Zhang Xiaobao continued to observe. There seemed to be the words Monde. His eyes moved counterclockwise. Zhang Xiaobao found that it should be Mozambique. His eyes moved clockwise. Zhang Xiaobao. Hormuz. Zhang Xiaobao. Gibraltar. Zhang Xiaobao. Turkey, English, Skagerrak, Florida, Magellan. Help me. I'm dizzy. It's so dark down there. I can't see anything. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to read the names of the straits from the old man's eyes, the old man burped. He grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's clothes and said while panting. He didn't know whether he was dizzy in the dark or high. It was normal to see him fishing. Wang Wan supported Bai Go on the other side and said, Grandpa Bai, you're afraid of the dark and high. I'm afraid I drank too much. Bai Go tried to open his eyes and said in a low voice. Li Longji didn't care whether the old man was rude or not. He told Lan Lan, Bring me the glucose for the intravenous drip. Lan Lan lowered her head and ran away. At least in the eyes of the drunk old man Pai, there were so many shadows, as if she was treading water. Another martial arts master, showing off his peerless skills. Bai Go tried to open his eyes and look at Lan Lan's back. Looking at him, he probably hadn't recovered from the smiling, proud wanderer. Zhang Xiaobao respected his elders, so he agreed. That's right, too bad the mortal world is like a tide. people are like water, only a few Jianghu people can return. Li Longji listened for a while, and couldn't help but think of Dei Medical College's psychiatry department. If he compared Bai Qing and Zhang Qing's condition, he reckoned that some of them were qualified to be discharged. Soon, Lan Lan came back with the equipment and the foredrip. Wang Wan picked up a pair of chopsticks and smashed it into the wall with the back of the knife. She hung the string of the foredrip, disinfected it, and popped the air bubbles. Then, she stabbed it into the blood vessels on the back of Bai Su's hand. "There's sugar in this dish." Li Longji's voice sounded from the side. He was currently eating the braised fishtail with his chopstick. "Your Majesty is truly capable." Zhang Xiaobao immediately gave a thumbs up. "Too, you can even taste the sugar in the braised fishtail. How amazing!" Cold. Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao with his chopstick. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything else. He turned on the stove and heated up the pot. After the pot was heated up, a layer of oil was formed. He then poured half a spoonful of cooking wine into the pot and stirred it continuously. When the sauce was about the same as before, he took it out of the pot. Li Longji nodded with a satisfied expression. He reached out with his chopsticks and said, "Actually, I've brought food over. Your Savant's restaurant made it for me." Savant's restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that Xiaobei's uncle was unhappy. The two of them didn't attend the appointment and came here to cook. This was why Li Longji personally came over. He wanted to find a family member that he could talk to. As the emperor, he couldn't get too close to the other officials in order to prevent them from affecting his decisions and upholding the law. Even when he was with their father, he still maintained a distance. It was only when he was with the two of them that he didn't feel restrained. It was a kind of equality, the equality between the monarch and the genius. Other people were not important to the emperor, but the two of them were not. Without them, the entire Tang's financial and industrial system would collapse. At the same time, they were also equal in terms of military affairs. The north of Hebei province was under their control, and the Bohai Sea was under their control. To put it bluntly, it was the three northeastern provinces and a part of Russia. Further west was the grassland, and Feng province was also under their control. Further west was Tubo, and the 8 battalions of armored cavalry came from there. Lu Zhou only had one provincial governor at the southernmost point. Where was that? To put it bluntly, it was Guangxi. The mountain people now called Lu Zhou's wolf soldiers, which was the Guangxi wolf soldiers. During the Ming dynasty, it was said that the Guangxi wolf soldiers ruled the world. There was also Shu province in the middle and Sanshui county, which was not far from the capital. They had strong military forces. At the same time, the Shu lands also had their own soldiers, the logistics camp of Yi province. The soldiers that were transferred to the north of Hebei province were actually the Xiong army. Without Xiong, there would be no army. Without Chuan, there would be no army. In terms of military strength, the two of them were strong enough. The soldiers who could fight were all around them. In the middle, there was naturally the Miao protection team, which was specifically to deal with the traitors. No matter which province's army rebelled, the Miao protection team would be pushed back. There was no negotiation, no confrontation, no compromise, no amnesty. They ignored defense, weather, terrain, and wireless electronic interference, artillery coverage, and bullet screen. They would directly flatten the entire province. Therefore, when the two of them were with Li Longji, the emperor, they were very comfortable. There was no need to play tricks. With that in mind, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan caught another fish. It was a carp. They took off the hook and threw the fish back. It was not that the surnamely was a taboo, but it took a long time to cook a carp. It was not easy to get rid of the earthy smell in a short time. They continued to fish while Li Longji continued to eat. Lan Lan, who was accompanying them, was frightened. The emperor was eating the leftovers of others? Li Longji ate a few mouthfuls. When he saw Lan Lan's expression, he said with a smile, "Do you think I shouldn't eat? I still remember when I was a prince, there was no food to eat on my birthday. It was the Empress's father, General Wang, who pawned his clothes and made soup pancakes for me. Every time I think about it, it's hard to remember. Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened as they fished. They knew that Li Longji was talking about something that happened before he ascended the throne. On his birthday, there was no longevity noodles. Empress Wang's father pawned his clothes in exchange for money to make Li Longji a bowl of noodles called soup pancake. Unfortunately, according to historical facts, Empress Wang loved Li Longji so much that she became a villain and played with spells. In fact, it was Wu Huifei who found someone to trick her, and then she died. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would not forget what was recorded in the book. During Li Longji's rebellion, Empress Wang fought with her husband. She was the daughter of a general, so she accompanied her husband even when he rebelled. In history, if Empress Wang did not die, there would not have been the Maoipa rebellion. Who was accompanying Li Longji at that time? Who was Yu Huan? If it was Empress Wang, she could ride a horse and charge into the enemy's formation with a spear. Who would have the face to retreat? Wang Wan changed Empress Wang's fate and recognized her as her godmother. Because of this, Empress Wang was actually a simple-minded person. She was not good at palace intrigue. When she was in charge of the Eastern Palace, she could even play shuttlecock with the palace maids. What was Wu Huifei? She was the descendant of Wu Zetian. Others were afraid of her, but Wang Wan was not. You people from the Wu family are from a prestigious family. Who is worse than you? You know how to play palace intrigue. Don't you think I know how to play? This is not called palace intrigue, this is called politics. Furthermore, I have an international swindler as a husband. He is very powerful. With that thought in mind, the two of them finally caught another blackfish. Li Longji had already drunk a tael and a half of wine. Zhang Xiaobao used his knife and cut the fish twice to observe the condition of the fish. Very good, there were no signs of parasites. He then took out the sashimi slices. Each slice was as thin as a piece of paper. Li Longji was very happy. He reached out with his chopsticks and dipped them in the sauce. Just as he ate 2 slices and was about to praise Pei Ziyun, Bai Go suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty! What, is it poisonous?" Li Longji's hands trembled as he held the sashimi. "Your Majesty, listen." Bai Go pointed outside and said, "The sea laughs, the waves on both sides of the shore." Li Longji heard this and said, "Float and sink with the waves, only remember today, Your Majesty, you know how to sing too?" Bai Go was astonished. "How rare. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sang it when we were on the sea." Li Longji felt that the drip would not be able to cure old Chen's illness. It would be better to send him to the psychiatrist's department. It had to be done in time. There must be no delay. Bai Go did not know about this and continued, "Your Majesty, did you not hear a buzzing sound?" Li Longji tilted his head and listened. It was the sound of water splashing against the walls. He shook his head. "Yes, I didn't hear it either." Bai Go seemed to have been proven wrong. Li Longji immediately looked around. He wanted to find something to hit old Chen and send him to the medical school while he was still dizzy. Zhang Xiaobao listened and said, "It's the submarine, right? It hasn't arrived yet? It's almost there, right?" Bai Go was not very sure. Zhang Xiaobao ignored him. He picked up the drum and hit the drum in Morse code. The content was, "Come out quickly. The Emperor is here. I, Zhang Xiaobao, am here too. Don't wait for Cuckoo to smile at you." After a series of rhythmic beats, it was effective. A beam of light shot out from the mouth of the canyon. The light illuminated the area. Then, a wooden boat about 4 meters long and 1.3 meters wide floated down the river. When it floated about 100 meters, a white line of water suddenly appeared at the spot where the light came from. That line of water was heading straight for the wooden boat. "The torpedo is coming out. Your Majesty, hide." Wang Wan saw that line of water and knew it was familiar. Although the torpedoes she made were all empty bubbles, she still recognized the ancient ones. She pulled Li Longji back to hide. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the pot and held it in front of him. He also picked up the table and hung it in front of the pot. The two of them couldn't guarantee that the torpedo wouldn't explode in this place. Under the refraction of the wall, it was very likely that they would be hit. A wooden table and an iron pot should be enough to protect them. As expected, the two of them pulled Li Longji back less than 5 meters. Then, there was a roar from below. The entire mountain was buzzing, and rocks fell from the mouth of the cave. After the torpedo exploded, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the drum and hit the drum again. After waiting for a while, he saw the light flickering at the mouth of the cave. He sighed in relief and said, "We'll punish them when we get back." "Do you think torpedoes can be placed so casually?" Li Longji was still puzzled. He asked, "Who can explain it to me?" "A heavy bomb propelled by propellers. Now it can be launched from underwater submarines. The speed is so slow. Fortunately, the enemy won't have a chance to hide even if they want to." "Do they need sonar?" "A periscope is enough. The enemy doesn't have anti-submarine torpedoes or depth charges." Beside him, Wang Wan introduced with an unpleasant expression. It was so dangerous just now. If the two of them had reacted too slowly and a shrapnel had hit them, it would have been fatal. "Good. With such a divine weapon, we don't have to worry about the sea." Li Longji was very calm. Anyway, it was over. In fact, his expression had changed just now. Chapter 16. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that Old Man Bai had called them over to tell them that the 2 torpedoes had been developed. At the same time, they had also developed sonar. To be honest, it was too much of a bully to use this thing to attack other countries' ships. Other countries and places didn't even have cannons. When fighting on the water, they still needed to use catapults, bows, and spears. Then, they would have to engage in close-quarter combat. When dealing with ships like theirs, it was enough to have cannons. If they used submarines and torpedoes, it would be like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, this thing still needed to be researched. There were too many smart people in the world. When one side's cannonballs landed on the enemy's territory and didn't explode, the enemy would definitely pick them up and study them. When they compared the things inside, they would gradually enter the era of hot weapons. Then, gradually, everyone would have guns and cannons. This was especially true for the people of Tang. Industrial technology couldn't be kept a secret for long. There were too many people who knew about it. Some people might be motivated by profit to leak it out, and some might accidentally let others know. Therefore, new things had to be researched. They couldn't wait for the enemy to catch up. Li Longji was full of pride. He waved his hand and said, "I want to unify the world. I want everyone in the world to be a part of Tang. I want the moon to be round, and the moon will be round. I want the sun to spin faster, and the sun will be." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were frightened by Li Longji's words. Could it be that the explosion of the torpedo just now shocked the emperor? According to what he said, it was obvious that he was going to conquer the Milky Way. That was scary. "Your Majesty, please drink some wine." Zhang Xiaobao poured some hot wine and handed it to Li Longji. Wang Wan said, "Continue eating. You didn't eat much just now." Li Longji waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm okay." "Xiaobao, cuckoo, how many of these things do you want to make? There's also that torpedo, which can sink a ship with a single blast." The two of them looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, we only need to build 10 submarines. They're not going to be used to start a full-scale war with the enemy. We're going to use them to train our soldiers. We don't need to build too many torpedoes, just enough for normal training." "Why?" In Li Longji's mind, there was still a scene of countless submarines suddenly appearing around the enemy fleet, followed by tens of thousands of torpedoes. How could it be gone in the blink of an eye? Wang Wan followed up and explained, "Your Majesty, the submarines, torpedoes, and sonar are part of the technical reserve. We will train a group of soldiers and use them as a basis for research. However, we will not mass-produce them because they are expensive. We need to use the resources we plundered. Oh no, we need to convert the resources we obtained from fair trade into the basis of social and economic development. Li Longji exhaled and calmed down. He was too excited when he saw a submarine attack a small ship. After catching his breath, Li Longji said, "That's right. I almost wanted to use all the money to equip the army, but that won't do. My people need to live better lives than all the people under the previous emperors." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of sashimi and chewed it. He continued, "War has always been a means, not the end goal. Currently, there are still many places in the Tang Empire where the people can't eat meat as they please. It's just that I can't see it in the capital." "Yes, Your Majesty," Zhang Xiaobao continued, "this requires us to put more thought and energy into civilian production. We'll convert the submarine's propellers and other technologies into civilian production and let the rich buy them. We'll then use the money to build the infrastructure." Li Longji nodded. Then, he held his wine cup and fell into deep thought. He realized that in comparison, he had done a better job than all the previous emperors. Not only could he attack whoever he wanted, but the people no longer ran far away in groups to escape disaster. Even if there was a drought, there was no need to be afraid. Food from other places would be sent over in time. There was also a well drilling team that would go to the drought area to dig wells. When there was a flood, everyone would migrate when the dam couldn't be defended. When the flood passed, they would return home and rebuild. It wasn't like in the past where they didn't return. They had to sell their children and even barter for food. It had changed. Everything had changed. But it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. They could do better. All the people should have diesel and gasoline engine cars. All the people could use phones. No matter how far away they were, they could talk to whoever they wanted. All the people could eat popsicles in the summer. All the people could fly to distant places when they wanted to go. All the people could get timely treatment when they were sick. All the people could be carefully protected by the locals when they went outside. All the people, Li Longji's thoughts drifted very far away. It was so far away that even he was afraid of it, because it was too difficult. Then, two figures appeared in front of him. Those two figures waved their hands and turned everything into reality. With a wave of their hands, they filled the entire sky with light. With a wave of their hands, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indeed waving their hands in front of Li Longji. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "Ah? Oh, it's nothing." Li Longji was called back. He said, "I suddenly thought of airplanes. Does that mean we don't need to build more airplanes? Just build enough for training?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No. As long as we have the ability to build airplanes, we can build as many as we can. Then we can build airports in various places. Apart from training, they can also help transport goods, especially letters. We'll charge the rich a lot to use them, but I believe they'll be happy to use them because they can show their status. Li Longji laughed. That's right. We have to let the rich enjoy themselves and buy and use luxury goods. Otherwise, if they have too much money and can't spend it, they'll snatch the business of the common people. On this point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always insisted on this point to balance out social conflict. When Li Longji mentioned this, he thought of something else and said to the two of them, "Recently, some officials in the imperial court have suggested moving the capital to Luoyang. There are also some who have suggested building a high platform like the Copper Sparrow Terrace." Wang Wan blinked and said first, "There's no need to move the capital. There are too many things, and there's no point in going through so much trouble. Besides, there's still our heavy industrial research base next to the capital. If we want to move, we can only move to the north or northeast when we have more money. The environment in the south is better, but we can't possibly let a bunch of people enjoy life there." Then, what about the high platform? Li Longji asked about the second matter. In truth, He also wanted to build one, but he was afraid that the two of them would say that it was a waste of money and manpower. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "We'll build it. The Copper Sparrow Terrace isn't tall or big enough. We want to build something taller and bigger, but it can't be around the capital or Luoyang. Where should we build it?" What Li Longji was worried about didn't happen. On the contrary, he gained even more support. Yuzhou, where the Anong Protectorate used to be. "We'll build it there. Get someone to build it there, and find suitable stones in the surroundings. We'll build a large building several hundred meters tall." The location that Zhang Xiaobao gave was actually Beijing. The population there was too little. If they built a large building there, many people would have to live there in a year or two, and the population would naturally increase. Furthermore, that place was indeed not bad. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many dynasties that chose to build their capital there. It would be good if it was slightly to the side, closer to Tianjin port. In any case, there were still many lands that belonged to them. After all, there was a plain next to it, and that was Hebei. Li Longji didn't care where the building was, as long as it was built. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't lie to him. Thus, he asked the crucial question, "Is the money coming from the treasury, or from my own funds?" "There's no need for that. Let the rich donate. Tell them that if they donate enough money, they can carve their names on the stones. If they donate less money, their names will be at the bottom. If they donate more, their names will be at the top. Then, they'll have to pay for the maintenance in the future." Zhang Xiaobao gave a good idea. Chapter 17. At noon in midsummer, the people who had just eaten took a short break before continuing the day's work. The birds and the chickens and dogs in the courtyard had all found a place to enjoy the warm sun or to hide in a cool place. In the small river in front of the Zhang family's manor in Tuqiao village, a group of boys were playing to their heart's content. After playing for a while, perhaps because they were shouting too loudly, a person walked out from the manor's courtyard. He stared at the group of boys and reprimanded them with dissatisfaction. "All of you scram further away. If you wake up my family's young master, you'll all be waiting to be beaten." The boys immediately stopped shouting and all of them carefully looked at the side door of the courtyard. They hid in the water and slowly moved upstream. When the person returned to the courtyard, the boys let out a sigh of relief and made all kinds of funny faces at the closed door. "Scared me to death. He is so fierce. Even the old master of the Zhang family is not like him," a 7-year-old boy whispered as he used his hands to dig at the yellow mud inside the river. "Isn't it the same? The master is kind, but the steward is fierce. No matter how fierce he is, he still has to listen to the master. I heard that the young master can eat porridge now. Later, we will catch a few toads and give them to him. Take the oil from them and put it in the porridge. It is good for the body. My mother ate like this when she had my little sister." Another slightly older boy was more sensible than the previous one. He looked at the toads that occasionally swam in the water and said to the others. The boys also knew that at this time, they would have an unexpected harvest if they fawned over the young master of the main family. They all nodded. Another boy who had already caught a toad said, "Then we should catch 2 more. The daughter of the Wang family is also in the Zhang family. Erzi, if your sister is now with the young master of the Zhang family, how good would that be? Your family will not have to worry about food and clothing in the future." The one who was called Erzi was the sensible boy just now. Hearing this, Wei Wei shook her head. "That is impossible. There are only 2 big Zhuangzi in the village. They are a match. Besides, they can also give birth. They were originally betrothed when they were young. Unexpectedly, they were born on the same day, less than a minute apart." That's right, that's right." The child who spoke first also nodded and said, "It's not just that. I heard that ever since the 2 children met when they were 1 month old, they stuck together and cried when they were apart. That's why they were put together. Counting the days, they will be 1 year old in a few days." "I won't say any more, I won't say any more. Hurry up and catch the toad. As long as the master is happy, he might reward us with a few eggs. My mother doesn't have much milk, so I can steam cakes for my sister to eat. Ötzi thought of his 4-month-old sister and didn't want to waste any more time. He called out and went to find the fork first. In the courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi, in a room, there were 2 children lying side by side. They were gently covered by a thin blanket. Their small faces showed a peaceful expression, and their stomachs rose and fell evenly. At the door of the room, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl sitting on a small stool. After looking at the sleeping children, she leaned against the door frame and dozed off. After a while, she also fell asleep. After a while, the little boy lying on the right slowly opened his eyes. At first, he was stunned, then he was puzzled. He raised his hands and moved his feet. Suddenly, there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, muttering, "Where is this? How did I become a child? Where are the bandits? Where is that Wang Wan?" When he looked at the other child next to him, he found that the child lying next to him was a girl. An idea that he had to consider arose in his heart. Before he could make a further judgment, the girl's eyelashes fluttered twice. With the uncertain idea in his heart, the boy closed his eyes again and pretended to be just like before. At this time, the girl also opened her eyes. She was also puzzled. She also looked around and muttered, "Where is this? How did I become a child? Where is the liar Zhang Xiaobao? I haven't finished my task yet." Her muttering was heard by the boy next to her. The boy's breathing was very even just now, but he suddenly stopped and immediately returned to normal. However, at this moment, he was discovered by the girl who had been staring at him. With guesses in her heart, the girl estimated the position of the person sitting at the door. She reached out her chubby little hand and touched the boy's face. "Zhang Xiaobao? Is that you?" The boy didn't have any reaction. His breathing was still so even. The girl gritted her teeth and pinched the boy's nose. The boy woke up this time. He turned his head and looked at the girl. His big eyes were as pure as they could be. "Zhang Xiaobao, hurry up and answer me," she once again spoke in her muffled voice. The boy still looked the same. He blinked his big eyes and made a few sounds with no pitch at all, just like a normal child of his age. "Are you not Zhang Xiaobao?" The girl really did not know how to judge. "Ha, ha, ah, ah." The boy's monotonous voice came, and at the same time, he reached out his chubby little hand to touch the girl's face. The girl stared at the boy's eyes to see if there was any expression in them that should not be there, but she did not see anything. Just as the girl was about to give up, she suddenly remembered the words of the director at the beginning. He can jump down from a height of 15 meters without any injury. He can climb a 9-meter-high wall with his bare hand. He is proficient in criminal psychology, behavioral psychology, social psychology, and many other disciplines. He is classified as an extremely dangerous criminal. "I'll let you pretend I'll strangle you." The girl also raised her hand and directly pinched the boy's arm. As soon as she pinched, the boy immediately cried, "Wah wah!" he cried. Before the girl could do anything else, the girl sitting at the door rushed over. When the girl saw that someone was coming, she pretended to be as innocent as the boy just now and blinked her eyes. The boy looked at the girl in horror and did not stop crying. Okay. All right, Bao Lang, don't cry. You didn't even pee. Bao Lang, don't look at the Wang family's young lady like that. She's your future wife. You've been together since you were 1 month old. Why are you so scared?" Following the young lady's comforting words, the boy finally stopped crying. When the girl returned to the stool, the boy went back to sleep. The girl looked gloomy. She looked at the boy and thought for a while. Finally, she gritted her teeth and reached out her hand again. This time, she was going for the boy's crotch. She whispered, "Brother, you know how to ask for help, right? You think you have a backer, right? You're not afraid of being pinched, right? I'll find something wrong with you." Wah, wah. Before the girl's hand touched the boy's crotch, the boy shouted again. The girl quickly retracted her hand. The girl came over again. Seeing that nothing was wrong, she went back and sat down. Let's see how long you can cry. I'm going to scratch again. The girl reached out her hand again. Wah! The boy cried. The girl retracted her hand. The boy stopped. The girl reached out. The boy cried. The two of them repeated like this. After a few times, the girl did not reach out this time. She only said, I'm going to scratch again. Wah! The boy cried. I'm not going to scratch again, the girl said. The boy stopped. He did stop, but the boy's expression changed. He was no longer as innocent as before. Pretend, keep pretending. Are you regretting it? Did you forget to learn child psychology? My international liar, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao. This time, the girl laughed and said jokingly in the boy's ear. The boy could no longer pretend. He reached out his chubby little hand, slapped his forehead, and sighed. It's not that I'm careless. It's that men are too attentive to this. He understood that it had become a reflex. It was impossible for children to have this kind of reaction. Faced with this kind of situation, there were basically only two kinds of reactions for a child. One was to cry continuously and wait for someone to comfort him, but then he stopped. Two was to change from crying to laughing, thinking that he had found something fun, but he was affected by the adult's thoughts. Comrade Wang Wan, I don't think a police officer should do such a dirty thing, let alone a policewoman. You are too immoral. Zhang Xiaobao finally admitted his identity. Swindler Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you have to remember that there are only bad starting points, and not unreasonable means. Tell me, where did you put the money? Wang Wan didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was what she was trained to do. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the girl at the door who had sat down again and had nothing to do. He turned to Wang Wan and said, If you have to add a word before my name, please say suspect. Now, I don't think we should be thinking about money. Remember, money is never a problem for me. What I'm thinking now is, can I still eat that bowl of cold jelly? You really know how to find a relaxing topic. Where's the money? Wang Wan still asked about the money. Are you stupid as a police officer? What money? Look at how we are now, look at the surroundings. According to a normal and unbelievable saying, we have already left the original world and reincarnated into another world. My only regret is that I didn't eat that bowl of cold jelly. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and looked at the ceiling. Wang Wan looked around again and found that this was not in her era, or in other words, in this world. Especially the appearance of the girl sitting at the door when she came over, and the clothes she was wearing, proved this point. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. You insisted on exchanging hostages. Now, my family will never see it. You have to compensate me, my parents, my brothers and sisters, and my job. Wang Wan tried to keep her voice as low as possible while pinching Zhang Xiaobao's arm and complaining. Do you regret it? Is it better if I didn't go there and let that child live in the threat of death? Zhang Xiaobao turned around and asked again. Regret? No, I have no regret. Who am I? I am China's overlord flower. Please don't look at me like that. My glory cannot be tarnished. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment, and then said to Zhang Xiaobao seriously. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and admitted to Wang Wan's words. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, Do you think I can see my parents in this life? Looking at the surrounding decorations and what that person said, they should be from a rich family. Sigh. Wang Wan sighed and said rationally, Don't think about that. Think about where we are. What should we do in the future? Who cares where they are? I have decided. I can finally see my parents in this life. I will work hard to earn money so that they can live a good life. I will also find a wife so that she can live a good life. From what that woman said, you seem to be my wife. I have decided not to admit to this matter. I will not live with an international fraud suspect. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking, Wang Wan then vetoed. Forget it, let's not talk about this kind of thing first. I'm going to sleep. I may have other things to do in a while, so I won't accompany you. Zhang Xiaobao lay back down and closed his eyes with an expectant look on his face. Chapter 18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Xiaobao really did fall asleep. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was not in the mood. Thinking of her home, thinking of her parents and relatives, she suddenly felt a little lonely. It was as if the whole world had left her and she was the only one left. Only when she realized that there was someone beside her did she feel a little bit of warmth. If I had another chance to choose, would I choose not to follow him in exchange for the hostage? No, I have to be responsible for my honor. Even if I had to choose again, I would still have no regret. Fortunately, I am not alone here. I have a swindler with me. Damn swindler. He didn't even take out a single cent. Wang Wan looked at a small gray hanging on the shed, gently blown by the breeze, and thought slowly. Are you still thinking about the money? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao, who had fallen asleep, suddenly turned his head and asked softly. How did you know? Wang Wan was surprised. I have seen many people like you. If you don't complete the mission, you will always feel that something is missing. Don't worry, when I returned to China, I thought about it. I brought something with me. There is an account number in it with 10 million US dollars, which is for your funds. Your director is a good person. The only thing he lacks is money and equipment. How can he solve the case with this kind of equipment? Don't worry about the explosion breaking the thing. I think even if it is blown to pieces, the relevant departments will extract the things inside. As for the rest of the money, it will be invested in the motherland in the future. Don't think about it. It's useless. Since we are alive again, let us live a better life. Zhang Xiaobao continued to persuade and explain the money. Wang Wan was naturally not stupid enough to not understand such words. She exposed her small arms outside the blanket, nodded slowly and asked, Don't you have any regrets? Yes, I didn't eat that bowl of cold jelly. Zhang Xiaobao cracked a smile. Don't talk to me about this. You know what I am asking. Wang Wan made a frosty face, but her child's face was so cute no matter what expression she made. Zhang Xiaobao smiled again. Don't treat me like you are interrogating a prisoner. Here, I am a good citizen. If someone asked me like this in the past, I would never give them a good face. Today, I will make an exception and never mention it again. In fact, my biggest regret was that I never got to meet my parents. After the flood, I left the sad place and stole things along the way. I went to the garbage dump to find food that other people didn't want to eat or throw away. Usually, I would come out at night and find a corner to hide in during the day. It wasn't that the night was good, but I was afraid of the day. In the past, there was still Grandpa Dean, but after Grandpa Dean died, I was all alone. Only then did I realize that I was an orphan. During the day, I would always see some adults holding hands with children to play or eat. The only thing I felt was jealousy. When those children around my age were at odds with their parents, I wanted to beat them up. If it were me, I would definitely be obedient. But I knew that if I really rushed to beat them, their parents would beat me to death. I didn't have parents to protect me. Later, I saw them going to school. I wanted to go, too. You should know that it was impossible unless I went back to that cold orphanage again. Then, Wang Wan didn't know that the most vulnerable side of Zhang Xiaobao's heart was this. She couldn't help but feel a little sad and asked, Then you all know that in order to learn things I went to prison, stole, trained, and went back to prison again. Here, I want to thank our police system. As long as you are willing to spend money, your ID card and file can be made real. So I can buy a gun without a criminal record. Unfortunately, I only used it once. I robbed an official's money. It's funny that the official had just gotten 300,000 yuan from someone else. Before he could warm it up, I robbed it. Your file shouldn't be there. I already knew that. He didn't dare to call the police. Later, I went to his house to steal and stole a lot of money. He still didn't call the police, because I saw from his notebook that he had killed someone. When we came, he should have been at the main hall. If he had been kidnapped before we came, I think you wouldn't have been implicated. I would have provoked the gangster to let go. You are breaking the law. Your idea is wrong. Wang Wan heard that Zhang Xiaobao had such a criminal tendency and immediately corrected him. Forget it. Breaking the law? Are you saying that against your conscience? We're not children anymore. Don't you know what the world is like? Did you become stupid when you studied commanding? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with a gaze that made her very uncomfortable. Okay, let's not talk about this. I want to know why you know so much about me. Wang Wan didn't refute and only asked the question in her heart. You came to arrest me, so of course I have to know more. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to ask your own people. Flies don't bite eggs. Okay, let's not talk about this. I found that you have a radical attitude against our country's society. Wang Wan felt that she couldn't gain the upper hand on this issue. She wanted to change the topic, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree and continued. I never resisted, I only complained. I never hated. Even when I investigated and found out that my biological parents were forced to work in a coal mine and that the compensation money was embezzled because I was just a baby, I never hated because I had a grandpa who once held my hand and ate cold jelly. He even left the hope of survival to me. From then on, I knew that this world was not only filled with darkness and hatred, but also warmth and love. You, what kind of person are you? Wang Wan couldn't give Zhang Xiaobao a reasonable position at this time. Like you, I have the persistence in my heart and am full of contradictions. This is my dream and life. Let's not talk about it. I heard footsteps outside. I hope it's my family. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly turned to look at the door and the girl who was still dozing off. Why didn't I hear it? Wang Wan was even more confused. That's why you can't catch me, Zhang Xiaobao replied, but his eyes didn't blink as he stared at the door. Cherries, you're slacking off again. I think you're too naughty. As Wang Wan heard the footsteps, there was a scolding voice. No, madam, I'm not slacking off. The young master and the young lady are sleeping. The girl stood up in fear and lowered her head to defend herself. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw a girl in her 20s wearing a pink and green dress standing at the door at the same time. Maybe this girl really didn't want to punish the girl, or maybe she saw the two children looking at her with wide eyes. She changed her expression and walked quickly to the bed with a smile. She looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao lovingly. That smile was not fake at all. Mother? Zhang Xiaobao was the first to react and asked tentatively. This was amazing. The girl picked up Zhang Xiaobao and excitedly asked the girl behind her, My baby boy can say mother now. Cherries, did you hear that? I heard. Congratulations, madam. The young master can say mother now. Cherries quickly echoed. Now she didn't have to worry about being punished. With the young master calling her mother, she could be exempted from the death penalty, let alone dozing off. Mother. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that he really met his biological mother, he excitedly used his chubby little hands to touch the girl's face and kissed her. At the same time, he called her mother again. Xiaobao, it's mother. My Xiaobao is really sensible. Cherries, go to the accountant's room to receive your reward. Seeing her son like this, the girl's anger disappeared. In order to make others happy with her, Cherries, who was reprimanded just now, could now receive her reward. As she spoke, she took out a string of things from her sleeve. She tore a small piece of wood from it and threw it to Cherries. Cherries hurriedly caught it. When she saw the wood piece, she was even more happy. This wood piece could be exchanged for a piece of pork. It was enough for her family to eat for several days. She carefully put it in her arms and didn't leave. Instead, she stayed by the side and waited for other instructions. Mother. Zhang Xiaobao kissed the girl again. He wanted to say more to make his mother happy, but when he remembered his age, He could only call her mother again. Seeing such a scene, Wang Wan didn't know why, but her big eyes under her long eyelashes were filled with tears. She didn't know if it was because she pitied Zhang Xiaobao's experience in his previous life, or because she was moved. She couldn't help but shout, "Mother-in-law." After shouting these two voices, which were a little out of shape because of leaking teeth, Wang Wan realized that she was affected. Her mind was unguarded at this moment. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was so cooperative, he wanted to continue shouting "wife" to make his mother happy. But when he saw Wang Wan's obviously a little regretful expression, he could only shut his mouth. He was afraid that after shouting, Wang Wan would reply to him with "scram." That would be troublesome. At this time, the girl didn't care about the change in attitude between the two children. Her son could call her mother, and her future daughter-in-law could also call her mother-in-law. The two children, who didn't know how to speak before, became so sensible in the blink of an eye. This made her so excited that she didn't know what to do. She casually took out a small piece of wood with the word "sheep" written on it and turned around and threw it to Cherries. "Take this and exchange it for a sheep's hoof. Go to the account room and get it yourself." "What did you hear just now?" In reply to Madam, I heard, "Congratulations, Madam, congratulations, Madam." The young master can call his mother, and the young lady of the Wang family can call her mother-in-law. With Madam's arrival, the two children have become smarter. Cherries knew that she was specifically to serve the two children. The more the children made the adults happy, the more rewards she would get. She didn't expect that the two children, who didn't know how to speak before, would suddenly become sensible at the same time. She trembled as she took the wood piece, thinking that she could use this sheep's hoof to exchange for some cloth to make new clothes for her father, mother, and younger brother. "Come, mother will take you out to play. Let them see my Bao Lang and Cuckoo. Which family's children are not as good as mine?" Today, that group of naughty children also sent some toads. Mother has already asked people to boil the contents of the toads into the porridge for you two to have a good taste. Mother has rewarded each of you with 20 eggs. The girl held Zhang Xiaobao in one hand and picked up Wang Wan in the other. She laughed and talked as she walked outside. Seeing his mother in this life reward the servant girl twice in a row and use a large amount of eggs as a reward, Zhang Xiaobao finally realized the importance of children in his mother's heart. He tightly pressed his head into his mother's arms, forgetting his mental age. He reached out his small hand to touch Wang Wan's delicate nose. He didn't feel any pain when bitten. Those small teeth had no strength at all. Chapter 19. The woman carried her son and future daughter-in-law and practically floated out of the room. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to immerse himself in the warmth of having a mother in this life. He constantly communicated with Wang Wan with his eyes and occasionally used lip language. He wanted Wang Wan to cooperate with him and figure out what this place was like as soon as possible. Wang Wan still had some contradictions in her heart. For the time being, she had not completely adapted to her new identity and was not used to being carried around by a young woman. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's message, she suppressed the various emotions in her heart and began to memorize the surroundings, including the clothes on the people and the layout of the house. These two could be said to be the elites of the previous world. At this moment, they were going to display all of their strengths and reflect the accumulation of knowledge and experience. Ancient times. When he was carried out by his mother, Zhang Xiaobao mouthed to Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and glanced at the table. Seeing 2 coins on it, she narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at them again. "If I'm not wrong, it should be the Tang dynasty. I saw the money, Kaiyuan Tongbao. I don't know which dynasty it is." At this time, the woman had already arrived at the door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the situation outside again and found that they did not directly see the outside. There was a courtyard in front of them. Rich family? Manor owner? Official? Businessman? Wang Wan saw this situation and immediately made a judgment. Not an official family. My mother doesn't have that kind of temperament. Based on what my mother said just now, the preliminary judgment is that there is a manor owner. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed and replied, Madam, why are you carrying 2 people? Quick, give me one. Just as Wang Wan was about to express her opinion, a man's voice sounded. She thought it was the woman's husband. In the end, she saw an uncle in silk clothes around 40 years old. According to her current age, she should call him grandfather. She immediately stopped talking and returned to the appearance of a child. Zhang Xiaobao did the same. He looked at this person with a curious gaze, especially this person's eyes. He wanted to see if this person was lying or suppressing his mother. This person's identity was that of a housekeeper. According to his temper, if he saw the slightest hint of contempt for his mother in the eyes of this person who seemed to be a housekeeper, he would kill him. It's fine. The 2 children are not heavy and are comfortable to carry. Housekeeper Zhang, go do your work. Oh, today, everyone in the courtyard will be rewarded. Add a portion of meat for dinner. As soon as the woman mentioned the child, she smiled continuously. Naturally, she had to be happy with everyone in the courtyard. Yes, madam. You do your work. I'll go call someone to watch from the side. It's hot, hold an umbrella for the little master and little miss. Housekeeper Zhang respectfully responded. He lowered his head and quietly walked away without showing any disrespect. He did not know that this attitude had saved him from a fatal disaster. The woman carried the 2 children and continued to walk forward. Before she reached the front of the courtyard, a young girl of the same age came to hold an umbrella for them, blocking the scorching sun outside. At this time, Cherries also handed a warm and wet handkerchief to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to gently wipe their faces. Pomegranate, do you know where the master is? The woman kissed Zhang Xiaobao's face and asked the girl holding the umbrella for her. Replying to Madam, the master is studying in the study. During this time, the old madam and the old master should be enjoying the cool air under the tree in the front yard. Pomegranate obediently replied. She often served people, so she naturally knew what the madam meant. It was to let the family see the children. The woman nodded. Then let's go to the front yard. Cherries, in a while, go tell the people who are building the backyard to not be lazy. Once it's done, let the old madam and the old master go back to live. It's not good for their status to always live in the front yard. When she turned her head to look at the 2 children in her arms, she smiled again. Wei Wei turned sideways and said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, the one who just passed by is the housekeeper of our family's Zhuangzi. This maid is called Cherries, and the other is called Pomegranate. In a while, I'll let you see your grandfather and grandmother. Then, without caring whether the 2 children could understand or not, she walked forward and taught the 2 children to speak. This was called a house. In the middle of the house was the door, and there were also windows and so on. When she came to the front yard and saw the 2 old people sitting at the stone table under the big locust tree, she stopped talking and quickly walked forward. Xiaoer, you're here. Quickly, let this old madam see our good grandson and granddaughter-in-law. When the old madam, who was sitting there and being served tea, saw the woman's figure, she immediately stood up and walked forward. While speaking, she reached out to take Zhang Xiaobao. She also complained, Xiaoer, it's so hot today. What if you're tired from carrying 2 children? In the future, let the servants do it. As she said this, she didn't have any intention of letting the servants help carry the children. She held Zhang Xiaobao with both hands and put him in front of her to look at. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't get enough of him. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes squeezed together, and her smile didn't disappear. I'm not tired. Who would feel tired carrying their own children? That's right, father-in-law, mother-in-law, Bauer can say mother now. He said it in the house just now. And Cuckoo, she calls me mother-in-law. Come, Bauer, say it again. Mother Zhang only remembered that she came here to make her father-in-law and mother-in-law happy together. She reached out to touch her son's chubby face and asked him to say it again. Mother. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't refuse. In this life, he was finally addicted to having parents. He was ready to say all the words that he hadn't said before. Then, without waiting for others to praise him, he said to the old madam who was holding him, "Grandmother." Then, he turned his head to look at the old man who was also sitting there and looking over. He continued to say, "Grandfather." This time, the old man couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked quickly to his grandson. "Oh, my good grandson, let grandfather see. Good, you're better than other people's grandsons. No one can compare to our family. Say it again for grandfather to hear." "Grandfather." Zhang Xiaobao carefully looked at his grandfather. In his heart, he thought that if he were to be washed away by the water again, this grandfather should be able to carry him to the shore. "Grandfather, grandmother." Wang Wan also shouted at this time. When seeing the old people, at the very least, she still had to show some respect. When the two of them shouted, it immediately made everyone happy. The old madam took Wang Wan, and the old man hugged Zhang Xiaobao. They sat back together and praised their son, daughter-in-law, grandson, future granddaughter-in-law, and even the servants who served them. It seemed that everything was so beautiful. On this day they didn't feel hot, and they didn't feel irritated. Even the watchdog, who was usually not allowed to come close, could now lie under the tree and be praised together. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were feeling the warmth while carefully listening to everyone's words. They observed the situation around them and analyzed their future living environment. Especially when they heard their grandfather, grandmother, and mother talking about some trivial matters at home, the two of them listened even more carefully. They didn't stop lip-syncing. "Who said that you're not an official? Don't you have a fief? There's also 100 households worth of food." Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao when she heard that Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather was worried that the fief that their ancestor fought for with his life would be taken back. Zhang Xiaobao also listened. His ancestor went to war and made meritorious contributions. He even saved an important official and was given a fake title. Later on, that ancestor died and the fake title was also gone. However, the fief and the 100 households were not taken back. Now that the era name was changed, it was the emperor who changed. He was afraid that the fief would be taken back. My ancestor and the current era are so many years apart. He is no longer an official. In the past, he was also a fake title, but this is not important. What is important is that we know the era. It's the second year of the Kaiyuan era. It seems that it will be stable for a few decades. Li Longji just finished dealing with his aunt and is in the stage of development. Zhang Xiaobao received this most important information from his grandfather. With this information, things were easier. People were not afraid of facing danger and difficulties, but they were afraid of facing the unknown. It was the most uncomfortable to be in the dark. What's so good about it? Why don't we do it earlier? For example, during the Jingguan era. At least we don't have to worry about the Enlushan rebellion. Your family's fief should have been taken back a long time ago. It's not like it's hereditary. I don't know what methods you used to hide for so many years. Wang Wan said sarcastically, but she was also worried. If Zhang Xiaobao's family lost their fief, then their income would be reduced. If they encountered a disaster, they would not be able to survive without saving some food. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about this. At most, he could earn money to buy the fief. Earning money was not a difficult thing. Even if he did not cheat and did not make a lot of money, he could still make some money. The only thing he was worried about was the Enlushan rebellion that Wang Wan mentioned. After thinking for a while, he said to Wang Wan, "Don't be afraid. It's not easy to save a person, but it's easy to kill someone." "Kill Enlushan?" Wang Wan asked. "Yes, that's one of them. There's no rush now. When we grow up, we will kill An Lushan, kill Shi Siming, cripple Li Linfu, and kill Yang Guozhong. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Stop bragging. Even if you really kill An Lushan, there's still Li Lushan and Wang Lushan. Wang Wan did not give Zhang Xiaobao any face. Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it and said, in theory, there is such a situation, but the ones who really change history are people. The personality of an important person is the factor that determines history. There is only one Napoleon. Let's not talk about this for now. When the time comes, we will know. Wang Wan also knew that there was no conclusion on this matter that involved philosophy. It was better to be realistic, so she asked, then what are we going to do? Are we going to wait until we grow up? Of course not. Our first task is to earn money. When the time comes, we will buy more land. The Kaiyuan era was prosperous, but no matter how prosperous it was, it could not be compared to our era. Back then, our food was indispensable, not to mention here. Zhang Xiaobao gave an idea. What should we do? Just based on us two little brats? Will anyone listen to what we say? Stupid people think about difficulties. Smart people think about opportunities. Wait for us to understand the situation for another 2 days, then I'll tell you what to do. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be calm. Chapter 20. It was another afternoon. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Wei Wei curled up under the sun. The lively dog had long stayed in the shade under the tree. He stuck out his tongue and looked at the chicken digging sand on the ground in front of him. The child on Zhuangzi had tasted yesterday's sweetness. Today, he forked the toad even harder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just been breastfed, could not bear the fatigue of their young bodies. They lay side by side and fell asleep. Cherries was still sitting on the stool at the door and dozing off. The Jiang Wang clan, also known as Qiaoer and Zhang Xiaobao's mother, were busy with the matters on Zhuangzi. The housekeeper strolled around. Sometimes, he would go to the front to see if there was anything that could disturb the little master's sleep. Sometimes, he would go to the back to renovate the courtyard and tell others not to make too much noise when they were speeding up. After sleeping for 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up almost at the same time. They opened their eyes and looked around. After some discussion, they decided to train their bodies and learn how to walk first. Perhaps it was because they were always carried by others, they still did not know how to walk. I didn't expect your father to be a bookworm. Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao and jokingly said, It's good that he's a bookworm. As long as I see him, I know that he is my father. Yesterday, he even read the Analects of Confucius to me. How can I know that? Zhang Xiaobao recalled the appearance of his father when he saw him yesterday. His father was indeed a bookworm, but when he heard his son call him father, he was as happy as a normal person. At that time, he hugged him and read the Analects of Confucius to him. The imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty were not easy. I don't know if your father can pass. Wang Wan was a little envious of Zhang Xiaobao. It was mainly because she had never seen her parents in this life. They actually abandoned her and left her alone. She even drank milk with Zhang Xiaobao. The milk of the Jiang Wang clan was not as good as she imagined. Who asked her mother not to have any milk? She had heard them mention it yesterday. You're wrong. The imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty are the easiest. As long as you have a good reputation and find someone, there won't be any problems. This is also not an obstacle for me. Even if I have to spend money, I will make a golden path for my father. I heard yesterday that your parents will be coming today. Don't be shy when the time comes. When you need to call your mother, call your mother. When you need to call your father, call your father. Zhang Xiaobao was confident that he had some means to monopolize. My own parents are still alive, but I have to call other people my parents. It's all your fault, Wang Wan complained habitually. You're Mrs. Xianglin? Can't I just say it? Don't think that I will marry you after lying down with you. Maybe I will find someone better. Wang Wan began to take revenge. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan again and sighed. You're an old girl. You're 30 years old and you don't even have a boyfriend. Now you're throwing a tantrum with me. How old are you? Find someone else? Can you find someone else who can treat you like I do? This is the Tang dynasty. No matter how open they are, men are superior to women. I'll just suffer a little. Who asked me to drag you into this? Shut up. Hurry up and get off the bed. Wang Wan obviously did not want to listen to Zhang Xiaobao talk like this, and urged him to get off the bed. Zhang Xiaobao poked his head out to look under the bed. After estimating the height, he said with uncertainty, It's so high. If I go down, I might fall. Besides, if I fall, I'll accept it. What about you? Don't you want to practice walking together? You're stupid. If you go down, you can catch me from below. I will jump on you. In theory, you won't be hurt. You're chubby, you'll be a meat cushion. Hurry up and get off. Don't give me an excuse. You can jump down 15 meters without falling. You can climb 9 meters with your bare hands. Why are you afraid of this little height? Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao to the edge of the bed with all her strength. Zhang Xiaobao kept taking deep breaths to adjust his state. Seeing that he was almost at the edge of the bed, he turned back and said, Why don't we practice on the bed now? Okay, let's practice on the ground. Don't push me, I'll do it myself. Like this, I'll turn around and slip down. You can pull me up as much as you can. Calm down. Even if you kill me, you can't go back. As Zhang Xiaobao said, he first put his 2 legs outside the bed. His small hands grabbed Wang Wan's small hands and rubbed them down little by little. He complained while rubbing, What is this called? Cherries didn't think about it. No matter how big the bed is, a child has to turn over. What if I fall down? Doesn't she know how to use something to block it? Have you seen a child of this age turn over? When he woke up and saw that there was no one around, the first thing he did was cry. Once he cried, wouldn't Cherries know? Wait a minute, both of us are dumbfounded. Come up and help me throw the blanket down first. It can cushion the fall. Wang Wan held Zhang Xiaobao's hand tightly and suddenly thought of a better idea. Zhang Xiaobao struggled to climb back and threw things down with Wang Wan. They threw away the blanket directly and kicked the mattress together. Finally, there was a layer of cushion below. Zhang Xiaobao turned over and went down first. He looked up at Wang Wan, who was watching from above, and said with his lips, It's a little shaky, but it's okay. You go down. Wang Wan confirmed that Zhang Xiaobao was really okay, then she also turned over. When she landed on the mattress, she opened her mouth. Just as she was about to get up, Zhang Xiaobao held her down and said, Don't move. Let the internal organs calm down first. Later, hold the mattress and slowly walk around. Wang Wan obediently waited for a moment before slowly getting up. She walked around the mattress hand in hand with Zhang Xiaobao. When she found that her feet were not stable, she supported the mattress. She had the consciousness of balance, but the muscles of her legs were difficult to support. Fortunately, both of them were the kind of people who had suffered before. After walking around the mattress 3 times, Wang Wan moved her little feet and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was beside her, Yesterday, you said that there was a way to make people believe us and do things according to our ideas. How do you do it? It's simple. As long as we can talk, we'll have a reason. Find 2 people to take care of us. Then, I can guide them. Let them think that they should do as we say. I don't think there's any problem with this. You have to trust me. Zhang Xiaobao also strode forward, talking as he walked. The 2 of them walked like this, as if they were strolling, talking about the future. They walked around the mattress again and again, until they were a little confused. Wang Wan then suggested, Let's walk outside. It's better for the child to get more sun. Staying in the house all the time will make her lack calcium. That's fine. Now that we're used to walking, we can move to another place. First, we should wake Cherries up. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Why should we wake her up? What if she doesn't let us go out? Wang Wan wanted to sneak out. If you want to see her die in front of us, I'll sneak out with you. If my mother finds out that we rolled out of the mattress and came out by ourselves, and Cherries doesn't know, then don't you think she'll beat her to death? Well, this possibility is very high, especially in this era. If the existence of capital can risk the risk of being hanged for 300% profit, then at least they will try to reduce the risk and avoid it as much as possible. But if a mother finds that her child is in danger, then she won't even think about avoiding it. It's better to wake her up. Wang Wan thought about it and agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. The two people reached an agreement and walked hand in hand to Cherries, who was still dozing off. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and gently pushed Cherries. When Cherries suddenly opened her eyes in shock, he said, "Sister Cherries, take us out for a walk." Zhang Xiaobao had already tried to use a calm voice, but the result didn't change at all. When Cherries heard these words, she jumped up in fright. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and asked with a trembling voice, How did you come down?" As she spoke, Cherries didn't care about anything else and ran directly to the mattress. With one look, she understood that the two children had actually pushed down the mattress. How was this possible? "Little Gongzi, Lil Ma, how did you run down?" Cherries didn't know what to say. She quickly rearranged the mattress, squatted in front of the two children, and said with a frown, "Let's go outside for a walk." Zhang Xiaobao really didn't want to say more. His little finger pointed outside. Ignoring Cherries' shocked expression, he took Wang Wan's hand and walked out shakily. Cherries was so scared that she hugged the two children and wanted to send them back. Wang Wan was really angry this time. She said to Cherries, "Go outside, go outside." She actually wanted to say more, but she was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so she could only express her thoughts in such a short way. Cherries looked at the two children's angry gazes and was finally afraid. She was afraid that the two children would say more, especially to the madam. After thinking about it, she compromised and walked out with the two children. When they were outside, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan struggled to get down. Under Cherries' nervous gaze, they walked hand in hand under the sunlight and slowly strolled. "Cherries, why did you bring Bao Lang and Cuckoo out?" Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were enjoying the sunlight, a voice suddenly appeared. Cherries was shocked. Looking at the two children walking there, she really didn't know what to say. Jiang Wang clan walked into the courtyard. After talking about Cherries, she suddenly found a miracle. She pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the man and woman next to her, "In-laws, look, Bao Lang and Cuckoo can actually walk." She didn't need to say anything. At this time, the two people also saw the two children walking back and forth hand in hand. "Sister, it's true. They really can walk. Yesterday, I heard from the people you sent that they could talk. I didn't expect that they could walk by themselves today. Look, they know how to walk hand in hand at such a young age." The woman also said excitedly. She wanted to come closer, but was afraid to disturb the two children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan of course heard these voices. At the same time, they glanced at the hand holding. They wanted to explain that they were holding hands to maintain balance, but they couldn't say it. When Cherries didn't know what to do, Jiang Wang clan finally said, "Cherries, not bad. You can teach Bao Lang and Cuckoo how to walk. Reward." After that, she took out a piece of wood and threw it to Cherries. When she saw the words on it, Cherries was finally excited. It actually said 21. Chapter 21. The parents of Jiang Wang clan and Wang Wan had no time to care about Cherries' excitement. They were also very excited to see their children learn to talk and walk from birth. This process was the happiest thing for parents. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looked at and surrounded like treasures. Occasionally they would call out to them. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mind at all. He was willing to enjoy this kind of warmth, but Wang Wan couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao, who was already an adult, liked to pretend to be young. It seemed that the organization made a mistake by sending her to ask for money. They should have sent a mother with a child. She believed that they could get more money. In order to avoid this helplessness, Wang Wan had to pretend to be sleepy. She also gave Zhang Xiaobao a hint, thinking that they could continue to interact with each other in the future. Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated with Wang Wan. They both yawned and couldn't open their eyes. When the adults found another place to talk about today's happy things, Wang Wan, who was put back on the couch, finally sighed. She patted Zhang Xiaobao next to her and said, "Can you not be so childish in the future? How old are you? You never know what you have before you lose. How many times can you enjoy this kind of happiness in your life? Besides, I haven't enjoyed it yet. I don't want to have any regrets. You be an adult and I'll be my child. Let's see who has problems first." Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about the feeling just now. He narrowed his eyes and persuaded Wang Wan. "Keep pretending. Today, when can we have a quiet space to arrange our own affairs?" Li Yundong said. "You can pretend. When will we have a quiet space to arrange our own affairs? You said that you would help pave the way for your father, but from the looks of it, don't count on it." Wang Wan muttered. She wanted to turn her body to the side, but found that she couldn't do so with her body. The only position she could do was to lie down. 1 week. Give me 1 more week, and I can start to give us an excuse to show our strength. This week, you and I will continue to talk. Every day we will increase the content of our conversation to make people believe that we are prodigies. That's settled. Zhang Xiaobao made the final decision. The summer weather changed quickly. A few days ago it was still sunny, but today it was gloomy, as if the sun would fall at any moment. The wind swept across the ground in a whirlwind, and even the dirt that was blown up by the wind looked dark. Most people hid in their houses or under a shed that sold tea outside. Only a small number of people were particularly spirited. Seeing that it was about to rain, they carried their umbrellas and walked to places with bridges or tea sheds, waiting for the arrival of the heavy rain. After 7 days of pretending to be prodigies and making the adults proud, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally received special treatment. That was, the two of them could order a servant girl and a manservant, or rather, a servant, to do some things. For example, they could let the servant girl and servant carry them outside to see the scenery, or lead them to the back garden to look at the flowers and plants. The two of them especially cherished this kind of restricted freedom. Today, seeing that it was going to rain heavily, they hid in the house and asked people to open the windows so that they could look at the scenery outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both liked this kind of weather, especially the dark clouds in the sky, which gave people a sense of pressure. The two of them were willing to face the pressure, and could be said to be in high spirits as they looked at the scenery outside. This made the servant girl, Cherries, and the other servant, Erniu, suffer. They were afraid that the two little ancestors would be blown by the wind, and worried that the heavy rain would soak them, so they stayed on the side in fear and kept persuading them. "Young Master Bao, why don't we take a step back and look again? We can see what the rain looks like, and we can put on some clothes. That will be more comfortable." Ernie was more clever, and he stuck close to Zhang Xiaobao and suggested. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to not hear it. After a while, when it seemed that the rain was about to fall, he suddenly said, "Ernie, in a while, when the wind blows in, Cuckoo and I are both wet and we cry together. When my mother comes, we will say that you pushed us to the window. Do you think my mother will believe your explanation, or the two of us?" Zhang Xiaobao was speaking, but what he said shocked Ernie and Cherries. Their mouths were wide open, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. "Yes, Xiaobao and I will tell my mother-in-law that the two of you didn't want to take care of us, and that's why you did such a thing. You're preparing to move to another place to work. What will the consequences be?" Wang Wan also supported on the side. Ernie didn't have time to think about why the two children would say so many things that shouldn't be said by children. He knelt on the ground with a thump, and his face was squeezed together. He begged Zhang Xiaobao for mercy. Little ancestor, I, Erniu, and my family have been doing our best in Zhuangzi. We have never offended you. You can't do this. Even if I'm not beaten to death, I'll be driven away. My family is finished. I beg you, I'll kowtow to you. Please let me go. Cherries also reacted and knelt down. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked. They didn't expect that such a simple sentence would have such a result. Get up, get up. Don't kneel and don't kowtow. We're just casually asking to see if my mother believes you or us. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to help the two of them up, but when he reached out, he found that he was touching their chests. He was afraid that he couldn't help them up, so he could only persuade them. Little Gongzi, do you still need to ask? No adult would believe that their child can lie at the age of 1. The more Cherries and I explain, the more trouble we'll be in. Moreover, if the two of you say it together, even if Madam knows that you're lying, she will think that you don't like me and Cherries. It means that we didn't take good care of them. Ernia didn't dare to get up and answered honestly. Oh, I see. That's good. Then we have something to discuss with the two of you. What do you think? This was the answer that Zhang Xiaobao wanted. Please say it. Cherries and I will definitely listen. There's no need to discuss. We'll do whatever you say. Ernia then realized that little Gongzi and Cuckoo didn't sound like children. Cherries also nodded vigorously at the side. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made a request to Erniu and Cherries. First, no matter how outrageous the two of them were, the two of them couldn't tell anyone, including Madam, Old Master, Old Madam, and Old Master. Second, no matter what they did in the future, they couldn't ask for the reason. They couldn't not do it. At the same time, they couldn't let others find out. Otherwise, they would have to face the consequences themselves. Erniu and Cherries didn't dare to say no. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made a request, they would agree. Offending the two children was worse than offending Madam. If they offended the Madam, their wages would be deducted and they would be beaten. If they offended the children, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. In any case, if something went wrong, the two children would naturally take the blame. This was also what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan promised. The heavy rain finally fell, hitting the open window with a pitter-patter. The wind also made the window creak. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mood became better and better. Looking at the heavy mist outside, they looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without words. The rain fell for an entire day, and it gradually subsided at night. After drinking milk and waking up, the two of them called Erniu and Cherries over. First, they instructed Cherries to keep watch outside the door. If someone came over, she should inform them in advance. Then, Zhang Xiaobao asked Erniu, Erniu, who else is in your family? Are you married? No, I'm only 17 years old. Although I look strong, I'm actually still young. I'm not in a hurry to get married. I'll wait until my brother marries me first. Oh, my parents are still alive. I have an older brother and a 9-year-old younger sister. My mother said that she would be able to find a wife for my brother after saving for another year. Then, I'll have a sister-in-law. Erniu respectfully replied. Oh good. It's good that your parents are still alive. It's even better to have an older brother and a younger sister. That's what a family is. I also want to have a younger sister or younger sister. Unfortunately, I'm the oldest. I don't know if my mother will give me a few younger brothers or sisters in the future. What does your older brother do? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Ernie didn't expect to hear such words. Thinking about his own family, it was indeed not bad. He happily smiled and replying to the little Gongzi, my older brother, Denyo, is a farmer during the busy farming season. When he's not busy, he does some odd jobs. He can also get more rice and salt. My younger sister helps to gather some firewood. My parents are also busy farming. When they're not busy, they do some work for others. It doesn't seem like it's the busy farming season right now, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. It's not busy. It'll only be busy in 2 months. We're all idle. Erniu answered when he heard the question. It's good that it's not busy. You can find something to do. Especially your older brother, Dinyo. What can he do? Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought. Wang Wan knew that this international swindler was going to start scheming again. She was also prepared. If Zhang Xiaobao still wanted to continue swindling, then she would stop him no matter what. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's frown and couldn't help but secretly worry. For such a big swindler to think of something with such a frown, it wasn't as simple as a small matter. There was no need to doubt the ability of a swindler. I got it. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly shouted excitedly. Got what? You can't lie. Wang Wan was so scared that she trembled. The first thought that came to her mind was that this swindler wouldn't be preparing to swindle the highest official of a certain region, right? For example, the prefectural magistrate, the heads of the 3 provinces and 6 departments, and so on. This was all possible. When he was at the provincial level, he had cheated quite a few of them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with slight dissatisfaction and said, To earn a little bit of money, do I need to cheat? Could it be that in your heart I've always been a swindler? I can also turn back. A swindler says turn back. Who can guarantee that this isn't another scam? Wang Wan didn't give Zhang Xiaobao any face. Zhang Xiaobao gave Erniu a look and solemnly said to him, Forget it, let's not talk about this. Look, Erniu is confused. Let's talk about serious business. This matter needs to be done by Dinyo's older brother. Erniu, listen well. I'm giving you a glorious and serious task. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Chapter 22. Erniu still couldn't understand Zhang Xiaobao's deep meaning of deception. He didn't answer with, I'm confident, or, I promise to complete the task. Instead, he nodded vigorously and said, Little Lord, please tell me. I, Erniu, will do whatever you say. Even my brother can do it. What do you want Dinyo to do? Wang Wan asked nervously. Don't worry. Listen. I don't want him to commit murder or arson. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and continued to speak to Erniu. Let your brother and sister go to the mountains to look for chili seedlings. When they come back, I want, young master, what is the mountain chili seedling you mentioned? Erniu didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking and interrupted to ask. Oh, it's like this. Look at my hand. It's such a big plant. It's grass. It's green. Basically, it should be found in the mountains here. It's spicy when you eat it. Soak it in water and it won't be so spicy when you eat it. Have you seen it before? Zhang Xiaobao said as he gestured. Erniu looked for a while and nodded. Little Lord, I've seen and eaten it. That's good. Pick this plant. Pick more. Ask your parents to buy fish for me. Try to get fish with fewer bones. Buy more. I'll give you the money. I'll give it to you tomorrow. As for other things, find a blacksmith in Zhuangzi and forge things for me. That's it. I'll draw for you and you watch. Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand at the moment. He used his hand to pinch a small stick and started to draw on the ground. At this time, he realized that it was inconvenient to do things because he was small. He knew in his heart how to draw. In fact, it was an iron box with a plug board. It was used to bake or dry things. After a while, he finally finished. Erniu looked at it and frowned. He whispered, Little Lord, you want everything to be made of iron? That's not easy. There's so much iron. I can't hide it from people. No matter what you think of, you have to do it for me. If you do it well, you will be rewarded. When we make money in the future, your family can get a share of it. If you don't, I will find someone else. You don't have to follow us anymore. Zhang Xiaobao did not listen to this explanation at all. He did not believe that Erniu, who was so clever, could not handle it. There were difficulties, but it was not impossible to solve them. Little young master, I'll do it. I don't dare to share the money. It's my duty to do things for the main family. As long as I get a bit of my salary, it'll be fine. Ernyo still agreed. Originally, he didn't plan to ask for the rice, but he realized that everyone in his family had to work, so they couldn't do other jobs. That was a lot less, so he mustered up his courage and said it. We said we'll give you points, so we'll give you points. You can't refute our words, understand? Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to be cheating money and wanted to develop his business. Although he was young, his temperament was not lacking. Ernie nodded. He did not care that it was still drizzling outside. He directly ran out and went home to make arrangements. Wang Wan also had time to interrogate Zhang Xiaobao. What are you going to do today? What else can I do? Make money. In this world, the most basic thing is force. Aside from force, there is also money. Force is not enough now, so I'll make money. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Ernie was going to do things, so he also relaxed and replied slowly. You frowned, closed your eyes, and opened them. You're so smart? International swindler. You really live up to your name. Tell me, how do you make money? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's cute face and felt that this person was not bad, so she asked with a smile. Are you scolding me? Don't always mention swindlers. Comrade Wang Wan, I'll solemnly remind you now. Please respect me. I'm a good citizen now, a good person. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was also so cute. Both of them were children, and children of rich families. They did not lack nutrition, wore good clothes, and were white and fat. Seeing Wang Wan's disapproving face, he continued, I buy fish to make grilled fish slices and sell them to others. No, it's to exchange them with others. It's not easy to sell, but it's easy to exchange them. That box is used to dry the fish slices. In the future, it can be used as an oven to bake some bread, cakes, and so on. Isn't the grilled fish using horse-faced mackerel? Where did you get this kind of fish from if you ask others to buy it? It seems to be sea fish, right? Then why did you use chili sprouts? Apply it on the fish slices? Wang Wan still had this little bit of common sense. She knew what kind of fish was used for grilled fish slices. Who am I? According to what you said, I am a big swindler. How can my idea be so simple? Even if others don't know that the grilled fish slices are dried in an iron box, they can use other methods to grill it. As long as they find it good, they will learn it. There is no patent protection. Our fish is cheap, and we can buy a lot of it with money. But food is expensive. I can ask my mother for money to buy fish, but I can't use it to buy food. In fact, any kind of fish can be used. Using grilled fish slices to exchange for soybeans, the real money is to make big sauce. To be precise, it is to make spicy big sauce with soybeans and diced meat. We sell big sauce, but this big sauce is not used to exchange for things. It is used to sell money or cloth. Who asked this thing to be used like money? When we have enough money, we can move on to the next step. The more capital, the easier it is for me to operate. First, I need to understand the matter of land, buy land, plant things, sell things, and then operate. Of course, if you don't object to me using some tricks, I can directly use money and cloth to operate pure money operations. You should understand what I mean. Zhang Xiaobao still explained slowly. What do you mean by pure money operations? You want to swindle me again? No, when pure money operations there is no capital. It is nothing more than getting money into your hands, and the speed must be very fast. I won't allow it. If you are targeted, there is no need to use any law to catch you. There are too many powers in this era, you can't run away. Wang Wan firmly opposed. Zhang Xiaobao thought that Wang Wan would not be fooled by him, but now he understood that Wang Wan was afraid that something would happen to him. His mood was naturally different. After thinking for a while, he said, Then I won't do that. Based on the capital itself, I will operate. Rest assured, I will not do anything to hurt others. As an international swindler, when I reject the pure plunder capital accumulation, I can think of many ways to earn money slowly. This slow is relative. I will use the production and processing method to carry out. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan suddenly realized that this violent, loving, intelligent, and powerful swindler, at this moment, had an expression of having everything under his control, so dazzling. Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Wang Wan was thinking. Even though he had studied a lot of psychology, he had never come into contact with women's psychology. He was now thinking about how to ask his mother for money. This money was in the hands of the Jiang Wang clan. In the end, he decided to bite the bullet and ask for it. The next day, the weather was fine. Ernio had already finished talking to his family, and had even stayed at home for the night. Knowing that the young master was anxious about this matter, he hurried back. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished drinking milk and were usually preparing to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao, who usually took the initiative to sleep, suddenly said to Jiang Wang clan today, "Mom, Cuckoo and I want to buy something. We need a lot of money, so we are going to ask Cherries to buy it." "So much? Tell Mom, what does my son want to buy? Mom will buy it for you." When Jiang Wang clan heard that it was a lot of money, she was a bit hesitant. She thought that her son did not know what to buy, so she wanted to ask clearly and buy it herself. Maybe she could even change it so it did not cost much. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao did not agree. He was counting on using the money to buy fish. 1,000 coins was enough to buy hundreds of fish. Southern fish and northern sheep, fish had always been very cheap here. He said, "Mom, we want to buy a lot of things, but we can't remember at the moment. Give the money and ask Cherries to buy it." When Jiang Wang clan heard this, she looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not know what to say. After all, the money was not taken from her family, so she could only nod. "Okay, Mom will give. If my son wants to buy something, Mom will give. When the time comes, Mom will also take a look. My son will definitely buy better things than others." Hearing her son say so, Jiang Wang clan did not refuse. A lot of money was a lot, but which family's child knew how to spend money at such a young age? Just let him spend, buy whatever he wants. A lot of money can't suddenly disappear. While she was responding to her son, she called Cherries over. She took out a piece of wood and gave it to Cherries. She said, "Cherries, take this money. If you buy anything, remember to report to me. Remember, the price should still be negotiated." "Yes, madam." Cherries took the piece of wood and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that both of them nodded to Weiwei, she respectfully agreed. After solving their worries, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally went to sleep. When their mother left, Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, "I always feel that I cheated my mother." "No, you didn't cheat her at all. You really used that money to buy things. You are not spending it recklessly. Also, you can still make money in the future." Wang Wan comforted. "I am not talking about that. I didn't tell my mother what I was going to do. Are you stupid? If you really told your mother, would she agree? You have to know that there are good intentions and bad intentions in deception. Your deception is to earn money for your family to spend. This is good intentions. It's much better than what you did in the past. More than 30 billion, and it's in US dollars. You took it away just like that. Those officials deserve to die." Wang Wan continued to comfort him. "It is a total assets of more than 200 billion US dollars. Your investigation is not detailed at all. The domestic assets are more than 30 billion US dollars. Zhang Xiaobao explained. "Foreign assets have nothing to do with me. The more I cheat, the better. Justice belongs to all of humanity, but my nationality makes me belong to my own country." Wang Wan looked like she was not suitable to be an Interpol officer. She was a bit radical. With money, everything was easy. Zhang Xiaobao asked Cherries to take out the money and give it to Ernio. He also told him that if he bought more, he could further lower the price. After buying twice, he could even try to buy on credit. After sending Ernio away to do things, he and Wang Wan continued to exercise and consider their future development. Chapter 23. Ernio was surprised by the money earned from this grilled fish fillet. To be precise, it was earned. He didn't expect that the fish that he didn't like to eat in the past would be so delicious after such processing. These few days, every time he came from home, he would bring a few fish fillets and share them with Cherry. Hey, do you think there are some feelings between Erneu and Cherries that shouldn't exist? Through observation, Wang Wan discovered this point. Why did Erneu only give Cherry fish slices and never give them to her and Zhang Xiaobao? She asked during the walking exercise today. Cuckoo, please change the way you address me. Don't call me Hey. You can call me Xiaobao or Baoleng. After all, we are family. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. The grilled fish had been exchanged for a lot of things that could support his future development. Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, I'm not that close to you. Cuckoo is not someone you can call. Don't think that this identity will make us treat you well. Please answer my question directly. Wang Wan was obviously in a good mood. She even had the time to bicker. This was not easy for her. Zhang Xiaobao didn't refute. He was still holding Wang Wan's little hand and walking around the flower bed in the garden. This was enough to explain the problem. There was no need to admit it verbally. They were no longer children. Facts proved everything. He wanted to pick a flower, but found that he wasn't tall enough to climb up the flower bed. He sighed and said, I don't care about the relationship between the two of them. Only when one feels that they can't control their subordinates will they forbid their subordinates from having such behavior or emotions. They are just two people. I think I can control them. As for why you don't give us grilled fish, I have to commend Comrade Erneu. At least he's not stupid. He understands that our teeth are not suitable for such difficult things. Are you saying that I'm stupid? Wang Wan tightened her grip, wanting to hurt Zhang Xiaobao. In the end, she realized that the two of them had similar physical attributes, so she could only give up. Stop clenching. It's useless. Even if you're stronger than me and crush the bones in my hand, do you think I'll be scared? I didn't suffer any less than you. If I make a sound, I won't be called Zhang Xiaobao. Erneu, come here. Look into your eyes. Zhang Xiaobao's little hand suddenly relaxed when Wang Wan squeezed it tightly. He used his non-resistance to let Wang Wan understand that everyone had the same tenacity. He turned his head and called out to Erneu, who had been flirting with Cherries. Young master, what is your command? Erneu was rubbing the slightly hard fish slices for Cherries. Hearing the young master's call, he nimbly ran over, bowed his head and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. After Cuckoo and I drink milk, when my mother comes out of the room, you can find my mother and tell her that you want to cooperate with her in business. Can you do it? Zhang Xiaobao stared at Erneu and asked. Can or can't I? Erneu originally thought that the young master would just casually talk about something. He didn't expect that the young master would actually ask him to talk to his wife. He was frightened and didn't know how to respond. You're asking me? Your family has made a lot of money these days, right? I've decided to give 10% of the net profit to your family. It depends on whether you can handle the situation or not. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied with Erneu's cowardice. Erneu swallowed his saliva. Thinking of the money he earned from the grilled fish slices, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't moved. 10% was already a lot. However, when he thought that he had to face his wife, he felt uncertain. How could he dare to talk to her about cooperation? It seemed like he was asking a tiger for its skin. Say something. What's the use of just wiping your sweat? You still have to face what you have to face. Just now, when you were rubbing the fish slices for Cherries, I didn't see you so hot. Zhang Xiaobao found that his patience seemed to be a little less than before. At the same time, he was disappointed in Erneu. How could such a person do things in the future? Young master, if it was someone else, I would dare, but madam, even if you lent me the courage, I wouldn't dare to talk about cooperation. I know that I have embarrassed you. Why don't you beat me up? Erneu thought about it, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Even if he wanted to risk his life, he still had to choose his opponent. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes. He really didn't know what to say. He couldn't even afford to be angry with such a thing that couldn't be shown in public. He turned to look at Wang Wan and negotiated, "See if you can get some money from your family. I don't want to ask my mother for money anymore." "Didn't you already make money? Why do you still want money?" Wang Wan didn't understand. The grilled fish slices had been exchanged for a lot of things: meat, eggs, grains, and oil. Why did Zhang Xiaobao still feel that it was not enough? There was no problem with making sauce. If it was really so simple, then it wouldn't be me, Zhang Xiaobao. I have always done things one step at a time. Grilled fish slices are only sold in those small places around, and I have already achieved such result. Think about it, some people with a foundation, are they fools? If I'm not wrong, there are already people studying how to make grilled fish slices. I want to use money to advertise and sell the theory of making grilled fish slices. I can make more money. I won't cheat, but I have to make the most profit, right? Zhang Xiaobao felt a little lonely at this moment. It was lonely at the top. You want to sell the oven technology? That's fine. Then I'll try to ask for money. Wang Wan felt that she understood and nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Although the oven is easy to make, I definitely won't sell it. I still want to bake cakes in the future. I'm selling the recipe of grilled fish slices. No matter what, I won't take out the oven. I'll talk about it after I bake a cake and attract some people's attention. What's the recipe of grilled fish slices? Isn't it just pickling and drying? Master this most basic thing is enough. Wang Wan tried hard to synchronize with Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts, but she felt that she couldn't do it, so she asked doubtfully. You don't understand. Don't think that it's easy when I say it. To really master it, it takes many years of accumulation. Let me give you an example. I remember that France saw that there were telescopes in Germany, so they wanted to make them. As a result, they found that there were bubbles in the telescopes they made. They spent a lot of money and finally exchanged this technology. This technology only has one word: stirring. The saltiness is the fundamental problem. I need money to open up the market for me. I want to make a large number of fish slices for free and advertise them in big places. If I want to directly convert the things I exchanged in the early stage into money to buy fish, it will take too long. I don't want to wait. Do I still need to tell you what time is? Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's dark eyes. For a moment, she felt like she was being sucked in. She nodded and said, I used to be called a genius, but now I finally understand that every coincidence is inevitable. You didn't become an international swindler by using tricks. To be honest, I'm a little envious of the education in prison. Like someone once said, the gathering place of geniuses, other than the Academy of Sciences, it's also the prison. The conversation between the two was using lip language. They didn't think much of it, but Ernie was under a lot of pressure. He thought that little Gongzi was ready to give up on him. Thinking about his life in the future, thinking about his parents, he finally made up his mind at this time. Little Gongzi, I'll do as you say. I'll talk to madam. At most, I'll just lose my life. Zhang Xiaobao was surprised by Erniu's words. He really did plan to give up on Erniu. It wasn't that he didn't want to let him follow him, but that he didn't want to let him come in contact with important things in the future. Now that he heard Erniu's words, the idea of giving up on him changed. He asked, why? For my parents. I believe that little Gongzi will definitely help me earn a lot of money. I've always wanted my parents to have meat to eat every meal and wear good clothes. I'm going all out. Erniu replied honestly. Good boy, that's right. You're not bad. Follow me in the future. Zhang Xiaobao praised. At this time, he forgot that he was a real child. Like before, Madame Zhang came over when the children needed milk. She fed the two children one on each side and watched the two little guys fall asleep. When she went out and was about to do her own things, she found that Erniu, who had always been hiding far away in the past, was actually blocking the door today. "Erniu, do you have something to say to me? Is it about Bao Lang and Cuckoo?" Zhang Wang Clan glanced at Erniu and asked faintly. Nyo had already drunk some wine and was brewing his emotions. He thought that he could speak to the madam directly. At this time, when he heard the madam's question, the courage that was boosted by the wine suddenly disappeared. He looked down at his feet and said timidly, "No, nothing. Madam, take care. And take good care of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I won't mistreat you in the future." Zhang Wang Clan replied and walked away. Erniu was stunned. He thought for a while and used his hand to pinch his leg. Finally, he gathered his courage and said loudly, "Madam, please wait. I have something to say." "En? What do you want to say?" Zhang Wang Clan stopped and slowly turned around to stare at Erniu and asked. At this time, Erniu knew that he couldn't back down anymore. He allowed the sweat to flow down his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered, "Madam, I want to talk to you about business. Yes, that is, about business." "You want to talk to me about business? Good, Erniu, you've grown up. Speak, what kind of business do you want to talk about to buy yourself back?" Zhang Wang Clan was puzzled. She didn't know what was wrong with Erniu today. Why did he want to talk to her about business? What a joke. What qualifications did he have? The thing that he wanted to sell himself was still in her hand. "No, it's not me. It's my family. My family didn't sell it here. My parents, my brother, and my sister are all farmers. My family's business, grilled fish fillets, is sold in the surrounding areas. Our Zhuangzi doesn't have the grilled fish fillets yet. Let's talk about this." Erniu tried to calm himself down and said while trembling, "Grilled fish fillets? Did you say grilled fish fillets? Did your family make them? How dare you, your family is a farmer in Zhuangzi. Why didn't you tell me what you made first?" Zhang Wang Clan shouted angrily. Chapter 24. Hearing the madam's question, Erniu didn't even think about it and directly knelt down. He didn't dare to face the angry madam. He thought about giving up the little Gongzi, but he suddenly thought that if he really did, would the little Gongzi be punished? Of course not. The madam only praised the little Gongzi and praised him. The problem was, after praising him, would he still be alive? If the madam didn't punish him, the little Gongzi could find a random reason to kill him. Therefore, Erniu felt that the only thing he could do was to not say anything and wait for the madam's anger. Even if the madam let someone else beat him up, it would be good. As for an explanation, what should he say? Could it be that the little Gongzi deliberately told him not to buy fish from these two Zhuangzi? Hold on, the madam won't beat him to death. "Tell me, why didn't you tell me that the fish was made by your family? I didn't know that there was such a person in Zhuangzi. You must have made a lot of money, right? What are your plans in the future?" When the Zhang Wang clan saw Erniu like this, she tried to control her tone and slowly said, "Madam, I can't tell you. Madam, I can't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I can't say it. The only thing I can say is that I, Erniu, and my family have never done anything to let down the Zhang family's manor. Madam, you will definitely know in the future. Even if I, Erniu, die for the manor, I will not think of harming the manor. I am just talking about business." Erniu knelt on the ground and clenched his fist. His face was already full of tears, but even so, he didn't sell Zhang Xiaobao. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was lying on the bed. He clearly heard the conversation and actually laughed. Wang Wan also heard it. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression, she said angrily, "Why didn't you stand up to save him? You laughed because you think that Erniu is stupid and should be laughed at?" "Bullshit, when did I laugh at Erniu? Erniu will be my family in the future. I laughed because I, Zhang Xiaobao, had someone who was willing to die for me in my previous life. In this life, it's worth it. Erniu will be my brother in the future. When he's alive, I'll let him enjoy glory and wealth. If he dies, I'll take care of his family in his place. If you want me to go out, I'll go out. How can I face Erneu? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly cursed and stood up from the couch. His smile didn't change, but his small hands were tightly clenched. How can you buy people's heart? I don't believe it. Wang Wan was a little jealous. Zhang Xiaobao could get her information whenever he wanted, but Zhang Xiaobao's whereabouts could only be exposed if he wanted to. The difference was too big. You don't believe it? Let me tell you, on that day, until the last moment of the explosion, I could still run away if I wanted to. I didn't call for them, but my brothers were already in position. As long as I made a gesture, the 6 snipers on your side would immediately be killed. It's just that I don't have that much time left, and I don't want to hurt you. Don't think that you're so powerful. Let me tell you, in your organization, there are some people who are nothing compared to Erneu. Erneu still knows his place and knows loyalty. The people in your organization have already sold their souls. Not everyone is you, Wang Wan, and not everyone can be a bawang flower. Zhang Xiaobao finally got angry. He also had his own bottom line, and he wouldn't allow anyone to touch it. He said to Wang Wan mercilessly. Wang Wan was dumbfounded. It wasn't that she didn't think that there were people in the organization who betrayed her, but she just didn't want to believe it. At this moment, the last bit of hope in her heart was shattered. Of course, she understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't hate Zhang Xiaobao, nor did she hate the people who betrayed her. After all, not everyone could be like her. She was just a little jealous. Zhang Xiaobao was just a liar. How could he have such good brothers? The two of them had their own thoughts. Outside, Erneu and Zhang Wang clan were also confronting each other. You're really not going to say it? Zhang Wang clan asked word by word. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. Erneu stubbornly replied. Wang Wan, who was thinking about something in the room, almost laughed out loud when she heard Erneu's words. All right then, tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Zhang Wang clan thought for a while, then turned around to look at the room she just came out of and asked. Madam, give me another 2 strings of money. I'll use it to buy fish, make fish fillets, and then give it to people for free in other bustling places, especially a high-end restaurant. After 5 days, I'll return 50 strings of money to you. Erneu said according to Zhang Xiaobao's preset words. Zhang Wang clan smiled, nodded, and gently said to Erneu, Erneu, you've always been a smart person in my family. Almost everyone thinks so, but I know you, and I trust you. That's why I put Xiaobao and Cuckoo in your care. Since you want this money, then I'll give it to you. If you can get 50 strings of money, then 50 strings of money. Even if you lose money in the end, it's not a big deal. Don't think too much about it. Your mother should be happy to have a son like you. I think your mother knows what kind of person you are, just like me. It's over, my mother knows. Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing on the couch, said faintly. Yes, no one knows a son better than his mother. Wang Wan, who also heard Zhang Wang clan's words, agreed. My mother said that for me. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Then why are you so happy? Wang Wan asked. Why wouldn't I be happy? My mother is so smart, of course I have a reason to be happy. My father, that bookworm, is lucky. Zhang Xiaobao fell down from the couch and with a plop, he lay down beside Wang Wan. He said to Wang Wan, who was dissatisfied with his action, Today is the happiest day of my life. I found a good brother, and I know how great a mother's love is. What's the extent? Wang Wan really couldn't understand. The extent to which a mother unconditionally supports her child. Listen, my mother will definitely agree. This reminds me of something written in a book. As a mother, even if she knows that her child will be scalded by boiling water, she will still support him unconditionally. She will secretly watch, and if there is any danger, she will directly rush to hold the kettle and not let her child get scalded. Zhang Xiaobao said emotionally. So what? A person's nobility and greatness is because of this. Wang Wan was still refuting Zhang Xiaobao. Even if she was touched, she still refused to admit defeat. Wrong, it's not just humans, it's the same for animals. If you've seen hunters hunting, you'll understand. Those animals that bite off their own legs to escape from the trap must be females, because they want to go back to feed their own children, Zhang Xiaobao said. Don't tell me these useless things, I don't like to hear them. Wang Wan turned her head away. She didn't want Zhang Xiaobao to see her red eyes. She thought of her family in her previous life. Okay, I won't say anything, just listen. Zhang Xiaobao was grateful to God. He finally had parents in this life. Cherries, come here, take the money, when the time comes, give it to Erniu. Madame Zhang, who was outside, called out to the house. Yingtao immediately ran out and took the piece of wood that represented 2 strings of money. Erniu, you should also get up. Remember my words, I believe you can take good care of Erniu. Later, go to the accountant's office and get some meat, then go back home and have a good meal. Zhang Wang Clan took out another wooden piece and threw it to Erniu, who was kneeling there, then slowly walked away. Erniu seemed to wake up from a dream. He trembled as he picked up the wooden piece and looked at his wife's back as she walked away, speechless for a long time. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, when people saw that the fish fillet was profitable, they immediately started to imitate it, and the price was lower, but the sales were not good. First, the saltiness of the fish fillet was uneven, and second, the fish fillet could not be roasted to the same degree as Erniu's. The heat was not controlled well at all. After receiving the money, Erniu immediately started to buy a large amount of raw fish according to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, and sent the fish fillets to some restaurants for free tasting. 5 days later, the free roasted fish fillets suddenly disappeared. Men actually did not like to eat this food, no matter how delicious it was not as good as marinated beef with wine, but children and women liked it. These 2 people were really important, to the point that any man with a normal sexual orientation had to consider it. After 5 days of free roasted fish fillets, the restaurants had to carefully consider the economic benefits of this food, which was how much money they could make. The most direct example was the brothels. There were many women there, and they had already treated the fish fillets as an indispensable snack. Next were the men who were looking for a woman, and they had to bring some back to please the woman. The last were those who had children. When they were eating and drinking, they found that the children liked the fish fillets, so they had to bring some back. Then, they would throw it to the children with a straight face and say a few stern words. This was the depth of a father's love. But now that the supply had suddenly stopped, the fish fillets that appeared in other places were much worse than this. Just the balance between the saltiness of the fish fillets was incomparable. The owner of the restaurant became anxious, and asked around to find out where the fish fillets were made, wanting to find out. Erniu had been listening to the young master's orders all this time, which was to say, he was remotely commanding. When he saw that many people were asking, he asked his elder brother to take the lead and compete. Although it was said that he was selling the recipe, in fact, it was only one thing, and that was the marination or the deep processing of the sea fish. Such a simple thing, before it was announced, made people yearn for it endlessly. When someone spent 120 taels of silver to get it, they could only keep it in their hearts. Didn't I tell you to take copper coins? You just had to bring back so much money. Tell me, if I want to buy something, you take the money to pay for it? I want to buy 200 caddies of soybeans, and you take so much money to look for trouble? What do you want me to say to you? If I want to sell a piece of tofu now, you take the money and buy it for me to see? Do you want to use silver in your future business transactions? If you feel that you are tired of living, don't drag me to die with you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the small pile of money that Erniu had placed in front of him, and patted his head. Then, he looked at Erniu's sad expression and knew that this was done by Erniu. He could only sigh and let Erniu give the money to his mother first, and slowly exchange the rest for copper coins to carry out the next step of the plan.